1, 2, 1, 2.
Ahora,
Okay, so this is the format of the day.
Okay. I'm trying to get the next one so that I can.
One, two.
Testing, testing.
driven by Wingfield Motors and by Best Price for My Cars. So we'll be starting the official racing at 10 to 10. It's now 9:15, and Ernest and Dexter will be doing the breakfast show from the base of race control, and then they'll be doing the lunchtime show as well. And together with the breakfast and the lunchtime show, they will be walking around getting all information for us and interviewing the drivers downstairs, and if there are any incidents out on the track, then Dex and Bruce will go and cover that. And then they come up to us as well every now and then, bring the camera with, and then all will stand together and have a good old chit-chat up here. So I see them on my monitor here. They haven't got anybody to talk to yet. So I think, Gazza, maybe you and I and Tiny could go down there and start off, and hopefully other drivers and riders and sponsors and whoever will hop on board and join the chat show.
hear you. Just count us in when you guys are ready, please, man. It's cold out here today in Cape Town, but the racing is hotting up. My name is Dennis Page, and that is Dexter Booth.
We're back with a bang. It's a turbo morning. It's cold. It's cold.
But I've got my Killarney jacket on today.
I see you styling. I see you styling.
Gotta make sure.
So welcome to you guys. It's an awesome day out here. I think the fields are looking great.
Yeah.
The bikes are about to go out now, Ernie. They're about to go for their quali run.
Yeah.
We've just seen the challenge boys go out.
Yes. We've got the Power Sport 650 guys heading out now. All the bikes are ready for action. The circuit is still slippery, so I'm a little bit concerned about them, but they are on their way out. But as you say, Dexter, the challenge guys were out, and what a field the challenge field is looking like today. The class of the field. Class C, Neandertoy heads us out. First time back is Neandertoy, and he's on pole in Class C.
After such a long time not in challenge, Neandertoy's back. Another one that's back is Ozak.
Oh, Zaki Hendricks, ex-chairperson of the challenge.
Big Bird.
Oh, big, the biggest bird. And we saw Zaki's car in the pit lane area today, looking fantastic in yellow. So watch out for him. Class B, Zaki Hendricks, but Class B, Tate Bishop took the honours in Class B now in qualifying.
Yep, and then obviously Class A, Yuri Umpiswat, always going to be there. He did a 125, I think.
125.1 was the last time we saw.
That's so good.
But you guys can check out the results on the ZA live timing and also on the live stream with us here at IMUSAT. This is the Power Series Round 6 at Killarney, and you're joining us live here at the circuit. So if you see any cars going by, if you see any people making devil horns behind us, it's because we are live here at the circuit. We've got a couple of interviews lined up, Dex. We've got some interesting facts and tidbits for you, but at the moment, the qualifying is happening right now.
And of course, heading to the clubman, the tin top racing, one of the stuff that we love. So many new guys as well, guys that haven't been back here for a while. Andre Johnson is back in the Audi.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, we even got a BTCC Volvo.
I saw that. I did see that. BTCC Volvo S40 looking the part. We've heard there's a standard engine under the bonnet there.
Yeah.
But I got to say, one of the fields that, well, two of the fields that are looking good, sports cars and GT.
Oh, my. My.
Oh, my.
Sure. Everything is top notch. We've got some Porsche GT3s, 911s, Peter van der Spey in his Juno.
I call this Juno a Can-Am.
Yeah, no, you're gonna have to go apologizing. Take the man a cup of coffee.
You'll see it later. The Juno looking good. He did mention it's very tricky to drive in these slippery conditions, but a car that isn't as tricky is the 800 horsepower Marcel Angel car, usually driven by Sundane Angel. This time driven by Marcel for the first time. 800 horsepower, sticks around pole in sports cars and GT.
It's a fantastic car. I mean, 300 white tire, the thing looks absolutely amazing. So I think you'll be competing in the Class S class in sports cars and GTs. And of course, you've got the Malak of Steve Humble. So, and Nick Adcock is back.
The Pole Beam. I saw the Pole Beam here as well. So the teams are bringing out some of their fastest cars today in sports and GT. I think that's going to be a good field, a smaller field, but a quality field nonetheless.
Absolutely. Getting back to the clubman's, guys. Much better field than the last two races. Absolutely fantastic. We've got two BMW M5s racing today.
Oh, I think BMW, it should be called the BMW Clubman's class. There's a lot of BMs in there, lots of Golfs as well. Notably absent is Jesse Huggett.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jesse's been having two bad races, both Power Series round 4 and round 5. First suffering with a clutch issue, and in the second time round, he actually had alternator bracket came off. Went into the motor, jumped the tooth, bent the valves. He's got the car back together, but he's not one to rush things.
Yes.
You know, he doesn't have any point to prove, so he's not going to be putting the car together very quickly and really wanting to race a car that's half done.
Yeah.
That's the Jesse way.
Yeah.
And we love him. We love him like
exactly.
that.
I told you guys I might be a bit distracted from time to time. Lots of people are waving, throwing stuff.
He's waving at girls. He's not waving at cars. Let me tell you that much.
Okay, that time maybe. But before that was one of the Van Eren brothers, Ryan and Dylan Van Eren, both racing in Class C Challenge. So watch out for them. Both of them showing some serious pace at the moment, just behind Nian the Toy.
Wow.
At the moment, we've got the bikes out there, and Tristan Pienaar heads us off. This is the Power Sport 650 class with guys like Slade van Niekerk in there, Tristan Pienaar, Lance Jonas, a couple of new names in there as well.
There's a big distraction. There's a very big distraction.
Mr. Brian Hoskins in the back there.
We're supposed to be doing the altar next
I know.
week, right?
He's showing us the map for the altar. Wait, let me just make some notes here quickly.
I'm taking photos.
Don't forget, guys, altar happening next week.
It's
You're driving in the altar.
I'm driving in the altar. I'm taking out all those garages here. Let me tell you that much.
Yes.
Sending it all out. Sending it all out.
People go to motorsport to watch action, to watch mishaps.
Yeah.
Let's call it that. And there are none more so than the altar.
The altar.
So go check it out next week. But today is the Power Sport Series. At least the Power Sport Series happening right now. Today is the Power Series. And Tristan Pienaar out there with a 124 at the moment, just goes a little bit faster. So it is very slippery because we often see the bikes going a lot faster.
The guys are obviously going to get quicker as the day goes on. I just want to touch base a little bit with Nian the Toy. Getting back to his last race. So now he's again in Class X. So you've got to do 2 Class X races to qualify as a class driver. He's back again with the same car. He's driving the GTT Skyline. Nian the Toy.
Yes.
So that's the rear-wheel drive Skyline.
I saw that car yesterday. It looks very potent, very powerful. 2.5 rear-wheel drive, as you say, RB25 engine in there. Such an exciting day today with a lot of cars, and although the Johannesburg guys have left us, they're not here anymore like we saw at the last race. A lot of our Muslim brothers are back. Muslim brothers and sisters are back on the circuit. They are back here today, so the field is looking good today.
It's looking good. And then obviously, let's talk about the new concept that Killarney's put forward, the street car challenge.
I
think that's so good. I think that's such a good way to get the guys in. Obviously, they got a point to prove.
They're going to get discovered today. No offense, guys, but I thought the same thing too back in the day. Road car driving on a track like this on a day like today. Look, but having said that, though, that field is not a field of amateurs.
No, I mean, there's Barcy Burger. There's, I think the Ahmad brothers are there. So I think there's a fair field of guys that have raced. Andre Johnson. Of course, he's there in the TTRS.
Yes.
So basically what it is we have...
Hi there. How's it? Mr. Mayor came to come say, we'll talk to you now. We'll talk. We're live on here at the moment. This is going to happen often. I apologize.
So, but what the street car challenge is, you can take a normal stop. You got to have DOT-approved tires, so that's road-going tires. A road with the car, complete road with the car. No roll cage, so not a race car.
Wow.
And you can enter in the Power Series race. Now, that's a lot.
That's a lot. That gives guys the opportunity to run what they brung, as they say. And then come here with something that not necessarily completed race car, but maybe in the beginning phases of building your race car. Maybe you want to try this out for the first time. This is the perfect opportunity. Too late to enter now, though. But now the guys know for next time. And, of course, let's not forget Toasty.
He's back.
Toasty
he's there.
This is the guy with a BMW M4 that drives his car like, I don't know, like it's a 318.
Like it's an M44, mate.
So these are the kind of guys that this series is wanting to attract. The guys that don't have race cars, but that are willing to drive the car.
Essentially, like the track day guys have migrated now to a Power Series.
Yes, correct.
So actually, they're about to go out now. I'm just having a look behind you, Ernest. They're about to go out now and do their first race. Stewart Jamison in the Clio Toolis, Loken, in the Mustang. We've got a Toyota Conquest out there. I don't know what engine's in it. So we've got quite a few different cars, and there's even an E46 M3.
Yeah, it's very exciting. And I think it's a showcase of what can be done for those guys that want to try this. So watch out for that series as Tristan Pienaar still leads us off now with the 22 as the fastest rider in this class. Jason Lineker behind him, Lance Jonas, Billy de Beer, the #1 man, Slade van Niekerk over there in the mix as well. And these guys are looking very good at the moment as we watch them complete yet another lap. They got 2 minutes of qualifying left, 10 minutes of qualifying in total. brutal for these guys, but the bike guys will be taking it a little bit easier than most of the moment.
Definitely.
The circuit still a little bit damp right now.
Yeah, you don't want to take the risk early in the morning. You don't want to send. And I think that's what the new guys really got to drive home. Is like, there's no point to prove during qualifying, during free practice.
Yeah.
Leave it for the race, even for the second race. I mean, really send on the second race. So I think that these guys who are going to go out now, there's really no point to prove. Just enjoy the day, have a good time, and hopefully get a race car and come back and do it. End into clubman's, end into challenge.
Exactly.
Take it a notch up from a track day. You know?
That's exactly what these guys are going to do. We got some new names in the bike class at the moment. Minky and Ndlovu, the 888 rider over there, brand new on the scene, ex-stuntman. I think he might still be a stuntman, so hopefully he won't be using his stunt skills today.
Now's not the time for that. Now's not the time
for trying any stunts, Minky. So watch out for him, Minky and Ndlovu, one of the new guys on the bike circuit
I think he's riding under Project 6060.
Correct.
So it's nice to see him back again. I mean, behind a bike and actually racing this time. So that's pretty cool.
Indeed. So we've got the bikes out, we've got the cars out, we've got plenty entertainment for you guys today. We're now waiting for the first of our interviews to come chat to us today. We'd like to hear from you guys. If you're watching the live stream in the pits today, pull through, come chat to us here at the breakfast show here by the coffee stand at Killarney Raceway. We'd love to hear from the riders and drivers to find out from them how qualifying went, how the day's going, so that we can relay the message to the people out there.
And if you're at home and you want to come check out the racing, this is the place to come. If you got nothing to do, or if you want to enjoy racing, this is where you got to do it. There's entertainment for the kids. There's entertainment for you. You're about to see something that you really like doing. So pull on. All the stations are open. The coffee shops are open. The restaurants are open. If you see us, give us a high five. Come say hi. You know.
Try not to come say hi while we're on camera, but it's cool too. That's cool too. So, as we mentioned, the action continues. The racing will start later on after qualifying, and then we'll hand it over to the guys upstairs, Frank and the guys. And during the course of the day, we'll be conducting interviews, going to chat to the drivers and riders in the pits to find out from them what their experience is like. So if you have any questions, I'll be checking the YouTube stream as well. Send those questions through the YouTube stream, and we'll go chat to the guys to go hear from them what exactly is happening.
Absolutely, absolutely. So just chatting about this new challenge that Killarney has put forward, I think it's really cool. I think it's a great initiative going forward. And the more they do this sort of thing, I think the more they're going to attract guys to the Clubman series, guys to the Challenge series. So again, if you want to get involved with Killarney, and you're sitting at home or you're listening to us, and you want to be able to race a car, or you think you can race a car, make sure that you get hold of Paul Simon, check it out, check when the next track day is, get plugged in, come say hi, and that's the best way. Everybody thinks, Ernest, that they're a hotshot driver. You know how it goes. You know how it goes.
Oh, yes. There's Porsche's got an ad, actually, that says, what is it? I think 90% of men think that they are above average drivers.
But that's true, isn't it?
Now's your chance to prove it. Now's your chance to prove it. Nicholas Hutchings has proven it, in fact, and he's got pole at the moment in the Power Sport 300 category. So Nicholas Hutchings gets pole in the Power Sport 300 category. Looks like the qualifying's done. Tristan Pinard takes the Power Sport 650 category. So that's what your qualifying looks like at the moment for the bikes. The action continues now as we wait for, I think, the rest of the bikes now are going to come out.
I think the thousands are going to go out now.
Yeah, so the rest of the bikes are going to come out. And here's Minky coming over there. Minky, lekker. How'd it go? Good qualifying? Well, there you have it. There is Minky and Ndlovu making his way back to the pits. Yes, that bike looks big, bro.
Looks good.
That's not a small bike.
That's a 300.
That's not a small. Oh my!
I think that's a 600. That's a 600.
No, that's a big bike, man. That looks like a lekker bike there. So Minky and Ndlovu, he's came in here all smiles, eh? He came in,
I love it.
I could see the smile through his helmet.
You know, when your eyes are smiling, you know you had a good time.
Chinese eyes, he's loving it. The marshals, of course, walking around, keeping us safe over here. So a big shout out to all the marshals here at the circuit, and of course all the officials. We got our producers behind camera as well, and the guys over here at the coffee stand. Lots and lots of drivers and riders, and we've got our first bunch of interviewers coming in now. So Dex, I'll grab the first interview.
Sure.
We've got our first bunch of interviewers coming through. We can pull them through in the meantime.
Let me sit.
You can just grab a seat over there. And from Clubman, if you could just introduce yourself on the mic over there. Just keep the mic nice and close to yourself over there. And introduce yourself. How's it going?
Hi there, I'm Shane Smith. I'm a racing Clubman's Class B. Yeah, starting on pole today for the first time. So yeah, quite exciting.
So Shane, you in the 3 Series BMW, if I'm not mistaken, 330 E46, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
I saw you in practice yesterday. A bit slippery out there yesterday in practice. How's it going today?
It was still slippery this morning.
Yeah.
But definitely a bit better than yesterday.
Okay.
I had a couple problems yesterday with the VVT wire.
Okay.
Misfiring and that, but
Oh,
it
no.
seems to have cleared up this morning.
Okay, nice. That's good news.
Yeah.
I mean, a problem like that can come back to haunt you. Are you guys confident that you've sorted it out?
We are confident that we sorted my car out. Unfortunately, my dad won't be able to race.
Oh, he's got the 5 Series, isn't it?
Yeah, he's having an engine problem again.
Ah.
He's pulled out.
Okay, he's pulled out officially, so he's going to be cheering you on from the sidelines,
Yeah.
of course. So, Shane, tell us what it's like on a morning like today in these conditions in a rear-wheel drive BMW with no traction control.
It's quite hairy at times. I quite enjoy the wet though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to race go-karts and that's
Okay, nice.
Quite familiar with driving and
Yeah,
that.
rear-wheel drive, etc. Yeah.
So yeah, I enjoy it.
So, your first pole today, what's that going to feel like? Because now all your competitors are sat behind you, and you're going to be sitting there alone with your competitors behind. It's a different thing, right?
Yeah, I think it's very different. Definitely exciting though.
Yeah.
Hopefully it gives me a good start. I can keep ahead of the main competitors like Baby Jakes.
And between us, don't worry, this is between us only, okay? How much power is your BM making nowadays?
It's about 200, 210.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's nice. Well, Shane, enjoy the racing today. Enjoy starting on pole. It's a good day for racing, and I'm sure you're going to have a good day's race.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Let me grab that from you. Yeah. That was Shane in the BMW Clubman's car, and he will be racing today in pole position. His first time sitting in pole position. Shane in that BMW, usually joined by his father in the 5 Series.
It's a nice car.
It's a very nice car. Both those cars are very, very nice. We got the second interview over here. Dex,
you wanna do it?
No, it's fine. I want to hand it over to you.
Okay,
Let's hand it over to Dex. Let's get you in here. Please grab the mic and introduce yourself. And Dex and you will have some conversations about what's happening in Clubman's today.
Yeah, sure.
Meneer.
Introduce yourself. How are you?
Find yourself.
How's it going? How was it out there today?
Yeah, it's quite wet.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. It's only my 3rd race in the Clubman series now. We
Yeah.
managed to qualify 2nd
Yep.
with a Class C car.
Yeah.
And I think yeah, my oval experience definitely gave me a bit of an edge on the wet track.
You obviously come from a different background.
Yes,
Stock cars.
Yes, that's
Transition from the stock cars into main circuit. What was it like?
that's fast. That's fast. That's fast. Stockies, if you make one mistake, you're out.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of cars through you. Yeah, you've got a bit more time to plot and plan or whatever. But it's quick and everybody's quick. And you need to make your move from the get-go.
From the get-go. And obviously, the rubbing and racing sort of with the club is a lot different to the rubbing and racing here.
Yeah, we're ready for it now. Yeah.
Your car, talk to us about your car.
Okay, so it's a Mark 1 City Golf.
Yeah.
It's one of the last VW shells.
Production car.
Yeah, we basically bought the car as a roller, stripped it, built it over in about 5 weeks.
Okay.
It's running 2-litre 8-valve. It's making about 122 plus watt kilowatt.
Yeah, yeah.
And about 230 Newton meters torque.
And you currently in Class C at the moment.
Yeah.
And that's where you want to be?
Yes, for now, yeah. The car's pretty much still in the development stage.
Yeah.
I think from next season we'll probably start chasing championships and things like that.
Right. So you're qualifying it. You went out now. How did that go?
The beginning was quite tricky because I needed to get create space.
Yeah.
To get a clean lap in.
Yeah.
But it was hairy, especially turn 2. If you half a car off the line,
Yes.
It just washes out with you. Turn 4 was fun.
Wow.
It was sideways.
Absolutely.
But it's awesome. It's like a.
And then what's your goals like for today's race? I mean, everybody's got different. So is there anybody that you kind of want to chase, or are you just there to kind of see where it puts you?
I really just want to finish and take a whole car home for
survival
a change.
mode. Survival mode.
I'm in survival mode now. But yeah, I think to win my class would be the goal. And try not to bust out to Class B.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then just from a technical aspect,
Yes.
like the difference between your stock car.
Yes.
You were obviously running, I don't know what you were 1660.
Yeah.
The different technical aspects of a stock car compared to, I know it's a completely different sport almost.
Yeah.
What was it like even that, just the whole adjustment of only turning one way or?
Yeah, we're trying to incorporate some of the suspension work from our oval track experience into the main circuit, and thus far it's sort of working. It's just a lot more fine tuning now.
Okay.
On the suspension side of things, engine wise, the 1660s my 1660 made more power than my 2 liters making, but that was methanol powered, obviously.
Absolutely.
We'll probably still get a stronger engine later in time.
Yep.
But for now, I'm happy. Yeah.
Keep it on the black stuff and have a good day today.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
We'll see you later.
Okay.
Cheers. All right. 1, 2. 1, 2. Can you? 1, 2. 1, 2. 2. 1, 2. All right. So at the moment, so where we at the moment, so the street cars are about to go out now. They're about to hit the track, Ernest. And I think that's going to be pretty interesting.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Wheels for you,
Yeah, they
350Z convertible TTRS. We got a BMW E46 M3. We got a 135i E87 chassis. I think it's going to be great.
Yeah, but
So-
what we also have, I've got Nick Adcock here joining us. And Nick Adcock, if you wouldn't mind coming through. 8-Call Racing Team, 8-Call 24/7 Racing Team. And Nick and I have chatted before. You do the national series with endurance racing. There you go. You do international racing. So this is quite literally an international race car drive over here. Fact, though, and where did you just come from now?
So I've just come back from Europe. We did the Le Mans support race for Le Mans.
Wow.
And then we did the Monza round for European Le Mans Series. Then we were testing at Barcelona. I was at Snetterton last weekend supporting Andrew,
what a circuit,
Andrew
eh?
Rackstraw,
Oh,
because he was
wow.
racing in Formula 4.
Yes, correct. He's doing well in Formula 4, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's great to support him.
I think he got second in his last at the last race. I didn't see what happened this weekend.
He had some issues, but yeah, he's such a quick guy, fantastic. And we all, David Perel ended up there, another guy, a South African, Chris, who works for Mercedes F1. So we had this all South African group, just missing a bribe, and it was great. We were South African Snetterton.
So what brings you to this circuit? If you got Snetterton and Monza, Le Mans, why Killarney? Why are you here today?
Because I love driving at Killarney. I like supporting the sports and GT here, and it's great fun. You know, it's my JS53 sports prototype is a lovely car to drive around here. I like racing anywhere, and so to get up in the morning, come here, have a day's racing, what could be better?
Yeah, what could be better indeed, and not much better than the Ligier. A fantastically fast car. What times were you doing in qualifying today? How did qualifying go?
Well, I think we miscued. Anyone who went on slicks was perhaps being a little bit too optimistic and a little bit too brave. So, I mean, that car should do a 10 round here, and I did a 23. So, it was heart in the mouth stuff. I think we had one dry corner, the rest was wet. So every time you put your foot on the brake, it was, is it going to stop? So, yeah.
But going into the rest of the day, it looks like it's going to be dry, albeit a little bit cold. But I'm sure you're going to be fine out there once it dries up.
So we're P3 for this first race at 10:15. I've got 2 Porsches ahead of me. And obviously
the Porsches.
The Porsches.
Yeah.
They are very fast in a straight line, but they're not so good in the corners.
Yeah.
So it's actually quite tricky to pass them, because once you get on the back straight, they're gone, and you try and catch them in the brake. You catch them in the brakes, then they get on the front straight, and they're gone.
We saw the exact same thing at East London with the Ligier and a Porsche. Porsche pulling away on the straights, kept the Ligier behind in the corners, and that's the strategy. So you're facing that dilemma today.
Yeah. So you just have to, if we get up for a little traffic, that could help us. The car's very good on the brakes, so that can help us. We'll see. We'll see. And the thing is, you can make a move, be monster on the brakes in turn 5, get straight past them. Lovely job. Come down this straight, they come powering back past you.
Well, I'm sure Marcel Angel in the Porsche is rubbing his hands together with glee. He's got 800 horsepower, which I think is a little bit more than your car at the moment. But this is what we've come to see. This is what sports car racing is about. The different types of cars on the circuit at the same time. Mr. Nick Adcock, we look forward to seeing you out there today. Thanks for joining us, and good luck with the rest of your campaign.
Talk to you later.
Awesome. That was Nick Adcock over there, folks, in the Ligier. You'll see in sports and GT later on. And you'll also see him battling the Porsches. But he's right, though. We saw this unfold at East London last week with the National Series and SAES, where there was a Porsche GT3 with the Ligier behind it. The Ligier gets right up behind him, even past him through some sections. But the Porsche speed differential is just so high.
Well, even, I mean, he's running on 13-inch full slicks. I mean, it's a pretty small tire, but the way that car handles, just challenged him. I think it was the Power Series 4 when I think his car broke. He had an issue with the car. He could out-handle them in the corners. He could really out-brake them. But he just doesn't have the power in the legs on the straight.
Especially on the 2 long straights over here.
But I mean, I think that is racing. I mean, if you look at back in the day, BTCC with the minis versus the V8s, that is what makes it. And the crowds absolutely love that, you know?
Yeah.
So
I like spec racing. I like a single make series. I like the cars to be the same. But there is a lot to be said for the excitement that comes with cars that have different strengths in different places and spaces.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think the sports car GTs today are really going to show it. One thing we forgot to mention was the masterclass, the V8s.
Yeah.
We're not seeing, I think Roy Campos is not here, but the rest of them, I think they're going to be doing really, really well today. They are really settled and dialed in that new Pirelli sponsorship of theirs.
Okay,
the Pirelli
nice.
tire.
The guys are getting used to the tires, how the tires work, the data's there.
The data's there, they can really push the envelope. And as of late, what I'm seeing a lot with the masterclass is that they're really pushing the envelope. So they're really pushing the envelope just in terms of how they're driving, their driving style, because before they were very sort of laid back, weren't really aggressive.
Yes.
Now they seem to be driving a lot more like the tin top guys.
Yes.
Rubbing is racing, they're taking each other's bodywork off, and I think that's really great.
Well, that's what the crowd comes to see. The crowd wants to see close racing.
Absolutely.
But we've also got, as the bike guys head out now, we've got the Clubman's motorcycle, classic superbikes, breakfast run guys, all out at the moment. But we also have a bike rider here, Abby's going to be chatting to you shortly. Dex, you're the bike guy. So Abby, if you wouldn't mind making your way over here and chatting to Dex.
I'm going to have a chat to Abby. Abby, how are you? Introduce yourself to all the beautiful people.
Hi guys, my name is Abigail Boston. I'm 16 years old and race in the power sports.
What bike you got at the moment?
On the Atika Yamaha R3. Big shout out to Atika for buying the bike for me. And big shout out to Project 1660 as well, for because they were team.
Yes, of course. And in terms of your experience, I mean, how long have you been riding for a little bit?
I've been riding since I was 9, so about 7 years now. So I started on NSFs, these little bikes.
The little bikes, yep.
I went up to 150s, and then I was already on main circuit with the KTM, but then I took a break, and then I was on here with the Kawasaki, and I'm here with the Yamaha.
Okay, cool. And in terms of like this sort of series, the power series, how are you finding the bike with the bigger boys, and obviously you competing with the boys?
Yeah.
What is that like? I mean, for the ladies out there.
So when you're on the track, you basically, all people, racers on a bike. You don't really compare between whether you're a boy or girl.
Yes.
And being the only girl in my class in Cape Town, it's kind of difficult at some points because you kind of compare yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
But eventually you have to just move on from that and realize that you're all just racers.
Yes, absolutely.
And you all have talent.
That's so good. That's so good.
Yes.
So you're qualifying. How did it go this morning?
I think I got 3rd. I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
But yeah, so we did a few changes on the bike, and I'm feeling super comfortable on the bike.
Okay, cool.
And much more confident than I used to be for the last races.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I can't wait.
That's so good. What is your expectations like for the day? I mean, what is your goals for the day?
Okay, so my goal is to go down to 129s.
Yeah.
Especially with the wet track, it might be a little bit difficult, but I'm willing
to really push it.
To really push it.
Don't risk it all, though. Don't risk it all.
And then I would like to finish on podium.
Okay.
If that would be possible, even if it's 2nd or 3rd, I would be so grateful.
So good, Abby. So good.
Yes.
And in terms of like where to from here with you, where would you like to go?
Okay, so I have quite big dreams. I want to become a doctor.
Well, you're 16.
Yes.
Dream on dream, keep on going.
So I'll continue racing
Yeah.
as a hobby.
Yeah.
And I don't get much practice, so I don't think I'll go like major like MotoGP,
Yeah.
Moto3, Moto2.
Well, you never know. You absolutely never know, you know.
I never know, but for now, I'm just out here having fun, taking the week's stresses and emotions and just putting it on the track.
It's so good.
And pushing.
It's so good.
I know.
And for the other lady racers that are sitting at home there watching you, or even sitting in the crowd watching you, what you got to say to them?
I would say just do it. Like, even though you might be a little intimidated, just being on the track is such a big goal. Like, you could have been on the couch doing nothing, wishing that you'd be on the track.
Yes.
And even if you go slow on the track, it still counts for something.
Yeah.
Because you are on the track.
So,
you're doing
so
what
good.
you love.
So good.
And try it out. There's, if you're not really sure about the bigger bikes, Redbeard Racing has 150s to rent. So you race on the car circuit, you rent it out for an hour. They have kit, they have everything as well. So yeah, and then we have half main as well, where 150s, there's even Pee-wee 50s
Wow.
on there.
So if I'm at home sitting and I'm watching you, how do I get plugged into this? Where do I start? Who do I phone? What do I, is there Facebook? What do I do?
Okay, so you can, there's two places you can look. So Project 6060 has bigger bikes to rate. They currently have an R3 that you can hire and race with, or just go practice on a Monday or Tuesday. And then there's Red Beard Racing, as I said before, that has the 150.
And they're on Facebook?
Yes, they're on Facebook. So Red Beard Racing and Project 6060, they both have different bikes that you can try out. If not, you can also contact me, and I might have a spare set of leathers for you.
Come on, girls.
Or like
Bring it.
that you can.
Bring it, so good.
That you can borrow. Yeah, no. So I really like getting people out on the track.
Yep.
Especially because half main, we're kind of running low on juniors.
So you guys need the numbers.
We're trying to raise up the numbers. So I'm at school, I'm like, oh, you guys must come try this one. Especially with the guys who come to school on their bikes. I'm like, you should come race sometime.
You're such a good ambassador. And even for the guys out there that are seeing Abby race, please get in touch. Do you have a Twitter handle?
I have Instagram, so Abigail_51, and then I'm also on Facebook, Abigail51.
Okay.
So you guys can go follow me. If you have any questions, contact me, and then I'll send you to the right people who
Abby,
can answer it.
so good to chat to you. Good luck for today, and we're going to see you out on track. Maybe we'll interview a little bit later as well.
Okay,
so
awesome.
Good. Thanks,
Bye.
Ab. That's Abby on the 51 bike. It's going to be so good. Such a good... Wow, what an ambassador, bro. I mean, I'm inspired. Abby inspired. So, that was so wonderful, you know?
No, definitely a good ambassador and a spokesperson.
Spokesperson, bro.
A spokesperson for the sport.
If I was sitting on my couch now, like you are, I'd probably get in touch with him and get myself some leathers.
Matthew leads us off in the breakfast class, club class. Nico Fenter leads us off over there. Quentin Weening in the mix, second in the breakfast class, and then second in club is Peter Hill. And looks like Ray just took pole position over there with a 127.8, so that's the fastest time. So Matthew just got pipped by the 88 bike over there in first position.
So
one of the guys that unfortunately I think he had a bit of an off at the last event.
he had a bit of an off at the last event.
And hopefully we can chat to him, and he looks fine. He's running around here. So he's running around. One of our bike riders
these bikers, they're made out of concrete.
They're made out of concrete.
You know what I mean?
They just mix some more concrete and then they're back together
going,
again. But when it comes to racing, the guys are getting ready. As far as I know, it looks like the Street Car Challenge guys are about to go racing. So we're about to start our race day, folks. And once we do, we're going to hand it over to the guys upstairs. But you were saying, Dex?
And the tension on the start line at the moment, just in the pre-race paddock, is a little bit, because there's guys that don't know. Their format of racing is very different to what we're used to.
Yeah.
So because they qualified, the slowest guy goes first.
Yes.
And essentially, by the end of the race,
they're hunting each other down, basically.
Yes, sir.
So theoretically, they should all cross the finish line at exactly the same time.
Yes.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love the kind of racing. Yusuf Ahmad in the mix there. Idris Ahmad, Andre Johnson, Matthew Campbell, Tosif Harun, Yaku Oosthuizen. The list goes on and on. All these guys, yes, some of them racing for the first time, some of them not. But definitely in street cars, street legal cars, which means round what you brung, whatever you have. I remember back in the old days of the stock car days, it was the spectator race.
Love it.
We've got that back now.
And the thing is, they're running on the road tires, right? So they're not going to last the full. I mean, they kind of get worn out pretty quickly.
The brakes will go off sooner than most.
Yep. Yeah. So you're going to see a little difference to what we normally used to, with cars keep going at the same pace or even getting faster as the race goes on. Guys just running and just
the bike guys frantically getting back into the pits here. Sorry, we're distracted. We are at the racetrack and there's a lot of action happening. If whatever you're not seeing, there's action everywhere else.
It's quite a bit going on.
There's a lot going on here. But folks, if you are in the area, if you do want to come through, if you like bikes, if you like cars, if you like motorsport, Killarney Raceway is the place to be for the Power Series today, and happening all day today here at Killarney. And we'll be heading over later to go check out the GTI Challenge cars, chatting to the guys. My pick of the day so far is the Alert GTI Challenge class. I'm looking forward to seeing how they're doing there today. Lots of action, lots of competitive action there today.
Always going to be good. And of course, after turn top racing never fails to disappoint you guys. It's absolutely always close racing. They love taking each other's wing mirrors off. So if you want to come and watch that, that's definitely there. But I think my take of the day is definitely going to be the sports cars and GTs.
Yeah.
Rico Barlow, Steve Hopp, Motorsport. I think there's a big sort of a battle happening there, and I think that's going to be brought to the track.
Yeah.
And the guys are going to settle some nice scores.
And we love rivalries in sport. I mean, everybody, I remember when I went to watch a rally for the first time, the people I was going with looked at me in the back seat as a teenager and said, who do you support, Serge or Sarah? And you had to pick one. So it's all about heroes and villains. It's all about those rivalries. And today you can pick who you're going to be supporting. And hopefully they come out on the top step of the podium. I hear us going through the PA here, Dexter, to everybody here at Killarney Raceway. Welcome to the Power Series at Killarney. I hope you guys are having a good day today. The racing is about to start. And in a couple of moments' time, as the street cars make their way out, we're going to hand it back over to the commentator. So as in a few minutes, we're going to hand it back to the guys. But Dexter, any closing words from you as we head into the start of the day?
Well, as the day goes and unfolds, I think the times are going to get faster. I think it's a good day. It's one of the best Power Series that I've seen for this year so far. Lots of numbers, spectators are rolling in, so if you're at home, make your way through. Let's go racing.
Oh yes, the sound of engines, the smell of racing fuel. And these guys, some of them are actually running 102 octane, the higher octane stuff, the good stuff.
Jungle juice.
Oh, the jungle juice. And you know it when you walk in here, you can smell it. The bikes are revving up, the scooters are making, he tried to wheelie now. I think he actually tried to wheelie that scooter. But that's what it's about here at the circuit, folks. As we look over, the guys are still about to make their way out. So there is a small delay at the moment. And while we have that delay,
we can hand over.
So let's hand it over. Well, from my side, Ernest Page and Dexter Bruce over here, we're going to hand it over to the commentary team up in the commentary booth. And we'll be back, though, with plenty interviews about all that is happening in the pit lane here today.
See you guys later.
Until later on, we'll see you guys then. For now, back to the commentary team in the booth.
Start talking.
Done with your own personal private road car, a certain amount of street car track days, and you know your way around Killarney, you know your lines around Killarney International, then you are allowed to bring your own personal street car to the circuit and you can take part in the street car challenge. If it's a success, it will be implemented again and again and again, maybe not at every race event, but every now and then. And hopefully it can grow into something pretty big. As I was led to believe, unless something has changed in the interim, is that it will be on a handicap system. So basically, you will go and qualify, then the slowest driver will stand in the front, the quickest qualifier will stand in the back in one long line, then they'll release a car, and so many seconds later, another one, and so many seconds later, another one, and so forth and so forth. And the whole idea of a handicap system is that theoretically, you're all supposed to cross the line more or less at the same time. If they're going to implement this today, I don't know, but that is what initially was said.
Well, add to that a very cold and green track, add to that first time out nerves for a couple of guys that have never done a main circuit event as such. Completely different environment to be in once you're out there on a race day. So who's going to be the quickest of these guys? Not too sure. The likes of Andre Johnson in the Audi TT RS will definitely be pretty quick and know what he's doing around the circuit. Yusuf Ahmad in the BMW M3, the E46, the A-Team racing car. Barcy Berger out there in a Nissan 350Z, Wheels for You being the sponsor on that one. Zubair Samsudin, it's also a pretty well-known name. The drifter, Lorcan Elwood, Frankie, out there today as well. So Lorcan Elwood's going to be out in the Ford Mustang in the LEA Cranes and ETCS sponsored car.
Yeah, that is the Viking, Lorcan Elwood, in that Mustang. But I'm going to hand over. Initially, they wanted 12 cars for the day. I think they ended up with about, well, pretty close to it. But yeah, we're going to do the opening race, and Byron will take us through the streetcar challenge. Byron, good morning to you.
Well, good morning, Frankie. Good morning, Francois, Tiny, and of course Gary. And it's great to have a full commentary box here today for this streetcar challenge to start off this, of course, start of this race event. And we're going to have a 6-lapper here. Looks like it. Gary, it's going to be a they're all going off the line in their warm-up lap.
Yep.
I was taking a look this morning, Gary.
In fact, it's not a warm-up lap. That one is on the stopwatch. If you have a look downstairs, you can see they're running on the stopwatch, and we've got some youth down there on the starting grid. The ever-young Phil Herald is the man that's waving them away. 73 is just about ready to go. That's Zubair Samsudin. The 33 in there behind that, that's Barcy Berger. The Wheels for You, oh, that's a coupe. Whew, you've got to have big guts to go out there with a coupe around this circuit, and a very, very green circuit. It is the one that's in there behind him is Idris Ahmad, and we're very aware of exactly how quick that man can be around the island. 6 laps, it's going to be Byron.
Well, it's 6 laps. It's a handicap race, Gary. Remember, we had the fine cars at one stage for a number of years were a handicap format. It's been a while since we've had the handicap format. But, well, like we were saying earlier on, Yusuf Ahmad in the BMW E46. There's only 8 of them out there. Andre Johnson, who, of course, raced in Clubman's on the Audi TT. Will be running off. He's on the line at the moment. Here comes that lovely Audi TT in number 7. And then the Bucky will be following them, of course, not part of the race. But I was taking a look earlier on, being a man who's raced a Toyota before. We have Jaco Oosthuizen out there in that lovely 160i RS. It's a beautiful Toyota Conquest, that one. Of course, he started off first. Remember, the slower cars start off first, and now they have the cream rise to the top with the faster cars trying to catch up.
Yeah, this is a format that we have seen on and off through the decades at Killarney International Raceway and at numerous other circuits as well. So Idris Ahmad, the first man to come through with the BMW 323i, the Region Services sponsored car. Jaco Oosthuizen comes through, and already we see a 143 from a standing start for Idris Ahmad. Stuart Jamison doing a 141 off that standing start, so that's pretty decent. Lorcan Elwood, the next one that comes through from a standing start, doing a 138. So obviously their second lap times when they are up on pace is going to be a different story.
I think that BMW of Ahmad just locked up into turn 2, Gary. I just watched him now. He's gotten past the Oosthuizen Conquest. Then we have Jamison in that Renault Clio. In 3rd position at the moment, and then the Mustang will be following up. Lorcan Elwood, who's also a Gymkhana competitor as well, because he's had a few cars that he's run in the Gymkhana series. And then there I see there as well Samsudin in that BMW coming up behind there as well. The BMW 1 Series A-Team Racing. Zubair Samsudin entering that. Like we said, of course, it's going to be 12 cars maximum today, but only 8 making it. There are 2 cars that have had to pull out, the Harper Type 6 of Matthew Campbell, and Tasif Haroun, the M4 BMW, who was here at the Festival of Speed as well.
Well, if you look at the first lap times out there, you can see why Andre Johnson was the last man to come off the line, because Andre Johnson did a 1 minute 30 from a standing start. That's kind of blindingly quick. And if you think of 143, so that's 13 seconds into that. But Idris Ahmad, that's at the front end of the field with the Region Services 328i BMW going now through turn number 1. He's already into the 36s. Jaco is going to be the next man coming through behind that on a 138. Then Stuart Jamison, he's also upping the pace. Lorcan Elwood, as we expected, straight away onto the pace. And as you say, he's been taking part in some of your jamborees, if you want to call it, that you guys have been having, the Witzenberg Motoring Club, but it looks like the numbers there growing as well.
No, we are growing quite nicely as well. There's another event on the 9th of August, Women's Day, and I'm sure Lorcan himself will be there as well. But Yusuf Ahmad, the fastest man out there with a 1:29.519, the fastest lap in the M3 BMW. Still leading the way, though, it is Idris Ahmad, and he leads by 7.1 seconds over Jaco Oosthuizen. Stuart Jamison should be closing the gap. He's 14.4 seconds off in his Renault Clio off of that conquest. Lorcan Aylward 4.5 seconds back of Stuart Jamison. Then Barcy Berger, of course, a man we've known from not only oval track racing but also clubman's racing as well. Good to see that name in there in the 33, and that is the Wheels for You car. And he will, of course, be along with Andre Johnson. Of course, I saw was the fastest lap of the race of the year, 1:25.552. He still sticks himself, looks like it, in 8th at the moment.
Andre Johnson has in fact already gone past as they work their way through the double right-hander out into the back main. And, well, I tell you what, he's pretty much holding. He's worked his way past the 350Z of Barcy Berger. There was a 1:34.6, the last one there for Barcy Berger at the information as they come past us again. Idris Ahmad, the car that's in the lead. And now you see how the whole field closes up on one another. Idris Ahmad leading them out with the BMW 323i.
Well, Stuart Jamison in turn 1, just coming out of turn 1 now, has taken the Renault Clio up into 2nd place. 3rd place is the conquest there of Jaco Oosthuizen, but he's being pressured now by Lorcan Aylward in that Mustang 5-litre V8, and now he's gone up into 3rd position. Aylward into turn 2. He will then run it away now and try and catch up to the Stuart Jamison machine ahead of him. Of course, Stuart Jamison will be only about a half a second ahead of Lorcan Aylward, so he's closing up very rapidly. There's the conquest now in 4th position. And then we'll just take a little bit further back. Yusuf Ahmad having come up in the number 1 car. That is the A-Team Racing BMW M3 in 5th position ahead of Andre Johnson, who's putting in more fastest lap times of 1:24.535 for the Audi TT.
Well, as we said, it's going to be a 6-lapper, 3 to go until the end of this one. Still leading them out down the back main, the Region Services BMW 323i. That's Idris Ahmad. He's done a 34 on the last lap. Stuart Jamison, that's gone past Jaco Oosthuizen. He was all of 7 seconds quicker on the last lap. Here goes Idris Ahmad. He comes through. Now we wait for the balance of the cars to come. 3 to go. I think he'll pretty much fancy his chances with this one because he's putting up some very decent lap times up front is Idris Ahmad.
Oh, just as you said, Gary, he goes onto the inside on the straight, even before the corner, touches the brakes a little bit there. And then what happens is he goes into turn 1 ahead of Stuart Jamison's Renault. Remember, we have a V8 Mustang rear-wheel drive versus the front-wheel drive Renault Clio. And much smaller engine on that Renault Clio 4-cylinder. So, yeah, they go now. And it'll be into the turn 2. They'll then run in. Just looking a little bit further behind them where everybody else is. I see now the conquest is going quite slowly, I have to say, there of Jaco Oosthuizen into turn 2. Ahead now is the Audi TT of Andre Johnson. And then right behind Andre Johnson is that other BMW coming around over there as well. Of course, that's the Yusuf Ahmad BMW. Andre Johnson, a 1:23.393 now, fastest lap of the race so far. He's only a 10th of a second off of the man in front of him, and well, they'll just run onto the back straight now.
Well, I think Idris Ahmad's looking pretty good. Lorcan Aylward has worked his way past Stuart Jamison and Jaco Oosthuizen, but to go further forward than that's not going to be that easy because there's not much difference between the times of Idris Ahmad and Lorcan Aylward, and the difference last time around was 16 seconds. So Lorcan, I don't think he's going to be able to catch up to Idris Ahmad. But if you have a look at some of the other lap times out there, 1:23 by Andre Johnson in that Audi TT RS. He's worked his way up into 7th, and well, he's on the back end now of Yusuf, and they are on the last lap.
Yeah, they are now on the last lap, Gary. So we wait now for Idris Ahmad in the BMW to make his way around the M3 BMW, and the checkered flag will be waved for the man himself to come across the line ahead there of Lorcan Aylward. Will be about 10.9 seconds further back. Here comes the Toyota Conquest of Jaco Oosthuizen across the line. A bit of smoke coming from the exhaust over there as well. I saw a little bit of that this morning as well. There is Barcy Burger now too in the 350Z across the line. They're going to turn one. And where is that M3 BMW? That will come around with Idris Ahmad. The Ahmads have been very much a mainstay around Killarney for a number of years now. We look on the screen. There is the third place Renault Clio of Stuart Jamison, just struggling to keep on hold of the Mustang ahead of him of Lorcan Aylward, and it's 3.4 seconds between the two of them. Meanwhile, the Audi is trying to carve through the field now of Andre Johnson and goes down the back straight as they do now.
Well, he has in fact made it up into second position with the Audi, but yeah, I don't think he's going to go any further forward than that. The gap is just a little bit too big. Going to have to do a massive power run from there up the front main. Well, not far off whatsoever as they come up towards the line, literally on the very last, and there they go through first and second. So Idris Ahmad from Andre Johnson, Lorcan Aylward being able to hold on to that third position, and then Yusuf Ahmad ahead of Stuart Jamison, waiting for Jaco Oosthuizen to come through, but I think ahead of Jaco Oosthuizen probably going to be Barcy Burger by the time they come back to us. Yep, there's the 350Z, the coupe. Says it's a little bit cold out there, so he's got the top up, and he comes through with the 350Z. Barcy Burger moving up from 7th up to 6th position. That drops Jaco to the back end of the pack with Zubir Samsudin coming through ahead of him as well. And there Jaco Oosthuizen comes through. So Byron, a somewhat new and a different format, and something that can grow.
Something new, something fresh. And look at the 350Z of Barcy Burger now as we speak. Really does a rotation there. A lot of smoke coming up, and he'll just kick a bit of grass up and get right back on. And it's like you're saying, Gary, it's good to see a new class at Killarney always, and also for road cars as well, because it brings us back to the days of Group N, standard production car racing, and it introduces a whole lot of people to motorsports, and gives them the opportunity at a good rate as well to partake in motorsport here at Killarney. I hope this class grows, really I do, and it's a good start from all of them, and we'll see hopefully more types of car coming into this form of racing. There goes Barcy Burger now having a little bit of fun as he was over there. Gary was saying it's very brave of him to come in a in the Roadster, in the rag top, floppy top, however we want to call it now. And well, there we go. So good stuff over there. We're going to be moving on now to the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT cars for their first race.
Right, folks, here we go with the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT cars over 10 racing laps. and we'll have a look-see as they roll out onto the track. Hello everybody, Frank Ennis, Mike Side, and welcome to the Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car Power Series, driven by the Western Province Motor Club and by Johnny van Niekerk and his crew of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. A big thanks as well to Interceptor Shoewear, to Pertamina Fastron, and to the Porsche Club for being of the main sponsors of this event, as well as the City of Cape Town, as they sponsor the bridge that connects the two pit complexes to each other. Right, so the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT cars have rolled out onto the circuit, and they will stop here on the grid, and then they will be led off the line by the pace car, but we're waiting for them to first work their way around. They're heading into turn 4 at this point in time, and there they come out of turn 4. It's quite a decent amount of Spitfire Sports and GT cars. Ernest and Dex, if you can hear us, can you please switch your intercom system off? We can hear you up here.
Sorry? Oh, okay.
Right, so as the sports and GT cars roll around, look at that lovely Ligier of Nick Adcock. Oh, quite a decent field here of sports and GT cars as they roll past us. There is Richard de Roos in the Porsche that's just working his way through here. Quite a fair amount of sports and GT cars out on the circuit as they head out of turn number 1. And we're going to go racing pretty soon. Lovely to see Gary Kieswetter back out there as well. And Marcel Angel as well in the GT2R Porsche. That's the Porsche, the first of the two Porsches that's working its way out of turn number 2 behind the safety car. Then in there we've got the Ligier of Nick Adcock. And then Steve Humble in the Opel-powered Mallock out there as well. So we're going to be in for some entertaining stuff. Captain Peter van der Spey is also about in the Nissan-powered Juno SS3 as the field works its way up the Tigerberg Straight, Gary, towards turn number 4, Malmesbury.
Well, I had a chat this morning with Divan Lismore. We were down the bottom here with Dex and Ernest. And he popped up and said, "Hi, you guys always talk so nicely about me. This is me. This is what I look like." Divan Lismore said, "How's it, bud?" But it's a face I've seen before, but I must say I couldn't put name to face at that stage of the fight. So Divan Lismore out there with Nissan 350Z. In fact, there's two 350Zs out there. A Porsche GT3 Cup car in the hands of Marcel Angel, the Ligier JS53 for Gary Kieswetter, the Opel Mallock for Nick Adcock. Steve Humble's out there with the Juno. Then Peter van der Spey and Divan Lismore with the two 350Zs. The pull beam for Francis Carruthers, that's been a long time in the rebuild. The Alf S06 is Eric Sillerman. Richard de Roos in the Porsche. And then coming off the tail end of the field, Henny Bosman in the Class D car. That's the Mazda Lotus 7 Kaya Koshin Khan, which is the judo studio of Henny Bosman.
Right, they've all formed up as they work their way out of turn number 5. Spitfire Furniture, Sports and GTs, over 10 racing laps. The safety car has pulled off into a pit lane, and we are about to go racing. Hello everybody, Wingfield Motors Power Series from Killarney International Raceway is about to go green soon. Under the City of Cape Town Bridge they go. The lights go off and they drop the hammers and away they go. Marcel Angel sitting up there in P1 with Gary Kieswetter right there behind him. Those two Porsches busy working their way out of turn one. In that third position, we've got the Opel-powered Mallock of Stevie Humble. Humble sits there in third, and he's moving up onto the outside of Kieswetter. Then it's the Ligier of Adcock trying to go three abreast into turn number 2. But at this point in time, look at Peter van der Spey. He makes a move up on the inside of Divan Lasmore. Lasmore drops in there behind him as they race through turn 3 out of Interceptor Corner.
Well, we had a spinner on the exit of turn number 2, just out of sight of where Frankie was watching. And, oh, well, it was one of the front 4 that turned themselves around. But the rest of the pack working their way through. Adcock was initially dusted by Gary Kieswetter, but looks like he's going to make up that position without too much difficulty as they work their way down the back main. Marcel Angel in the Porsche GT3 Cup car, the Advanced Packaging Technologies car, leading them out pretty neatly. He comes out of Cape Town Corner, turn 5, and works his way up towards the city of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors Bridge. Well,
it was Steve Humble that turned himself around there on the exit of turn number 2. He's back out there again as the group works its way out of turn number 5, out of Fostron Corner. The leaders are busy heading into turn number 1. Through turn number 1 they go, and it is Marcel Angel that sits out there in P1. Angel out there in P1. There's a bit of a gap before we see Nick Adcock in the Ligier as they work their way towards turn number 2. Then the Porsche of Gary Kieswetter in that third position. Then it is a Van der Spey that is coming through. There was a big lockup going into turn number 1. But behind Peter van der Spey, it looks like it might just be Francis Carruthers. Yes, it's the pull beam. It's Carruthers that sits there just behind van der Spey, followed there by Divan Lasmore as they exit turn 3, Interceptor Corner, and work their way up towards turn 4.
Looking at the lap time so far, Marcel Angel undoubtedly blinding the quick out there. 1 minute 17. 0.088, and wow, that is literally almost 4 seconds quicker than, in fact, it is a full 4 seconds quicker than anybody else. Although Nick Adcock, who was originally dusted by Gary Kieswetter on the pull away, has now got himself up into seconds, put up a purple sector time in sector 1 and in sector 2. So with Marcel Angel dropping it right down now into the 1 minute 14s, Nick Adcock immediately closes the gap up on a 1:12.9. Nick Adcock on the move.
He's the quickest man out there with a 1 minute 12.928 seconds by car number 5. Adcock, and he sits there in that second place as they work their way through turn number 2. Out of turn 2 they come now. It's the Porsche being chased down there by the Ligier. It is Marcel Angel being chased down there by Nick Adcock through the kick. They run down towards turn number 3 into Interceptor Corner. Then it's the Porsche of Gary Kieswetter that heads there into turn 3. Then behind them it's the pull beam of Francis Carruthers. He's got his nose ahead there of Peter van der Spey. And behind Van der Spey it's a 350Z of Divan Lasmore. And a plank catch up now from the back of the field into Interceptor Corner is the Opel-powered Mallock of Stevie Humble.
Well, no wonder Francis Carruthers is moving up so quickly. 1 minute 17.735 in the pull beam, PM14 from Harp Motorsport. So Marcel Angel, no pressure on him at this point, a very green circuit, but he's undoubtedly got the necessary pace out there to work away at the front end of the field, except for one thing. He's got a problem. It's done a 112.8 as opposed to his 114.1, and closing fast Nick Adcock as they work their way out into the Joubert Straight.
Out of turn 1 they come now, working them up the Joubert Straight towards turn number 2. Into turn 2 they come now, and here comes the Ligier. The Ligier's crowding the back end there of the Porsche. Out of turn number 2 they come now. Sector 1 is done. Through the kink they race towards turn 3, Interceptor Corner. And that Ligier's all over the back there of the Porsche of race leader Marcel Angel. Up the Tigerberg Straight they go now. The Porsche has a burst of speed as he works his way into turn number 4. That's that double right-hander. There's only one line through turn 4. Malmesbury down the back man they go. The Porsche drops the hammer. It is Angel that drops the hammer there on the Ligier of Adcock, and Nick has got no answer as they head into turn 5, Pertamina Fostron.
I'm actually quite glad that you were still on the mic, because I was going to say as they come out of turn 4 and here Nick Adcock blows him down the back main. Not at all. Well, let's have a look at the lap times. Has Nick Adcock just slowed it down a bit and dropped in behind Marcel Angel? a 13.6 and a 13.7, so pretty much on the same pace, but we know that he can go a bit quicker. He did a 12.8, so it's 1 second slower, so he's worked his way up to the back end of Marcel Angel. The two of them have broken away from a Gary Kieswetter. Remember, it's Class B for Marcel Angel, it's Class S for Nick Adcock, and it's Class A for Gary Kieswetter. So Gary Kieswetter's main interest right now is the car that's directly behind him, that being Francis Carruthers, but he is 9/10 of a second quicker than what Carruthers is at the moment.
Right, so we'll pick them up again as they work their way around, heading into turn number 4. That's where the two leaders are going. Down the back main, they come. They're going to pick up, that's the 9Z, that's Bosman they're going to pick up. Henny Bosman in the Lotus 7 with the Mazda rotary power plant in as they work their way down into Fastron corner, turn 5. Through Fastron, that's the two leaders and the back marker that just keeps out the way. The Porsche in a P1 of Marcel Angel, the Ligier in second position of Nick Adcock. Across the line they come now, the two of them to start another lap. They put a lap there on the 9-0 of Henny Bosman. Then heading under the center Cape Town Bridge now is the man that sits in third position. That's a Martini Racing Porsche of Gary Kieswetter. Heading into turn number 1 now. And then heading into turn 1, we've got the pull beam of Francis Carruthers. And right in there behind the pull beam is Stevie Humble. And Humble's having a lovely fight into turn 1 with the Juno of Peter van der Spey.
Well, we've been told that, well, yeah, we're slowing down completely as he goes down the back main. The car was starting to trail a bit of smoke, and that's the 19, that's Emil Botha. In the Nissan 350Z, Emil Botha Investment Consulting, as he worked his way through turn 3 up the old KFM straight past the main grandstand. You could see it was trailing a little bit of smoke, and he's now just backed completely off, and looks like he's not going to be able to make the end of this one. The other thing we picked up, and it came up from the radio, Emil Brunt, our radio man, listening into the inside story of what's happening out there, and he said that's been reported that Adcock has got a bit of a misfire. So frankly, that explains the initial 112.8 and now dropping down to a 115 and losing ground to Marcel Angel. Yep, it sounds very bad.
I can hear him come underneath us and into turn number 1, and it is a badly misfiring Ligier of Nick Adcock. And he's going to be caught and gobbled up there by the Porsche of a third place man, Gary Kieswetter, as Gary makes his way out of turn number 1, heading up the Hubert straight towards turn 2. He can see that Ligier there in all the Ligier slowing right down, coming out of turn number 2. That Ligier is in deep trouble, and he's not going to see the checkered flag. He retires the Ligier there on the stock car oval, and that is the end for Nick Adcock in race number 1.
Well, that'll be a bit of a surprise for Marcel Angel, that was watching him arrive in there behind him. Was probably a bit surprised when he didn't go for the passing maneuver, but you'll probably find that having pushed it a little bit to get through to where Marcel was, he already realized there was a problem and decided, okay, hold on a second, let's just try and keep this together until the end of the race, but it's not going to happen. Emil Botha stops in the pit lane in the 350Z Nissan.
Right, so there's huge gaps out there. The leader is already making his way into turn number 1. Coming out of turn 5, you see on your screen there, that's second place man, that's a Martini Racing Porsche of Kieswetter. When he crosses the line, he will be shown in that second position, as Adcock is out of this one, as that Porsche heads there into turn number 1. That's at Martini Racing outfit of Gary Kieswetter. The rest of the field just working their way down into turn number 1 now. But it's a lovely looking motor car as he puts a lap there on the Elf of Eric Salomon, the 23 car there in turn 2, coming out of Hubert straight into turn number 2, heading down into the Interceptor corner. But working their way now out of turn 2, there's another fight for position on track, and these two are heading towards Interceptor corner. It is the pull beam of Francis Carruthers, and right behind him into Interceptor is the Mallock of Steve Humble.
So slowly but surely, Marcel Angel from the front end of the pack ekes out a lead on everybody else, barring the one man that was quick enough to close down on him, being Nick Adcock. And Nick Adcock having parked the car. That's the end of that one. Adcock parked it, but I don't see the car standing there anymore. Yep, here he comes up the pit lane. So Nick Adcock has decided, our international racer, and Frankie, he races all over the world at all the main circuits. It's lovely to have an international flavour here at Killarney International today.
He's raced at the Spa-Francorchamps, he's raced at the Nürburgring, he's raced at Le Mans, he's raced all over the place as Nick Adcock doing endurance-style racing. But we have got 2 laps left to go. And heading into turn 2 is the man that sits there in that second position, and that is Gary Kieswetter. But let's keep an eye on this fight over, and heading into turn number 2 now, the Mallock is ahead of the Pull Beam, and that is Humble that's got his nose ahead there of Carruthers. And then heading into turn 2 now as well is the Juno of our pilot of note, Captain Peter van der Spy, our own Maverick here at Killarney International.
Yep, the man that flies golf jets for fun and does iRacing on a regular basis as well. One of the best iRacers out there. And we'll tell you a bit about the iRacing later on today, because there's been some amazing stuff that has been happening with the iRacing up until now. And the cream of the crop of South African motorsport all out there with that.
Right, so we'll have a look-see now as the laps are beginning to unwind. This is the last lap. The leader's working his way out of turn number 2. Through the kink he goes towards turn 3. Interceptor corner, that is that number 4 Porsche of Marcel Angel. He's your race leader as Angel works his way into turn number 4. The checkered flag will be ready here on the start-finish line as Marcel Angel works his way down the back straight. That's the man that you see on your screens there, way down the road in a class of his own, heading down the Killarney straight towards turn number 5, Fostron corner. And when he exits Fostron, Gary, the checkered flag will be out to greet him.
I think he would have actually liked to have had a run there with the likes of Adcock, but unfortunately, one of those things, it wasn't going to be today. And Marcel Angel will register top points for this one as he comes across the line. Gary Kieswetter, the leading Class A car, and Marcel Angel Class B. Class A for Gary Kieswetter as he works his way out of turn 5, coming up towards us. Here he comes now. That's Gary Kieswetter in the Hot Motorsport car. Well, they're pretty spread out right around the circuit. Kieswetter with a Porsche GT3 Cup car. Next up will probably be Steve Humble or Francis Carruthers. Yep, coming up towards us now. And wow, a lovely drive there. Steve Humble once again. Francis Carruthers coming 3rd then in Class A behind Steve Humble and Gary Kieswetter. Next up, our very own Captain Peter van der Spy.
Van der Spy brings the Juno across the line, that number 6 car. And then coming towards us now, 1 lap down, is Eric Salomon, and then Richard de Roos also finishing his race in the Porsche. He is also 1 lap adrift. So Divan Lasmore is the next man that crosses the line in the Nissan 350Z. And then a lap adrift is the 90 Lotus 7 with the rotary engine in of Mr. Karate himself, Henny Bosman.
So Class A, Gary Kieswetter from Stephen Humble and Francis Carruthers. Class B, Marcel Angel and overall winner of the race. Class C goes to Peter van der Spy from Divan Lasmore and Eric Salomon. Class D goes to Richard de Roos from Henny Bosman. And then the 2 non-finishers, Nick Adcock in the 8-Call 24/7 Rico Barlow Racing this year JS53 Evo 2, and then Emil Buerta in the Nissan 350Z, Emil Buerta Investment Consulting Class D car, which started smoking earlier on as he came out of turn 3 and then rolled right out of the gas as he went down the back main, and he also couldn't finish that one. Next up will be the Thermo Fires Clubman Saloons, their first race of the day. Tuesday night when we went live with the second year talk show, there was already 31 entries at that stage of the fight. Let's see how many cars actually make it out on circuit. Right, I believe our roaming cameramen downstairs are going to come to us live. Ernest, Dex, are you guys there? I can see them walking their way to the car.
Indeed, yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Ernest, down to you.
Awesome. I've got Nick Adcock here with me, and Nick, so you just give my mic.
All right, Ernest,
I
we're ready
apologize.
for you. I see
I've got
Ernest
Nick
just getting his
Adcock here
headset
with me,
sorted out.
and
The nice thing for
I
you folks
normally
at home
like to
is
speak
that,
to you
now you
under
can, listen to us
better
and you can see
circumstances,
Ernest
but
downstairs
unfortunately
as well.
now this
Let's see if
is
we can
one of
pick
those
up the
situations.
feed
Because
from
retired,
Ernest.
you parked on the side of the circuit, the pace was there. What happened?
No, it was a real shame. I was going to have a real lekker dice with Marcel there. And his car picked up a misfire, which got gradually worse. You saw me falling off the back of Marcel. We should be able to do a 10 in this car.
Yeah.
We did a 12. Everything was fine, lining him up, and then at the misfire, I parked it, rebooted the engine, see if that solved the problem. It didn't. So we were going nowhere. I mean,
Yeah.
it's going slower and slower. So we parked it. It's this new engine, which has been a bit of a fickle beast, I must say.
Yeah.
But the lads will go on it now, and we'll get it sorted for race 2.
Exactly, and this is part of the developmental process, isn't it? You got a new setup. The car's fast. It's just not fast over distance, and that's what you guys are trying to figure out.
I mean, I worked really hard to get the tyres at the temperature, so I had a good out lap. There was a real coming together between Steve and Gary there. Fired Steve
I saw
off.
that.
I don't know if he continued.
I'm going to try and chat to Steve, but you know how Steve gets when it's this type of situation.
They were just banging wheels in turn 2.
And sports cars and big cars don't go together well.
It was front, back, front, off.
I saw that happen. So I'm going to gingerly walk over to Steve later on and see what he has to say.
Yeah, they'll all blame each other, of course.
But from your perspective, yeah, you guys are going to work on the car. Hopefully we see you back in race 2. But, the car pace.
No reason why you shouldn't. So they'll do the work now with my foot behind them.
Well, good luck, Nick Adcock. We look forward to seeing you out there again. For now, we're going to go and check out the clubman races. And we'll be right back with the guys in the tower now to walk us through what's about to happen in clubman. Once again, Nick, thanks for the chat.
There we go. Big thanks to Ernest. That's our man down on track. And we were talking over one another at one point there. But we've got new systems in place, and we're working through it. And I must say, IMUSAT, Frankie, bringing us to the next level. And I believe that not are we already the leading main circuit in South Africa in terms of coverage and footage of the racing, but what we've got now with Dexter and Ernest downstairs. In fact, Dex has decided he's going to not do his duty right now. He's going to come upstairs and watch the Thermophiles Clubman Saloons. I don't blame him, because it's going to be a goodie.
Yeah, I want to say big thanks as well to all our photographers out there. I've got some lovely photos this morning sent to me by Aubrey de Bruin of Cloud Number 9 Photography. Beautiful wet Killarney with the sun rising. He took those photos off the City of Cape Town Bridge. He stood there, so big thanks there to Aubrey. And then to Colin Brown, all of the guys out there, Frankie Funky's photos, Patrick for Mark, just to name a few of them. And yeah, there are others out there, that's for sure. And I want to say a big thanks to all our MSA accredited photographers and those that take from the sidelines as well. I know Desmond Butler also takes photos from the sideline, and he also produces some awesome photos from the spectator side of the fence. So I want to say a big thanks, not only just to IMUSAT, but a big thank you to the guys that are out on the circuit taking the photos for us as well. So here we go, race number 1, Thermophiles Clubman's regional saloon cars. And on your screen you see Ian Long standing. He is the head honcho of the Clubman's category.
Yep, nice to have people like Ian Long that get involved and get down on track and not just sit at the table up front and shout the odds and at a meeting and give instructions to people. He likes to be hands-on, but he's, I mean, we didn't call him the name that we refer to him when he's out on the racetrack for no reason whatsoever. And it's nice to have somebody like that involved down here. So Shane Smith is going to be on the front row of the grid. Wow. And the best ever to date so far for Jean Farrell in the Cape Industrial Flooring and FIFA Motorsport Mark 1 Golf. On the second row is Baby Jakes. And then the second of the Cape Industrial Flooring cars in Bruce Meyer.
Yeah, then we've got JP Shea. That's standing out there in P5. Right behind him, we've got Willie Swart. On Willie's outside is the 44 of Trappies Francois van Tonder. Then behind him, you've got Chiara van der Kerk. On Chiara's outside, you've got Null Stander. Barcy Burger is rolling through. He will grid ahead of Van Tonde, and just there behind Meyer. Mansour Parker is a bit further down. Graham van Rooyen is in there just behind Parker. And then on the inside of van Rooyen is Stephen Gous, and right behind him is Paul Minnick. So not a good qualifying session out there for Paul Minnick. And on Paul's outside is the BMW of Cedric Berger.
I see our man from Thermo Fires is down there in 13th position. And it's nice to have Stephen Gous out there, and he's the leading Class D contender. Alongside him, Graham van Rooyen. And then a little bit further down, more of the Class D cars. So leading out in his class, the man himself from Thermo Fires, Stephen. Great to have him out there. And his dad, Willie Gous, 82 years of age, was racing that car up until very recently. It's nice to have Stephen back out on circuit now as well. Uncle Willie downstairs watching the racing and keeping an eye on exactly what's happening. And a lot of the crew from Thermo Fires here as well. Leslie and his lovely lady. And the rest of the guys, welcome to Killarney from Thermo Fires. A big thanks for your sponsorship of the class, the Clubman Saloons for 2022. And a lovely size field that we have out there. I see the back end of the field, Andre van der Merwe, Jan Tischendorf, Lee Fielding, Eugene Gasperi, Ahmad, and Azir Davids. And that's people that did not get a nice clean run in the qualifying. Very damp, very wet. We actually heard from Emil Brunt earlier on. The guys were saying very difficult conditions earlier on this morning. It was pretty cold out there. There was damp sections, there was dry sections, there was one wet section as well. And that really turned the field upside down. So expect quite a bit of passing maneuvers to be happening in the first 2 laps.
Right, as the field works its way out of turn number 3, out of Interceptor Corner, with the safety car just in there ahead of them. It's a lovely size field of Thermo Fires, Clubman's regional saloon cars. Up the Tigerberg Straight they go towards turn 4. Out of turn 4, the field leads. He's led there by the safety car that will bring them into view. There you see them come out of turn number 4. Down the back main they go.
Are we going to have a maiden overall victory race? Race victory by somebody that's never won one of these Clubman's races before. It's quite a turn up at the front end of the field.
It is, but don't forget about that man coming from the back of the field. He had a horrible qualifying. That's Ahmad. There you see that 63 car come down the back. Ahmad is certainly in with a sharp, that is for sure.
Unless somebody like Barcy with the completely rebuilt car gets it through the pack pretty quickly and gets away at the front. But then again, a very good driver in Jean Farrell as well, that's on the front row of the grid. But realistically speaking, I don't think that car's got the pace to hold him out there.
Well, let's have a look-see as they come out there. It is Shane Smith that's put that BMW in pole position. It's a maiden pole for Shane in the Beamer, as they work their way out of turn number 5, out of Fostron Corner towards the City of Cape Town Bridge. Here they come down. The safety car will peel off. The lights on, pit lane is on. It's now in the hands of Shane Smith and Jean Farrell that sits there on his outside. Towards the City of Cape Town Bridge they go. Gary, take them off the line.
Well, I think it's going to be a total mix-up down into turn number 1. Keep an eye on Chiara. She's also as high up as what she's ever been in this pack. I'm sure Bruce Mayer is going to make a move as well. The 166 off the back end of the pack also doing a quick run through there. Massive lock-up. The second car on that inside line. Oh, getting it very, very sideways. And was that Jean Farrell? No, it was Barcy Burger that got it right up into 4th position. We did say Barcy with a new car. Going to be interesting. He's got himself between Bruce Mayer and Jean Farrell. Having a look on that outside line up front, it's Baby Jakes that's trying to go around the outside of Smith. Round turn number 2, Smith holds on to that one. A bit of a pile up further back.
Oh, there's a massive pile up going down into turn number 2. Razik Harris is part of that one. Cedric Berger is part of that. So was Paul Minnick. And there's another BMW that's joining as well. So there's about 4 of them that was involved in that pile-up in turn number 2, and everybody seems to be going, except I think it's Cedric Berger, or it could be Lee Fielding. I'm not sure. It's one of the two that's got a problem out there. It might be Lee Fielding.
Well, having a go earlier on this morning and trying to put up a decent lap time. Minnick didn't work for him. Now he's got a big dent in the right-hand front door and coming off the back of the pack as well. So not a great day so far for him, but a brilliant day for Shane Smith. He's got pole position. He's leading them out still. Can you believe it? We said there's going to be a big turn up as to the dry circuit as opposed to the wet this morning, but it's still Shane Smith that leads him out from Baby Jakes. Then it's Bruce Meyer, then it's Jean Farrell, and then Barcy Berger after that tail end snapper on him in turn number 1 in the first corner of the very first lap, has got himself back into that 5th position already.
Right, so where are the leaders? The leaders are busy making their way out of turn number 1. I see the Volvo come through now, and that's Andre van der Merwe. It's a lovely looking Volvo, but never mind the Volvo. As no, Lee Fielding is still out on circuit, so it definitely was Cedric Berger that had a problem out there. Right, that's now all settled. The leaders are heading into turn number 3. Into Interceptor corner they go now. Out of 3 they come now. Heading up the Tygerberg Straight. It is still Shane Smith sitting out there in P1 with Baby Jakes in that 2nd position. Then it is Bruce Meyer in that 3rd place as they work their way out of turn number 4. Down the back man they go. Behind Bruce Meyer, it is Jean Farrell. They're getting away here from Barcy Berger. JP Shea and Willie Swart is right on his case. Trappist van Toorn is leading another train of cars down the back main. Behind Trappist is Noel Stander. Stander gets absolutely mugged there by Mansour Parker. Here comes the man that I spoke about, Ahmad, working his way up there on the inside of Noel Stander.
I think Ahmad, Frankie, was behind the pile up in turn 2, and that slowed him up. So that's going to create a situation where he couldn't start his charge right from the beginning, and now he's got a hell of a job to do as he works his way past Mansour Parker. Let's go back to the front end of the field. Out of turn number 1 they come, and Smith, that got the whole shot into turn number 1, has held on at the end of lap number 1. He's held on after lap number 2. So unless somebody like Ahmad can make a plan, the closest to him is going to be Bruce Meyer in the Cape Industrial flooring car. Baby Jakes with a BMW right in there behind him. Jean Farrell doing a brilliant job. Barcy Berger got a train of cars coming through behind him and not really been able to hold on to the pace of the front.
Right, they're all working their way now out of turn 3, out of Interceptor corner. Out of Interceptor, up the Tygerberg Straight, those 3 leaders go. But there's a train of them busy working the way out. Look at Ahmad. He's cutting and carving his way through. He's gone past Trappist van Tonder. He's brought Mansour Parker with him as well as they head down the back main. Ahmad is dropping the hammer. His next target will be JP Shea. Down the back main he goes. He's hooked up onto the back end there of JP Shea. There's no answer from JP Shea onto Ahmad Sabima as they work their way out. That is a group of cars you're seeing there on your screen coming out of turn 5 Fostron.
1:24.407, which is already quicker than the fastest that there was on the wet green circuit earlier on this morning. So it is still Smith that leads them out, but now Bruce Meyer is going onto the attack mode. He's trying to go and have a look around on the outside of turn number 1. He cannot do it, and it is going to be that yellow and red BMW up on his way towards turn number 2 now. That's going to still lead them out. 3 laps down already, 5 to go. He started in pole position, and we spoke about, can anybody post here a first ever overall race victory that hasn't been able to do it before, and it's quite possible. But Ahmad's on his way.
Oh, Ahmad is on his way. He's hooked up onto the back end there of Barcy Berger, but we worked our way up the Tygerberg Straight towards turn number 4 because Bruce Meyer in P2 is crowding the back end of the Shane Smith BMW. Out of 4 they come. It is Smith, it is Meyer and Baby Jakes. Down the back main they go towards turn number 5. Fostron corner. Then we've got Jean Farrell. Right behind him is Barcy Berger. And here comes Ahmad. He's going to dissect them both, or try to dissect them both, heading into Fostron corner. And right in there behind him is Mansour Parker. And behind Mansour Parker is JP Shea, Trappist van Tonder. And Trappist is the last car in that train coming out of 5 Fostron.
For Ahmad to go to the front of his class, he's got to go past Barcy Berger. That's exactly what he's done. So now he moves to the front of class does Ahmad ahead there of Barcy Berger and Mansour Parker. He puts in another fastest lap of 1:23.294, which is still way off what can be done on the circuit. But remember, it's a very cold tarmac, it's a very green tarmac. And at this stage of the fight, Smith is still doing it all right. Remember, Bruce Meyer, oh, Baby Jakes gets the tail end wagging as he comes out of 2. And that is the difference between holding on behind Bruce Meyer and getting a slipstream and not getting it. That makes him now a sitting duck as Mansour Parker goes one-on-one with Barcy Berger, recovers that position. Jean Farrell has been passed by both of them. They're side by side coming out of turn 2 up past the main grandstand. And Walt Parker on that inside line is not going to back out of it whatsoever. They side by side as they come through the double right-hander. Baby Jakes has dropped off. He can't get the toe. Ahmad starting to close on that. Barcy Berger ahead there. Parker puts the hammer down and just blasts away at the front.
Right, down the back main they go now, heading towards turn number 5. Into Fostron corner they come now, but the leaders also coming out of turn 5. They're going to all greet each other at the checkered flag at the same time. When they cross the line, there'll be 3 more laps to go. 3 more laps to go. Shane Smith and Bruce Meyer heading them across the line. 3rd place is Baby Jakes. 4th position is Ahmad. There's a big lockup going, and oh, it is Bruce Meyer that turns himself inside out there, Gary, into turn number 1.
Yep, from that very competitive 2nd position, the Cape Industrial flooring car, he was going so well. That now takes the pressure off Smith up front. Jakes has dropped a little bit back. Remember, we said that he got the tail end wagging right there where he is now in the exit area of turn number 2. He's got Ahmad in there behind him. Then it is Mansour Parker. Barcy Berger holds on there. Bruce Meyer now gets back past Barcy Berger. And then it is Jean Farrell, the next one that's in there. And then 4th in class in a 222 car is Swart.
Well, where are our main runners? There they make their way through turn number 4. Into turn 4 they come now, down the back main. It is still Shane Smith that sits out there in P1. Right behind him is Baby Jakes. That's not going to be for long because here comes Ahmad. Ahmad moves up into that 2nd position, heading down into turn number 5, Fostron corner. Can you believe it? From about 20th position, 21st, somewhere around there, Ahmad has now gone up into that 2nd place. Here they come down towards us now. It is Shane Smith that sits out there in P1. Ahmad in that 2nd position, followed there by Baby Jakes. Right behind him is the boxy BMW of Mansour Parker. And Bruce Meyer's going one-on-one here with Barcy Berger into turn number 1. And right behind them is the Jetta 2 of Willie Swart and the Golf 1 of Jean Farrell.
Yep, in there behind that 2nd in class, Farrell leading his class. 2nd in class is Trappis van Tonde. And then JP Shea in behind that, and they're pretty close to one another. JP Shea within about 10 car lengths at the speed that they're going. That gives you 0.2 of a second. But believe you me, to get that difference, to just close it down, is very difficult. Going through turn number 3 right now, it's Ahmad that's doing a brilliant job. He is undoubtedly the fastest man out there. On the last lap, he did a 1:22.243 with 2 laps to go. It could have been a Smith first-time class victory at the front end of the field, but it's not going to be, all things being equal. Ahmad's got the pace from the back of the pack.
Right, heading into turn number 5 now. Fostron corner they go. It is still, there's the 2 cars working their way out of Fostron. And there is going to be 1 more lap to go when they cross that start-finish line. Then there's a lovely fight coming towards us now. Mansour Parker has got his nose ahead there of Baby Jakes, and starting the last lap is Ahmad in P1. Mansour Parker's come up into 2nd place. Mansour and Ahmad, they basically followed each other all the way around. Ahmad is in P1 now with Parker sitting there in that 3rd position. And can he, on the final lap, heading into turn 2, still make the move there on the BMW of Shane Smith?
Well, Mansour Parker was 2.1 seconds quicker than what Smith was, and it is 2.2 of a second, well, 2.5. It's exactly the difference in their last lap time. So it's going to be all systems go right now from Smith, starting in that P1 pole position. Class-wise for Class B, it's Smith from Jacobs, from Meyer, from Swart. Smith was looking good, apart from Ahmad to take the overall victory. But Ahmad has now got a decent gap between himself and Smith. Parker is closing. I don't think Parker's going to make it. Frankie Parker is quick down the back lane, but the gap, I don't think he's going to make it.
Now the checkered flag is ready for them. They're going to work their way out of fast front corner, out of 5 towards a checkered flag. And that second position is sealed for Shane Smith. As the flag comes out, and it will be Ahmad that comes home in P1. Shane Smith will just get to the line in second position, with Mansour Parker crossing the line in third. Then Baby Jake's behind him, and then Bossy Burger gets to the line just ahead there of Bruce Meyer.
Yeah, Willem Swart, the next one that comes through. Now we wait. Oh, Jean Farrell's lost out there to 2 cars. In fact, he'll drop down. It was Francois Fontonde and JP Shares, then Jean Farrell. Next man to come through should be Stephen Gous. I don't see Stephen coming towards us yet.
Coming towards the line now, Lee Fielding, but he's a lap down. And here comes Stephen Gous towards a checkered flag. And then Graham van Rooyen will get to the line just ahead there of Kiara van Niekerk. Well, some great stuff out there. Still a few more cars heading towards the checkered flag. Here comes Paul Minnick. Oh, it was a horror show for Paul. He was involved in that situation in turn 2, and that has cost Paul Minnick dearly at the end of the day.
He's got a Golf 9 right-hand front door. It's something that's never been designed by the factory. In fact, there isn't even a Golf 9, but that door is a Golf 9 version. It's got a specific type of dent on it, which you can only pick up in a multiple car contact situation in turn 2 at Killarney International Raceway. Big thanks to Thermofires for their sponsorship of the class.
Yeah, Noel Stander just limped across the line, and he would have wanted to end up a lot higher than what he did. But Stander finishing. Michael Flynn also finishing his race, and also Jan Tissendorf out there in the Opel Monza. So that was the Thermofires Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars race number 1.
Right, folks, as we said to you, we've got our roving crew downstairs, and Dex is up here with us. Dex actually pulled a bit of a move here. He said, I tell you what, I'm going to make the transition better by going upstairs, but I think he wanted to watch the Clubmans.
Well, I am here with the winner, Marcel. This is becoming a common thing. Every time I see you, you're winning something. And today, you've just won the Sports and GT race in the incredible Porsche over here. What was that experience like? You had Nick harassing you for a little bit.
Yeah, look, I mean, we went out. I put in 1 or 2 stonkers, and then I slowed down, and that was a waste of time. When I slowed down, Nick was all over me like a rash. So I just kept Nick behind me, then all of a sudden he was gone.
Okay.
He must have had a problem of some sort. And then I just kind of knocked it back a little bit.
Yeah, let's just get your signal better. There we go. Please go on.
So I just knocked it back a little bit just to bring it home. And really what we're doing this weekend is we're using this as a test session.
Yeah. So this is a test session for the car, for you guys, for the team. Yes. And what are you guys testing?
So what we did was we've changed the aero in the car.
Yeah, we just got to move out here. We're having some technical issues with the mic. I apologize to the viewers out there. Can we just check that mic for him there? Pass to my producer. Just going to check. I apologize for that, Marcel, and the viewers out there. We're trying some new things out here. Technical issues are ensuing. The gremlins are getting us this morning. But I'm going to keep doing the talking in the meantime. I think the mic is good. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. Happy with the mic? So the car is incredibly fast. You guys dialed it back, but my question was, what are you guys preparing the car for?
Okay, so you know, we're preparing the car for the G&H series.
Mm.
Do you want to compete fully next year?
Yeah.
So what we've done now, the changes we've made in the car is we've changed the aero in the front and the rear aero.
Yeah.
And the handling of the car is completely
changed. It's a different car now. So now we're slowly getting there.
Yeah,
Should work for us.
Well, unfortunately, I'm going to have to relay what you've said now. You guys are testing the area. You guys are working on the car. It's a work in progress. It's a beautiful work in progress. Unfortunately, the mic is cutting out, so I'm going to relay what you just said. And from my side, congratulations on the win. The car's super fast out there. You look like you're having a good time in that car. I'll see you at the next race. Marcel Angel, watch out for him in Sports and GT, the winner in this Porsche GT2. He'll be back later on, and next time we'll get the mic working. So from my side, thanks myself. So we are in the pits over here. We'll sort the mic out in the coming moments and chatting to all the winners and places of this event. At the moment, the Clubman's guys are just coming in, and when they do get back in the pits, myself and Dexter will be chatting to the guys. Right now, the Formula V guys are currently racing, and these are the Formula Libre guys, various different single-seaters out there competing with one another, and some of them are fast, some of them are medium, some of them are a little bit slow, but I tell you what, when you're driving a single seat out there, that is the purest form of motorsport, and that's exactly what these guys are doing. Of course, we've got plenty other racing, but we're going upstairs to the guys in the tower, when they will be taking over as the racing continues here at Killarney, the Power Series. Enjoy.
Thanks, Ernie. Great to have you on board here. I get a turn to take the mic in hand here. Byron, morning, how are you?
Oh, good morning, Francois. I'm very well. How are you doing?
Fantastic, fantastic. And I get thrown right into the deep end. I'm getting Formula Libres, and having a look at the lineup, I see young Andre Lariche has joined the fray. Dad has decided to put him on main circuit. Lovely to have him there. Great little karter. I've obviously been following him since I've been doing karting, and he's really come a long way. So good to have him out there. Byron Mitchell, no surprises there. He'll be out on pole position. James Beaumont's out there. We've got Zane Munson, Nick van der Westhuizen, young Kelly Fletcher, the cat amongst the pigeons, as they say. Or should we say the pigeon amongst the cats? Or the rose amongst the thorns?
It's going to be a very tightly contested Class V. Of course, the gaggle of Formula Vs, the Formula V Lantis and Formula Forzas, the Repsol Lantis in there as well, Zane Munson. It's something to look forward to, and the conditions have going to be, of course, changed since this morning. It was a wet track this morning. The sun has come out. Yes, the wind doesn't come up that much, but the rubber has been laid down. So I think what happens is we're going to have a good challenge between the Formula Vs. They rocketed down to turn 5, and they touch here about over 180 kph. So sorry, I'm just tripping over my words there. It's so quick for these cars, and they'll be coming out fairly shortly. Of course, the Formula Libres will be followed by the Pirelli V8 Masters, and we have a number of classes here today. And of course, the lunch break a little bit later on, and the fan walk will actually be for Formula Libres today.
Great, thanks, Byron. And standing alongside me on my left-hand side is my arch enemy, Mr. Dexter Bruce. Dex and I decided to have a fun little bit towards the end of last year. Dex, with this new format we've got running now, I mean, we are interviewing a couple of guests, some of the drivers, and you guys are also moseying around the track, having a look at what's going down and giving us a bit of feedback. What's the take on the folk down on the floor? What do they think about it?
I think the better we broaden the spectrum, the more people can see, the better it is for everybody, you know. Obviously, Killarney complex is quite big, but if we're able to give the action live, and that's really what we want to do, we want to make sure that we are there wherever the action is and giving you guys the best possible video and audio all the single time. So it's a little bit, obviously, we've got some technical gremlins going through, but we modifying it and we're making it better each and every single race day, and I think it's working so far.
Well, we're standing up here in the commentary box, and it looks a bit like my computer room at the moment, with all the lands and the whatever.
It's spaghetti. It's spaghetti.
Spaghetti all over, but it's fun. We're not quite Eddie Irvine. We are a little bit better, though. You know, I'm saying so. But I think if we chatted about it this morning, I think we can create a new dynamic and bring a better value perspective to the viewer out there. Look, we still want people to come down to the track.
Yes.
But the nice thing about being at the track is, if you've got a little bit of Wi-Fi going,
this is the thing.
You know, you've got your phone in front of you, you can sort of spot what's going down.
I think before, back in the day, there used to be like a little booklet that used to go around. You can see. I think nowadays everything has moved on to technology, and if we're able to do so much from the spaghetti booth over here, you can be on the hill and you can open up your phone and you know what's happening in turn 5. You can see, you can hear. There's times, there's everything. So you're able to see it from every perspective. Follow your famous drivers, follow your family members and your friends wherever they're racing. And who knows where it can go from here. It might even go to in-car footage. where you can see live what's happening on the track. So the future is really amazing. It's obviously the transition from us old boys. I mean, I'm not young anymore. I don't have a grey beard like you, but I'm.
Don't get personal now. It's highlights.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay, cool. So it really is moving, and obviously we are migrating this thing as we're going along. We're modifying it, we're changing it. So it's going to take a little bit of transition and time, but we're getting there. Every single power series, it's gotten better. Right now, we're actually working on the liaison between the interviews and the commentators yourself. We've got that down a little bit better now, so it's really fantastic.
I think the nice thing is, like you say, creating that perspective for the folk out there, whether they be at home or at the circuit. They also get now a little bit of an insider view. Look, if you have a look now, I'm referring to Formula One. Everything's always after the fact, but yeah, it's sort of during the race. You pop down, you pop into a driver. We saw Ernie just now with Nick Adcock getting the lowdown on the car and stuff. It sort of gives the viewer out there an idea of actually what's going down. You get the feel of what's happening on the circuit. And it's great. Byron, jump in here anytime.
No, just taking a look, Francois, just as you're speaking, look at now how everybody's getting to see what's happening in the pit area and the paddock area, the kind of like the backstage before the show starts.
So good.
And you can see all the cars lining up there as well, the various classes, the Formula Vs, the Reynards, of course, as well there that we get to know of DJ Boyson and Byron Mitchell. So it's always good to see, more angles and more areas of motorsport. They're doing it in Formula One nowadays. You get to see actually more. When I was growing up, you got to see qualifying, you got to see the race. You didn't get to see much build-up, what was going on behind in the paddock and the garages. Now you get to see much more of it.
I think the main thing that we must be very aware of, which I sometimes think we are quite oblivious to, is the fact that we're going out internationally. We're on YouTube. We are out there, so we've got to conduct ourselves accordingly. And it also helps maybe the guy in Australia or in Canada, wherever he may be, get perspective of what's actually going down in Killarney. So it is important.
And I think Byron really mentioned a really good topic is the technical aspect. You get to see things you don't ordinarily see. Is the nuts and the bolts of this particular Formula V. It's so beautiful. But I think we're about to go live. You guys can take it away. Let's go racing.
Great on you. Thanks, Dex. Chat to you later.
Zayna Munson coming out there in the Repsol Lantis, one of the men at the sharp end of the Class V section. Donovan Ramsey, Nick van der Westhuizen, Kelly Fletcher, Luan van Heerden and Wynand de Ridder also in the gaggle of cars that come out there. Then you watch out for those 2-litre Reynards that were used, of course, in the Formula VW series many, many years ago. It's great to see them out here. And I was watching the likes of Byron Mitchell and DJ Boyson go down into turn 5 earlier on. Much different conditions now. The track is rubbered in. The sun had come out, so we can get some good racing over here. And I see that that 7-Up liveried machine in the pits in the bottom right-hand corner, just having a bit of a push start over there as well. And that, of course, is, I think that is the Hayden Elwood Class C Formula Ford Swift.
Having a look there, it's nice to see that we've got James Beaumont out there in Class A, in the Libre A. He's in the RDSA car, so it's good to see that we've got a third person that could be running up on the front end of the field.
More is more.
More is more. And I recommend for some fantastic racing. Look, the Formula Libres at one stage were under a lot of pressure to create a field. We've now got 13 cars out there. It makes for spectacular racing, and we've basically only got, 4 classes. The V class, as you see, is growing. I was actually watching a bit of British Formula V the other day at Brands Hatch. Wow. That's all I've got to say is wow. I said, and then the Formula 1600s, where we've got some of the, Andy Rackstraw was out there, and he had a bit of a baptism of fire, because it's the first time I've seen a Formula 1600 go sideways around a corner. That's how eager they are to drive those things. But brilliant, brilliant racing. They were at, I think they were at Snetterton.
Oh, Jared Waberski is doing
Jared
some
Waberski,
good
fantastic.
stuff
I mean,
as well.
He's got 2 podiums, and he's lying third on the British Championship for the time that he's been there. So he's doing excellent stuff. He's out. The matter of fact, he's out tomorrow and today.
You know, the thing is, it's great single-seater racing when you talk about Formula Vs and Formula Fords, and both have such a lovely heritage here in South Africa as well. Formula V was always a very popular formula. Well, yeah, they come out now. They're the ones without the wings, front or rear wings, and then you get the bunch as well. There we go. The difference in tires as well. You have the inline, of course, the semi-slick tires that a lot of them will bring out here as well. Then the full slick you'll see there on the Reynard coming to the front, and of course that will be the DJ Boyson Reynard, the Deco Racing and the Burner Factory.
I remember many years ago having a motorcycle, riding on a road tire, and suddenly someone with a slick tire. I said, I'm going to slip and fall myself broken on these tires. Little did I know that they stick worse than glue. So, yeah, slick tires, once they get a bit of heat in them, they get very, very sticky, and they do aid you. You always wonder about these supercars, how they stick around the corner now on pure slicks. And tire technology has gone a long way, absolute long way.
It's going to be a 10-lap race, and we'll get ready into position now. Byron Mitchell, pole position. Alongside him, it will be DJ Boyson. That's the front row. Then third position, it is Beaumont, James Beaumont in his Reynard. And then we have the likes of Hayden Elwood, who's the only man in Class C in that Formula Ford of his. We wait now for the boards to come out. The 1-minute board is being shown. And when that 5-second board is raised, our man there standing at the front of a very angry field will run out of the way, and the lights will then let them go. So what happens is now the concentration, all about clutch control. Lights will go out now, and what a lot of wheel spin there for Byron Mitchell, as now on the straight it's going to be DJ Boyson that will be side by side, but it's going to be the whole shot there by Byron Mitchell, who gets into turn 1, and then we have the likes of James Beaumont holding off Hayden Elwood as they come through turn 1 onto the Joubert straight. So a good clean start from all 13 of our entrants.
Lovely stuff there, and keeping an eye there on Beaumont and Elwood. They're already the gloves off early. Look at the V, and going up on the inside there with a beautiful move is Zane Munson. He's in that orange Repsol coloured V, and he pulls in there, and he's got it. It looks like he's lying second in the V pack as they make their way down into the Interceptor corner. The leaders already putting the hammers down. So the likes there of Byron Mitchell starting to have. Are we going to see a Byron Mitchell circus again today? We'll have to wait and see. I say that in a very nice manner.
He needs somebody to play with. That is my my thoughts over here, Francois. He's having too much fun on his own out there.
Yeah, he needs possibly, and I'm no pressure on DJ Boyson, but if DJ can step it up to the plate and start playing with Byron Mitchell, I think we're going to be in for some very exciting times. Look, we know these old Formula VWs posted some of the quickest times ever at Killarney. I remember the times we were talking about Buberski, that's with Garth Buberski, Malcolm Cochrane, the likes they went around here. They used to fly around the circuit.
I'm very sad, Francois, not to see the Mygales here. The two Mygales that were, of course, Kutsier was now fighting so nicely with Dolenchek the last time. Not here today, of course. So we won't have any wheel-to-wheel battles there. We're going to have to focus on the Formula V battle. Going across the lines, Reino Pence that leads from Zane Amundsen at the moment. And then we have Andre Lariche doing a very fine job over there ahead of Donovan Ramsey.
Well, Andre Lariche sitting right up there behind Zane Amundsen. Now, Andre Lariche is a very well-equipped driver. His first time out on the main circuit, a very astute karter. He knows the lines. He'll use those same lines coming onto the main circuit. Gets a little bit of a twitch underfoot there, but look at him. He pulls on a switch. Now, listen, that in racing is not an easy maneuver, but it comes out of karting. That's why I say these karters are quite subliminal when they do that. A lovely move coming out of Andre Lariche there. He's moved up. He's sitting right up there behind Amundsen, and he's going to start pressurizing. Well, actually, I think he'll be up behind Pence, if I'm not mistaken. He's going to start putting pressure. So Andre Lariche, not a baptism of fire, more sort of just a breather with a fire extinguisher.
Let me tell you one thing, some cloud cover coming over now. Of course, remember those qualifying clouds they would always talk about in Formula 1. The air temperature would drop and the power will be great as they go down the back straight now. Andre Lariche putting a move there on Reino Pence into Cape Town corner, or Per Tamina Fastron, the correct one as I say it now. And they'll make their way through there as Amundsen is the man in third position at the moment. But for how long? He's going to be hounding Pence as they come around here. And watch out behind them as well. I think there was Donovan Ramsey that was just being passed over as well. He is side by side with Elroy Weiss at this time.
Right, so Byron Mitchell scooting out front there on a 1 minute 11.5. So the early pace being set there by Mitchell. DJ Boyson down on 4 seconds on a 1:15. James Beaumont a 1:22. Hayden Albert a 1:26. Then the rest of the field hovering around between the 1:27 and 1:29. So that gives you an idea of how close the Formula V group is. I have to say, Andre Lariche is really stepping up the pace. Good dice going there into turn number 2 there. Reino Pence, Zane Amundsen having a lovely little battle up behind him. Elroy Weiss, Kelly Fletcher, she needs to just find her feet, so to speak. stuck up behind Elroy Weiss. Elroy's not going to let her through. She's going to have to work her way through. And a little bit further back, Donovan Ramsey sitting in part of that group.
One thing about Kelly Fletcher, Francois, she likes to get the feel in the first part of the race. And then in that second part of the race, that's when she starts making her prime moves. And that's what I'm very impressed by when I see Kelly Fletcher. Here now comes Andre Lariche in that black Formula V. Then behind him as well with the down-pointing nose cone there of Reino Pence. Zaina Munson will hang in there as well in third position. But Reino Pence... Sorry, not Reina Pence, rather Zaina Munson is going to be under immense pressure now from Elroy Weiss. There, of course, was 1.1 seconds ahead of Kelly Fletcher in that 9th position. Just going to the front quickly as here as well, it's Byron Mitchell that leads by 1.4 seconds over DJ Boyson with, well, just over 20 seconds further back is Beaumont, of course, James Beaumont in his Reynard, 11.6 seconds ahead of our Class C man, Hayden Elwood.
Watching coming out of turn 5. Donovan Ramsey had a look at Kelly Fletcher up on the inside, and she stuck it to him around the outside of turn 5. Let me tell you, coming out of turn 5, there we go in turn 2. She's showing you that she's got what it takes. But coming out of turn 5, that corner tends to want to spit you out. And she hung in there and she brought it back in. A brilliant maneuver by the lady. I'm not favouring her by any manner of means. It's just nice to have a lady racing there. But she has grown in leaps and bounds. I think it's her 3rd season in the car. She's doing fantastically well. She's also been given new tyres, so she now knows what new tyres feel like. Now she knows what to do with the tyres that she's got, and she's having a fantastic race. Remember, not all these competitors have the affluence to go and get new tyres in every race, so they go 2 or 3 meetings on a set of tyres. But also, they will tell you that a used set is sometimes better than a new set.
Yeah, it's run in, and of course a lot of the top rubber has been, of course, scrubbed off as they go down the back straight now. It is still Lariche that leads from Reino Pence in that Class V. Just going back to the front, a 1:12.291 for Byron Mitchell. He's 2.7 seconds ahead of DJ Boyson. And DJ Boyson putting 1:13.636 as his last lap time in. I see now that it is Zaina Munson that is all over the back there of Reino Pence. They're going to be side by side down the straight, and then he'll get the inside line, will be Zaina Munson, and will take what will be 2nd place back in this particular race.
I think if Zayn pulls up behind Andre Lariche, I think we're going to have a good little battle here, because Zayn is a little bit quicker now than Reino Pence, so he's pulling up. He's going in search of Andre Lariche. Now, Andre is a very tenacious driver. He's going to fight. I know he's going to fight out there. He's not going to let Zayn get past him. Zayn's car looks a little bit notably quicker. The time just ever a little slightly quicker than Andre Lariche at the moment. But I think there's going to be a little bit of a tenacious battle that will emanate from that, of him getting a bit closer. Kelly Fletcher is getting away there now from Donovan Ramsey. So she's going in search of Elroy Weiss. And we've still got 5 laps to go, so it's anyone's race.
Oh, it's amazing. It's actually usually we used to do 8-lap races with the Formula Vs. Now, sorry, for the Formula Libras. Now we have 10-lap races. So just that extra 2 laps can make all the difference. Yeah, now down the straight as we go. And there's Byron Mitchell, who's pulling to the side of the circuit in the kink. He is out of the race.
Well. Some technical issue obviously to his device. Yeah, so he's obviously got a problem there.
Very rare.
Radio Man Tiny says we're losing base. Oh, and have a look there. James Beaumont pulling a little bit of avoidance there going into turn 2. He spurted. He came up too quickly behind the car and had to take serious avoidance. But Beaumont's still out there. He's in 3rd place. He's 33 seconds behind DJ Boyson. So your leader now will be DJ Boyson.
Well, just taking a look now, Francois, into turn 1. It's Zaina Munson in the Repsol Lantis on the inside, and on the outside it is Reino Pence. But remember, who's coming up behind them over there? It's Elroy Weiss, and the more they keep each other occupied, the closer Elroy Weiss is going to get. We could have ourselves a 3-way battle for that position. Of course, remember, and as I say, Andre Lariche loses the back end in turn 2 and is in the grass, out of the lead of the Class V section, and there's a fire coming out as well there.
Getting a bit of a flame out there. The marshal's going to have to make quick. It's obviously just overfueling for some reason, but he's trying to start the car and it's overfueling, so that's why you're getting the flame pouring out the back.
Now there we go. So it's unfortunate there, and his race, I would believe, has been run, as you'll need to park that car. And, well, no, he's going nowhere, unfortunately, Francois. It was such a good, confident race from Andre Lariche, but what happens is, I wonder if it may be an engine problem, if there may be some oil got onto the rear tires and he actually lost the back end and went onto the grass. I speak under correction, of course.
Well, you see the there in screen, the flames pouring out. There's just too much fuel. Oh, he's got the motor going. Oh, wow. Hello. I just spoke about the tenacity of the young man, and he let the petrol pour and got it started. Even the marshals thought the thing was on fire. They were on their way, and he sort of waved them down and said, no, it's fine. It's happening. It's all happening.
It's good news that for Andre Lariche. Unfortunately, he's lost so much ground. He's not a lap down, thankfully, but there we go. So he will get back up and running over there, and I'm sure he will be back fighting it out in race 2. But meanwhile, it's now DJ Boyson that leads, having inherited not only the overall lead, but the Class S lead as well, when the very rare DNF for Byron Mitchell. And, well,
you just seen there, Alroy Weiss has got past Amundsen. So Alroy Weiss has been waiting his turn. He's moved up. So Alroy will now go up into 3rd place, respectively, or 4th place. 3rd? Yeah, no, 4th. He's definitely in 4th. Sorry, my mistake. I'm just having a look at the leaders in the different classes. He'll be up in 4th place, and he's done very well, because he was down in 7th at one stage. So he's climbed the ladder.
Yeah, they come out of turn 4 now onto the straight, and he's going onto the defensive line, or off the racing line there briefly was Alroy Weiss, but he knows what's coming over here, because it's going to be the Lantis pulling up alongside him. And look there, we could have 2 cars going past Alroy Weiss into turn 5 per Tamina Fastron. Let's see who pokes the nose ahead. It is Zane Amundsen that leads the way now in that particular class, in Class V. Alroy Weiss in 2nd, and then Reino Pence will be in 3rd. Here comes Kelly Fletcher. She's also in the background over there. The more they keep each other occupied, the closer she can get, but she's running out of laps, because they'll cross the line now. They'll have 2 more racing laps left to go, and of course, when DJ Boyson crosses the line, he will have only 1 more to go.
Yeah, there's a fantastic scrap there between Amundsen, Weiss, and Pence. They're having a good tussle of it, coming out of turn number 1, making their way up the Uber straight up towards Quarry Corner. Here in picture, you see them come up towards us. Amundsen holds the line there. He pops in. Weiss has a look to try and go wide and then cut back on him. It doesn't happen. Rainer Pence hanging in. There's Kelly Fletcher in picture. So Kelly is going to come in. She's trying to reel them in. She's got a lap and a half to go, and she's going to give it all. There she comes to the kink as they now belt their way down into the turn. Take a right-hand turn, work their way up that Tigerberg straight away up towards Malmesbury Sweep. It's a double apex right-hander. You sort of go wide and then cut back in, so it doesn't force you too wide out to the curbstone. Here they come in the 2nd apex, and you see them run up on towards the curbstone. Not using the whole circuit to their benefit, but I'm sure that they are flying. And this is actually an epic little battle in the V section.
Watch them as they come around now. There'll be 1 more lap left to go as they come into Pertamina Fastron, turn 5. Nose to tail. 3 of them all together. Any of those 3 can still win the Class V section, as DJ Boyson has just crossed the line, and he just has this 1 more lap left to go. He's got now ahead of him there a car about to be lapped. Of course, that was the former leader of the Class V section. That was Andre Lariche, who seems to be going quite nicely back around the circuit. So thankfully, no additional problems over there. But, of course, Hayden Elwood, we haven't spoken much about him today, as he is still in Class C, the only man in Class C, and I think one of those 3 as well in Class V, just locked up going into turn 1. But they're coming to turn 2 now, and time is running out here for Alroy Weiss to try and make a way past that Formula V Lantis of Zane Amundsen.
Zane Amundsen has got just something in that car, just makes it a little bit quicker. I don't know if it's he's exiting the corners that's helping him. Because at some stage you actually get Alroy sitting right up there with him. They have left Reino Pence a little bit behind them. Having a look there, Kelly Fletcher's getting a little bit quick. She's trying to catch up there. There they come into the 2nd part of the Malmesbury Sweep. There's Kelly Fletcher up behind them, and I think the flag is gone.
DJ Boyson takes the victory, and we just now wait, of course, for the likes of James Beaumont to come through. But here is the Formula V's now coming into Pertamina Fastron, turn 5, and I think if he's got it through here, Zane Amundsen will have this sewed up, but I won't speak too soon because Alroy Weiss is hanging in there as well. Alroy Weiss, as he comes in the Dolphin Engineering Formula Forza, comes to the line now. He's in the slipstream. He'll go side by side, and it's going to be Alroy Weiss that takes it by a hair. I want to see actually what the, there we go. 2,000th of a second, 2,000, yeah, there we go.
I think that was a spectacular race, to say the least, in terms of that Formula V section.
26,000th, there we go.
Yeah, and Alroy Weiss, You manage it to the line, you know. Don't give up until the fat lady sings, Barry. You know the drill.
Yeah, no, that's why I thought, you know, when they came through turn 5, I didn't want to speak too soon. It looks usually when you go through turn 5 ahead, you've got it sewn up, but just that straight. And let me tell you one thing: he got into the slipstream, he went out, and then he just took it on the line over there.
Just to show to the viewers at home and those that on the side of the circuit, slipstream in an open wheeler, you don't even think it exists, but it does. It does. As you're just close enough, I think it's within about 2.5 meters, then you get the gain of that slipstream. You actually get sucked into the car in front of you, and that's when you pull out and go away.
Well, there's this replay again, of course, of Andre Lariche, and well, that was a continuous flame. I thought it was the refinery behind us over here, the way it was looking, and you know, it went on for quite a while. I eventually thought that it may have been an engine malady, but Francois was talking about overfueling, and well, luckily he got it going again.
Yeah, that car actually comes out with a packet of divorce, so you can have a trackside bribe in the flames.
I thought the marshals would go there with their hands and just like keep a little bit warm over there.
Nice and warm. Okay, so we're going to go down to Ernest Page, and he will be having a trackside interview.
So I'm standing here with a not so new Golf Mark 1. Paul Manik, what happened here? And I mean, I couldn't have made a better circle, even if I tried in that door.
Okay, guys, I had a good start, and then into corner 2, I had 3 BMWs actually go through me, and obviously knocked the wheel, and then I was stuck in the mud, but then I got out, and then I could still race again. So, well, but it was a hard knocker.
So this was in the Clubman's race, a very hard knock, as you says.
Round 1. Yeah.
Round 1. How many laps in?
8. Huh?
How many laps? Which lap did this happen
Round
on?
1.
Oh, lap number 1, first lap.
Yeah.
But from what I can tell, the damage isn't so bad. The roll bar behind that section over there. Right. Can I open this door and just show everybody?
Yeah, it's still
so
good.
Everything is in perfect condition other than the door. Yeah. So hopefully it's just the door that needs to be replaced. A little bit of body work at the bottom there.
And I had the BMW's toe hook actually almost like...
So we've got the BMW's tow hook over there going in there.
Yeah.
But you're safe. The car's good. Are you going to do round number 2? Okay. Yeah. So Manik will be back for the second round of today's Clubman. So check it out. This car a little bit worse for wear, but still just as fast. Watch out for Paul Manik in race number 2 later on.
And 3 BMWs on driving after that. 3 BMs off the road.
So the 1 Golf still slightly damaged, 3 BMs out of the race.
One time.
Golf power. Thank you. Back to the commentators upstairs. Stay tuned for the racing, guys. It's going to get hot up in here.
Right, we are back live again from the commentary box, and it is time for the Pirelli V8 Masters to roll out onto the circuit for their opening race of the day. A big thanks to Pirelli, and a big thanks to all our sponsors that are involved. Whoa, and into the wall! Can you believe it? What happened coming out of the pit, smashing that 55 car into the wall? That is probably just a cold tires. That's Stuart Spooner. That is Stuart Spooner. He'll not be a happy chappy at all. I watched the car come out of the pit area and just lost the end and just smashed it up into the wall here, right in front of us at the start-finish line. Wow, Francois, what a way to get this one underway.
Yeah, it reminds me of that pay bar challenge we had with the GTI, the Polo that went down the back and slammed into the wall. Racing, it's a funny sport, eh?
That's crazy what just happened over here. Driver's out the car. Stuart Spooner is fine, that I can tell you, but sure. that was a bit weird.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a surprise. He came out of the pit lane with a wet, through a puddle with a wet tire, and obviously put the foot down to go, and the one tire bit and the other one didn't, pulled him sideways, and he slammed into the wall. Not a nice way to start your day, I'm afraid, but these things do happen. Hopefully he's okay. They'll have to try and tow that car out the way now before the race gets started. There is a pace car, so the pace car will guide them around. They're going to have to clean up the circuit a little bit.
Well, I was looking out the window, but here's a replay. There you see the blue 55 car come out the pits, and it just veers off to the right and slams into the wall there by the flag podium stand. So, yeah, crazy stuff. But Francois, he didn't seem to stomp on the gas. He just drove gingerly out of pit lane, and
I think
something might have broken. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
He might have had a wet tyre. It almost looked like he had more drive on the left than he had on the right. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe the tyres slipped a bit and then pushed him to the side. He was moving in that direction when he put the power down. So yeah, I don't want to say a rookie mistake. I think it'll be a little bit unfortunate to say it's a rookie mistake.
Well, on your screen you can see Stuart Spooner standing there, so he's out the car. He's 100% okay. But yeah, a bit of a mashed up front end 55 Ford Mustang, that's for sure.
What happens tonight after the race? That penalty that he has to pay to the rest of the drivers for making that rookie mistake.
Yeah, jeez.
Yeah, that's just one of those things. And they're pulling the car to pieces. There's going to be a lot of fiberglass rebuild after this. I don't know if they'll have some spare stuff in the garage that get him going again. I don't know what kind of damage has been done to that car. You can see that air duct where the radiator lies in the front of the car. That might have got bent. The radiator might be damaged. I don't know. But yeah, they're going to have to tow that car back into the pit lane. Once it's out of the way, we can get the race restarted. So it's all fun and games down at Killarney here today. All these weird and wonderful things happening. And that is the nature of the beast, which is called motorsport. There, once again, on the replay, there you see him he puts down the hammer, and the car just slides around and bang into the wall. I think that caught him unawares, unfortunately.
Yeah, he got a hell of a fright. He didn't expect that to happen. Yeah, once again, Spooner coming out of pit lane, and then all of a sudden, boom, into the wall he goes. The car just veers off to its right-hand side, and he sticks that 55 Ford Mustang right up into the wall here on the home straight. So, that car's now been towed out the way. Big thanks to the Goodwood Body and Spray Works tow truck that's been operating for decades. That tow truck of Goodwood Body and Spray, that tow truck gets used at the KPL drivers as well, and it got used way, and I mean way back in the day when KPL drivers still raced at the Goodwood Showgrounds. That Ford tow truck has been around. So it's a pretty small field of V8 Masters that we've got out here. Carl Nell, Mark Ridgway, Jason Ibertson, Menno Parsons.
Frankie, if I can just jump in there quickly, a very notable addition to the field, though, is Mr. Isak Spies.
Oh, okay.
He's in the V8 Silver class. He's at the back of the field.
That'll be interesting stuff. Roy Campos coming through as well. Then Gary Thompson, Sean Moore, and then the 7-0 of Isak Spies, the man that owns the oval track in Vereniging. Isak Spies, and very much involved with his brother Johan down at Zone 7 as well.
Yeah, they're busy building an oval there, a gravel oval, which will hopefully bring gravel oval back to the Western Cape. So it'll be nice to see after the demise of the Tygerberg Raceway. So hopefully that'll happen pretty shortly. And well, we're having a little bit of a change up here. Frankie decided he's having a quick biological break, and joining me Mark's side will be Gary Fleming. Gary, a small field, but always exciting in the V8s.
A biological break?
Well, it's called laziness.
Oh, so that's a technical term for slouch.
Yeah, it's biological.
Okay, there we go.
You know, everyone's got a biological clock. This is not how it ticks.
So, well, Frankie has a biological slouch. Well, folks, those of you that have joined us, welcome. This is the third race of the day, and it's Pirelli V8 Masters, and I must say it's nice to have Pirelli on board for this one. A slightly smaller field, which was somewhat decimated with one of the cars coming out and just sticking it nose first into the wall. And, well, the track's dried out pretty nicely. It was very, very cold this morning, totally green, and we've got a bit of rubber that's going down. So the temperature's going up, a bit of rubber getting out there on the circuit, so getting quicker and quicker lap times. But we saw that the lap times was in the qualifying this morning for the clubmans were according to the GTI Challenge guys, around about 4 seconds a lap down. And we saw that because I think the fastest qualifier was like a 1:26 as opposed to where you can do 22s. So you'll see during the course of the day, the lap time is going to get quicker and quicker.
I see there's another omission here in the V8 Masters. The man that was the pole sitter for this race, Barry Ingle, who's not out there, which means Cole Nell moves up. So Barry Ingle not out there. The reason being, I don't know. Maybe our good friend Mr. Dexter Bruce or Ernie Page can go find out for us later. Can also go find out what the hell Stuart Spooner happened to him. But nonetheless, off they go off the line. Pace cars down into turn number 1. They now are getting some heat in the tyres, lighting up the back. Nice to have the likes there of Roy Campos from Joburg, Isak Spies all the way up from the Midval. And yeah, it's a good mix. And it's nice to see that Cape Town Racing is actually drawing the foreigners to Cape Town.
Well, yeah, no doubt about it. And yeah, we've got a good couple of guys that fly around the country and come and do regular racing down here at Killarney International Raceway. And also nice that iRacing South Africa is also growing phenomenally. And if you look at the MSA backed series for 2022, if you look at the name list that comes up there, it's the best races in main circuit racing in South Africa over the last decade and more. That are the top names in that series. We'll give you a bit more information about that later on. It originally actually started with West Province Sports and GT guys, and with 8Call 24/7, Dr. Mike Verrier got going, and him and Jan Engelbrecht and Peter van der Spey and Sandra Bakari and guys like that actually started it off, and then it's just evolved from there. But back to what we're doing down here. Already V8 Masters race number 1 for the day. Front row of the grid, Cole Nell and Mark Ridgway.
Another notable omission here is Sean Moore, and yeah, plenty of others. We don't have Fabio Tafani here today. Sean down there in the gold. Oh, Sean's down. Yeah, he's way down the field. Sorry, I didn't see him there. Well, my mistake.
I don't think it's in his normal colours. That's why you didn't notice him, because we're accustomed to the guys running in the same
he is in his normal colours. I didn't see him down at the back of the field. He's in the green car. The Ziegler Logistics machine. He is there. There he sits. You saw him now in picture. So yeah, no, Sean's there. He's a gold class car.
That's what you call a automated commentator curse. That's when you don't say it, but you point to the screen and then the shot changes. That's an automated commentator's curse. That's our word for the day. Automated commentator's curse. Point to the screen and the picture goes away.
Gary, you're making me feel bad here today. But nonetheless, yeah, they come out at turn number 5. Pertamina, far strong corner. On the outside there is Cole Nell. He'll be leading out. Up alongside him is Mark Ridgway. They come up, they cross the line, the lights go out, and bang, the metal hits the floor, and they make their way down towards turn number 1. Up on the inside is Nell. They're working all pretty sort of line astern stuff. Up on the outside there's Menno Parsons. He's trying to get his way through there. Getting an inside line, but I tell you what, Carnell dropping the hammer hard and getting it down into quarry.
Well, he's the only man that's made a bit of a break for himself. Everybody else almost 2 by 2 as they work their way down into turn number 2. A fair amount of action on the exit of turn 2 so far today. I think because of the oval track racing, there's normally more rubber there than what there is anywhere else. And with the rain, the biggest difference on any of the corners was probably that one. Slight lock up there. I think it was Iverson as they went into interceptor corner.
There was Menno Parsons sitting up behind Roy Campos, but now they make their way through. Malmesbury sweep, double right-hander. Bryfire's going and they work their way down. Cole Nell on the gas, up behind him there, Mark Ridgway getting the hammer down. Then it's Jason Ibbotson, and sitting right up behind him is Roy Campos. Campos trying to draft Ibbotson. Ibbotson goes defensive, stays up on the inside. Campos trying to go up around the outside. He goes high and wide and gets a good bit of drive there. He's ahead of Ibbotson. If he can, possibly he'll come out in 3rd position, and he does so. The Campos transport car moves up to P3.
Wow, he's looking very good. Started in 5th position, did Rui Campos, and he's done a brilliant job there to work his way up past Jason Ibbotson. Remember, Jason Ibbotson was silver class. He's now up into the gold class. I think it's been a long time coming that he gets up into the gold class. Sean Moore in there behind him. Sean Moore coming off the tail end of the field with a 23 car up into 5th.
Oh, keep an eye there, Mark Ridgway. He's starting to pester Cole Nell at the front end there, and not too far behind him, Roy Campos getting on the gas now, pulling away from Ibbotson. Up behind Jason Ibbotson is that man, Sean Moore, one of the quickest in the V8 class. He wants to work his way through. He sits in P5. They're in Inceptor corner. They in the gearbox, get the hammer down and make their way up towards Tygerberg, straight up towards Malmesbury Sweep, the double right-hander. You come through there, you feather the throttle, you lying in about third, fourth gear and work your way through. Then you get the hammer down and you go down towards Pertamina, fast strong corner. And I tell you what, all 500 horses gallop at exactly the same time.
Sean Moore starting to move his way up now. He was at the back end of the gold class. Well, he was right at the bottom end of the field as a whole. Even some of the silver class cars. Whoa, massive lock up there. I think that could have been Isak Spies or Gary Thompson. One of the two. I think it was Isak Spies, yeah, the silver one. So he's starting to move up. So Carl Nell doing a brilliant job. He's still holding sway at the front end of the field. He's just done, well, he had done the fastest lap time, but enters Sean Moore 1:16.1 as opposed to a 1:17.0, a second quicker and not that far off. He might be in the front within 2.5 laps from now.
You've got to remember Sean Moore, ex-SA Supercar champion, so he knows how to drive and he's a very astute driver at that. Up ahead of him, Roy Campos. Campos won't want to give it up. Mark Ridgway now starting to pester Carl Nell. He has a look up on the inside to the King. Nell sways across his bow and says to him, "No, I'm going to keep you honest just for a couple of seconds." And through Interceptor corner, make their way up the Tygerberg straight up towards Malmesbury Sweep. You'll come in there, you'll just sort of lift off the throttle and then you bang it through the double apex and you work your way down. There you see on screen coming down the back straight there, Carl Nell leading out, Mark Ridgway, Roy Campos, Sean Moore and Jason Ebertson, line astern, all high speed, and Moore has a look up on the inside of Campos going down. Is he going to make it stick? Campos won't stand in his way, and Moore moves up to third, and Ridgway sits right up behind Nell.
Remember, the previous passing maneuver by Sean Moore was around the outside of the turn 5 Cape Town corner, but the pressure's on for Mark Ridgway because he's got the two frequent flyers coming in there behind him in the form of Rui Campos and Sean Moore. He then, in response to that, has a look up on the inside line on Nell. Well, he had to turn it in very tight. If Nell can hold, he will be on the inside where he needs to be. Nell had to back out of the gas. The line wasn't right. He slowed off as he came out of the corner. So Carl Nell drops down to second. He's very late on the brakes, and that, as a response to Sean Moore, Rui Campos goes flying into turn 2, and now the pressure taken away from Mark Ridgway, and as he now heads them out, he's now got Carl Nell. There's a bit of a buffer between the two quickest cars out there, being Sean Moore and Rui Campos.
Roy Campos thought the gap was going to open. The Red Sea didn't part, and he had to slam onto the anchors. He might be galloping a bit now with a flat spot on that tyre, but they're up into Malmesbury. They work out of their way out of Malmesbury, get down to the bottom. Ridgway takes the lead. Here comes Sean Moore. He's going to draft Carl Nell. He's going to try and get close. He loves turn 5. He gets close. Carl Nell goes defensive up on the inside. Moore goes and has a look around the outside. Campos sees a door open. Can he stick his nose in? No, he doesn't. He affords Moore a bit of operating space now as they come out of turn 5. Oh, it's close. And who's gone off? It's Ridgway. Ridgway goes into the tyres. Oh, my word, Mark Ridgway, what did you do? And Moore's through, and Campos sees a gap there past Carl Nell. So Carl Nell on the outside. They're pretty close. Carl Nell right up on the back end there of Sean Moore. Gary, too exciting for my nerves.
Well, Jason Ebertson decides that it was a four-way battle. One has disappeared, so all I can do now is I can then recover that front group of 4, make it back into, hammer into the back of Mark Ridgway, and spins it twice around. Luckily gets missed by Ibertson. Well, we did say we have lots of action here today, but everything you wished for, hoped for, and some more. The front end opens up. It's now all about Sean Moore that's worked his way from almost the back end of the pack. He was row 3 out of the 4 rows of the 8 of the 9 that is out there, having lost one car before the race got started. Moore hits the front.
Well, I tell you something, Carl Nell is stuck in a very, very dangerous position up on the inside of turn number 2. He's actually balanced on the curb. He won't be able, he won't get any traction on his back tyres.
He's well balanced. There's no weight on the back or front tyres. He's
balanced on the curb. He's just balanced on the curb. Yeah, he's just hanging out there. I doubt he's going to be able to get out the way. They might have to pull up a yellow flag there for that, and there'll be no overtaking in turn 2.
Well, it's not a totally unsighted position all the way up the Joubert Straight. Well, from at least from the karting clubhouse, you'll be able to see that car standing there. Double waved yellows being ready there by the marshal in the apex of turn number 2. But yellow in a 2 and 5. We've just got the message now from Emil Brunt. Yellow in 2 and 5. So the yellow flags not being waved in the apex of the corner. 2 marshals, they're trying to get the car off the grass. They have moved it a little bit away from the grass area itself on that embankment, so it's slightly less balanced now. There's more weight on all 4 tires, but it's all about the man going through turn number 3 now up towards the main grandstand. Sean Moore, not a great qualifier, but a brilliant race number 1.
Yeah, I did call it a little bit earlier. Sean Moore, a very, very well-equipped racing driver. He's got umpteen years of experience now riding in the APV 345s. He knows what he's doing. Up behind him, Roy Campos, a man that's also driven a lot. Yes, Isak Spies went into the pits. He's come out again. So whatever gremlin he had is being sorted out. They're still trying to get that car sorted out there of that man in the middle of Colnell, who's sitting in the middle of turn 2.
And even worse now because they pushed it off the curbstone.
Now it's even further into the corner.
And now it's the full length of the car that's there. And there's only 3 marshals there. And they don't have enough horsepower, or should we call it leg room, to be able to get that now unbalanced motor car further off the circuit.
Well, fortunately, yellow flags waving halfway up the Uber straight and coming into turn 2. Yeah, so these double wave yellows have been overtaking, and you must slow down going into turn 2.
The marshal standing on the oncoming side of the car. I don't think that's the brightest move. They should move away there as quick as possible.
Well, now have you noticed that they're all trying to apex on the front of Colnell's car? I'm sure he's not too impressed about that. And Parsons going in there to turn 2. So not the greatest place to be beached. And obviously going onto that curb, he might have damaged the underside of that car.
You could find that there could be some damage to the drivetrain on that, but I would expect that the chassis would supersede at the bottom end any part of the drivetrain as such, but undoubtedly no can go. There's no movement forward there. Best lap time so far is the man that's up front on a 1:15.641. That is a Sean Moore. On the last lap that he did a 1:17.47, so he's got it to the front. He's now just lifted off a little bit, make it a little bit smoother, make the tires last, don't overcook them. He's done a brilliant job to get himself away from Rui Campos. Now Campos is starting to turn the wick up a 17.3, and yeah, that's why, because the red flags have come out. They've said, nope, listen, we've now done, this is 1 lap to go anyway. And they just said, no, more than 70% of the race is gone. Let's rather play safe, and let's stop this show right here.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate about Colnell's car getting stuck there. That looked like a mistake on his own behalf.
Yeah, he did very well. Probably his best race, laps, corners, straights, gear changes to date. But the pressure was on to stay there. And I think that's what makes the difference. Emil Brandt saying to us, go 1 lap back. So that'll be Sean Moore from Rui Campos, Jason Ibbotson in the gold class from Menno Parsons, Gary Thompson, and Isak Spies in the silver class. Non-finishers, Carl Nell, and then Mark Ridgway and Stuart Spooner showing up as non-finishers.
I am here at the start line. Challenge guys are about to get going. This is Brat Pack, as they say, the Class C guys and Class B guys. There'll be a lot of Dylan Van Eden over there, his brother. You got Carl Walter, and a lot of these guys are very fast. You got Simon Effendi over there. He's back on the start line. Zaki Hendricks back on the start line as well. This is, of course, the GTI Challenge. When I was walking back into range over there. That side, you've got the class in class. It's the big boys, the fast cars, running up to 135 kilowatts there in the. This is some of the closest racing that you will see here at Killarney race. These guys are getting ready. In fact, I wanted to chat to one of the drivers, and they told me, no, they're getting their head in the game, and that's exactly what these guys are going to do now. Get their head in the game, because this is proper racing, door-to-door stuff. You can see the guys are nervously helmets up and ready to go, revs up, and this is the best part of it. You're now waiting for the lights to go up. There's a little light at the bottom there that shines bright red, and once that light goes green, all these guys will fall out and go to their warm warm-up laps. As I said, a lot of these guys do race in the National Series. Yuri Umpi Swat, your pole sitter in Class A. Also a Polo Cup driver ticket in the Polo Cup Championship last year, and this year once again fighting for the lead. In Class C, we've got someone that's come back after a long time, near the toy, who previously held records in Class C, now finds himself once again on record pace in Class C, leading the guys off. So watch out for Neanderthal, because a lot of these young guys are going to wanting to show exactly how it's done. Class B, we got Tate. Of course, also races in the Polo Cup Championship finals. Tate Bishop here today, one of the fastest drivers here in Class B, leads off Class B, followed by the rest of the guys. And they, as you can see of cars here, this is going to be one for the record books. This is going to be one to check out. I'd actually like to chat to some of these guys, but all of them are getting ready to race, so we'll do that later. For now, we're going to go up to the commentary team and watch the action from those comfortable seats back home. Folks, enjoy the racing. I'm going to do the same now. We'll see you guys soon, and up to the commentators we go.
Well, big thanks to our man on the ground there, Ernest Page, and he's doing lots of
thank you.
And down there all the time. He must just get his mic switched off there. So yeah, Class A is going to be pretty interesting. Kai van Zyl, Skull Caldenace, Dylan Jabir, Colin, Meader, all of them are going to be in there. And as the guys at home are just busy watching the replay of what happened with the V8 Masters.
Oh, there was Mark Ridgway, and there was a situation. I think he lost the tail just ahead there of Carl Nell. And then that's that very same Carl Nell that you see going off there in the entrance of turn 2. And looking out the commentary box window, the breakdown services are now busy moving that Carl Nell car. Oh, there was contact coming out of Fastron between Nell and Ridgway. And that sent Ridgway packing towards, watch it, the tires, and that water splash out those tires from the rain that we've had last night and the early hours of this morning.
And then Carl Nell in that second incident, Frankie, we see actually he late braked going into the corner and made contact with the then leader at that stage of the fight. There you can see it as he taps from behind. And the 77 car, you can see under braking the tail end taking a bit of contact, and unfortunately it wasn't possible to get all the cars going again after that. Carl Nell having done a brilliant ride up until then, but it was not going to continue.
Yeah, Sean Moore was lucky to avoid that one coming out of turn 5 out of Fastron, and then he was also lucky to survive the incident between Nell and himself when Nell went into the back of him. Carl Nell's car is going again, and Carl is driving that car back to the pit area. You cannot see it on your monitors at home, but out the commentary box window, he is taking that car back to the pit area. Right, it's now time for Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge race number 1. Cars are busy standing there in the pre-race paddock, and they will be released onto the circuit shortly for the GTI Challenge, sponsored by Alert Engine Parts. That is up next.
Well, you often find a change-up between the different classes, what's going to be the most popular on the day. I think Class B is going to be the one. Tate Bishop, John Henry Vaughan, Carl Wiltshire, Grant Clutie, Ian Cup, Byron Mitchell, they all in there with that one. I think the biggest class is Class B, just a bit more than a Class C. But remember, with Chase Herald in Class C, and then also having Neanderthal there in Class C, and Neanderthal putting up a very, very quick lap time for Class C. He should up dust and disappear away from the rest of the pack. But keep in mind, on a wet surface or a partially wet surface, that's where the likes of Neanderthal comes through and makes the difference. Now on the dry could be a different story. I had a chat to Chase Herald this morning. He says, I tell you what, if I ride into Nean, I'll fix him. If Nean rides into me, he's going to say, hey boss, you bent it, you meant it. It's the way that it works. So let's see what happens with the two of them, both of them out there in Class C. Rasik Harris in there as well in Class C, Simon Effendi. There's a couple of big names, Ryan van Eerden and Dylan van Eerden in there as well in that Class C battle as they start moving out of the pit area. There you can see as our roving camera brings us now even more and better footage from all around the circuits with Ernest Page live on the move on the drive, as the voice of choice Greg Maloney would have said, live on the drive. And we've got Dexter Bruce up top here with us doing the intros and also enjoying the best view in the house from the commentary box. Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge race number 1. A massive field, 30 plus of them out there. Probably going to be the premier race group of the day. So let's see how this one pans out. Class A up front is going to be a very close battle as well. You can expect to see Umpi Swart probably leading them out, but it won't be easy. Charles Visser's getting better and better. Nathan Victor's getting better and better. They're all in the 1 minute 25s, Umpi Swart, Charles Visser and Nathan Victor. So that front three is going to be very close.
It's going to be absolute pandemonium out here for Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge race number 1. You've got hot shots in Class A, in Class B, and also in Class C. Skalkeldenace has moved up from Class C into Class A in the Polo 6, sponsored there by GNA Motorsport. Colin Meader, Razik Harris, Kai van Sale, Yuri Swart, Dylan Jabir, Charles Visser, Nathan Victor. What a field you've got out there in Class A. Class B, Byron Mitchell will be in the house there. He's doing double duty today. He's raced the Formula VW Reinhardt in the Libras, and he's also racing the Mark 1 Golf in Class B. Wow, I tell you what, Bishop will be in there, John Henry Vaughan, Carl Walsher, they're all going to be in there, Grant Kluter, Ian Cup, man, it's going to be like Carl Visser, that is the younger brother of Charles. That is also a carter of note, this young man. He will be out there in car number 61. That is the Polo, the Charles Engineering Polo of Carl Visser, the younger brother of Charles. Zaki Hendricks, welcome back to GTI Challenge. The man from Wheelworks himself, Zaki Hendricks.
Builds a car over 3 years, so it should be good.
Then Wayne Field and Mark Thompson. Then the 2-0 Golf of Neanderthal. He's the man that's there on in pole position. And then the 28 car will be in there as well. That is one of the Van Eerdens that is there. As a matter of fact, that will then be in Class C. We've got the 2 Van Eerdens. One is Ryan Van Eerden. He's a 28. And then Dylan Van Eerden is in the 55, followed there by Chasey Herald, Razik Harris, and Suleiman Effendi. Sorry, Byron, just trying to...
Just waiting for the rest of the cars to come up onto the grid. You see a gap between Class A, Class B and Class C. The Class C cars not all there on the grid yet. They're still busy working their way. What a lovely view from here. Umpi Swart in the Summit Racing GTI Class A. Alongside him, Charles, Nathan, Colin, they're all in there. Angry Jeep, Jetta in the front end there of Class B. And the front end of Class C being Neanderthal. Wait for the last cars to come up onto the back end of the grid. So as the last cars stop on the back end of the grid, I see the marshals and the necessary people at the front row of the GTI Challenge. And we need to show our respects to, unfortunately, the loss of 2 prominent people in motorsport this week. It was very unfortunate in times gone by that we've had to say goodbye to so many prominent people. Dr. Shahid Mugjenka, unfortunately, tragically lost his life in a high-speed incident here just over a week ago. And yeah, to Dr. Shahid, a very popular man. We pay tribute today to Dr. Shahid Mugjenka, a humble, kind and selfless member of the community, a universally liked and respected physician, and a long-standing member of the Killarney family who enjoyed his drag racing so much that he was never seen in the paddock without a grin on his face. Doc lost control of his Opel Kadett drag racing car at the IMUSAT drag racing event on Saturday the 19th of July. As he crossed the finish line, the car veered across the drag strip and rolled over several times before hitting the safety barriers, ultimately landing on its side. Marshals and medical personnel were immediately in attendance. He was taken to hospital in critical condition, where he later succumbed to his injuries. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family at this sad time. He will be sorely missed, both here at Killarney and by the Rylands community. And believe you me, if you followed it on Facebook, you would have seen just how popular that man was. Then we had another tragedy a while back. A man by the name of Keith Schenk, extremely well known in oval track racing, connected to Cape L drivers for many, many decades, starting off back at the Goodwood Showgrounds and eventually moving across to Killarney and doing a fair amount of racing at Killarney, having a garage here at Killarney and doing a lot of development and building work. Keith Schenk unfortunately had one leg amputated a while back and unfortunately never really recovered from that. And although he was completing yet another racing car for himself to be able to compete on the main circuit, unfortunately that was not to be. And Frankie, you've also had probably 4 decades of interaction with the likes of Keith Schenk, a man that put a lot back into motorsport.
Yeah, Keith Schenk also, for those that don't know, raced motorcycles around Killarney as well, way back in the day with the old production motorcycles. He also did lots of local bike racing. So not only just a man of 4 wheels for main circuit and oval, but also a man that did pretty well out there on 2 wheels as well. So we'd like everybody around Killarney International Raceway just to stand, remove your headdress for a minute silence for Shahid and for Keith Schenk. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. May their souls rest in peace.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've had a lot of this type of scenario recently where we've lost members, prominent members. In fact, anybody involved with motorsport is a prominent member of motorsport in our book. And not nice to have that kind of situation, but unfortunately, yeah, it's part of life. So it's going to be one warm-up lap that they're going to do around the circuit, and then they will come up onto the line, and then they will pull off individually. Classes A, B, and C. Charles, Nathan, Colin coming off the line, Dylan, Skulk, and Kai van Sale. That's the Class A guys. The Class B, Tate Bishop, from John Henry Vaughan, Carl Walcher, Grant, Ian, Byron Mitchell's out there as well. Zaki Hendricks, nice to see him out there. Mark is also going to do his trick, Nean de Toy, and the 2 Van Eerdens just ahead there of Chase Harold. Nice to see Rasik Harris out there as well. So I think, I said Class B, Frankie, but wow, Class C, apart from Neon, that was blindingly quick in the wet, dry puddles, a bit more dry, damp areas. That's where he really came to life. But then again, he does do a lot of testing around the circuit, and you would expect that a man of his driving ability and experience around the circuit would come up tops. I believe on the dry track, the way it is now, not as green as what it was. The gap between him and the rest of Class C won't be as big.
Well, I tell you what, without trying to sound a bit biased, I think, but this is going to be, how do they say in boxing, it's time for the main event.
Yeah, I know, Lucas, is going to be big stuff. Alert Engine Parts, you guys picked the right class for 2022, that's for sure. And Frankie, pretty much one form motorsport as such has always been very popular. Here we have 3 different forms of specifications, but the cars per class are very, very close to those specifications, and there is also a lot of checks and balances which get done to ensure that the cars are as near to legal as possible. And well, if you're 1/4 of a millimeter out, it's 1/4 of a millimeter too much, you're going to get pulled in. You've got to win this one the right way.
That's going to be right royal war out there, that is for sure. And
shall we apologize now?
Apologize for what we're about to say.
and the volume that we're going to bring to you, because this is going to be great. Double waved yellows down at the bottom end of the back main, going down into Cape Town corner. Podium Fastron. Look at that. IMUSAT, with his experience of a Polar Cup, slows them right down, brings the whole pack together, and then does a heat up on the tires. Now remember, with a front wheel drive, you not only accelerate and your hardest braking on the front wheels, but also by turning you can generate heat in those tires. You cannot generate the same amount of heat in the back tires in the same period of time. So initially you're going to have a tail happy car, which will eventually, when the pressure and temperature comes right on the back tires, will then be much more evened out. So you're going to have to be very, very gingerly on the gas and on the brakes when you go into your first couple of corners.
Right, so just got information that it's a new engine and a rebuild for the 10 Polo of Nathan Victor. Tiny telling us here from Tiny's pit box, giving some information on that. So it's Judy Swart, Charles Visser, Nathan Victor. It is Colin Meader, Dylan Joubert, Skalke Geldenhuys, and Guy van Zyl. That is your 7 Class A cars. Class B, the man in pole position there, is a Tate Bishop. On his outside is John Henry Vaughan. And down in Class C, we'll try and pick up now who is the pole sitter there of Class C.
Neanderthal.
It's Neanderthal, the 2-0 car that is there in pole position. That is the Alfie van Zyl outfit that he is in. So we're about to go racing for alert engine parts. GDI challenge, the lights go off and Class A off the line. And a lovely start here by Colin Meader, dives right in front there of Nathan Victor as they work throughout at turn number 1. But it's all about in Class A at this point in time. It's all about Judy Swart, Colin Meader, Victor's in there. Then it is Charles Visser. Behind Charles Visser, it's Dylan Joubert. And then the 10 of Skalke Geldenhuys, Gary. Class B heading out of turn 1.
Class B coming out of turn number 1. It's the Angry Jeep car of Tate Bishop. The biggest loser there was John Henry Vaughan. I don't know if he missed the gear, but he didn't have his hand on the gear lever when he came past us, but he was just falling back very, very quickly. He lost out, and that Carl Wiltshire has got himself in there pretty quickly into that second position. Frankie, Class C.
Well, Class C, oh, look at that. It is 2-3 abreast and Neanderthal, and they will all lose out, and Chase Herald will say, thank you very much. You guys want to rumble with each other. I'll just put this 2-9 car in pole position as they head now into turn number 3, into Interceptor corner. But the Class A boys are racing down the back straight. And down the back main they go into turn number 5, into Fastron. And it is still Judy Swart that holds them out there with Colin Meader right on his case. Nathan Victor is there in that third position. Right behind him is Charles Visser. Behind Charles Visser is Dylan Joubert, and right there with him is Skalke Geldenhuys. And that's your Class A train running down into turn number 1.
That second high-speed snake you're going to see coming out on that camera shot that you're on right now. That's the Class B guys, the Angry Jeep entry of a national racer. Tate Bishop goes right up against the wall. Carl Wiltshire goes right across to the inside. He's got the 88 of Grant Clutie right in there with him as well. Clutie goes towards the outside line as they go down to turn 1. Frankie, Class C.
That is all about Chase Herald at this point in time, coming down towards us. Then behind them, we've got Ryan van Heerden. Razik Harris sits up there on the inside, or should I say, now the outside of a Neanderthal as they work their way through turn number 1. Dylan van Heerden is in the house as well as they work their way out of turn number 1. But it's still Chase Herald that sits out there in P1 with the toy in second and Razik Harris in that third position.
Ryan van Heerden got work towards the outside on the exit there of turn 1, back down onto the back main, and now there's a gap. Colin Meader's dropped a little bit back, and he's not right there where he needs to be in the tow behind IMUSAT, ex-Polar Cup champion. I think he's lying second overall in the National Extreme Festival Series, which will be coming down to Killarney International in the next 8 weeks. They'll be down here. That whole Class A battle works its way through Podium Fastron up towards us now, towards the city of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors Bridge. It's IMUSAT that leads out. It is going to be a decent gap between himself and Meader. Meader's got a bit of a gap now on the 57 of a Charles Visser from Dylan Joubert, who's got the head of Nathan Victor. Frankie, Class B.
Tate Bishop sits out there in P1 in Class B. Then right behind him there, we've got Carl Walsher. Walsher's in that second position, but here comes Ian Cup. Then it's Grant Kluter, Byron Mitchell, Zaki Hendricks, and John Henry Vaughan as they work their way down into turn number 1. Then it is Mark Thompson, Wayne Field, and Kyle Visser. That is a whole Class B group heading out of turn 1.
Oh, look at this. The boss man and his co-worker going side by side. Neanderthal trying to have a look around the outside of Chase Herald. It looks like Neanderthal has got the pace around the outside of Chase Herald, in fact. And then I think it's Harris that's got himself up into that. It's Harris that's got up into third position. And then it's Ryan van Eerden. And van Eerden in the 28 car in that fourth position. And that is a four-way struggle at the front end of Class C.
But the Class A cars are working down the back straight in towards turn number 5. It is a whole heap of Polo 6s racing down the back main towards Fostron corner, and leading them out there at Summit Racing's Yuri Umpiswart that sits out there in P1. Umpi is having a great one out there. Right behind him it is Colin Meader. Meader's in that second position as they come down towards us. Behind Colin Meader it's Charles Visser. Behind Visser it's Dylan Jabir. Behind him it is Nathan Victor, followed there by Skull Geldenhuis. Leading Class B still, Gary, is a Tate Bishop, but it's a hell of a train in there. Behind it's about a six-way fight for second and third position.
Oh, I tell you what, that second and third in Class B coming out of the city of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors Bridge right now. Walter holding on as best he can, but I tell you what, Cup is looking to be the man to hold on to that second position right now, because Ian Cup's got himself ahead of Carl Walter, Grant Gluty, and then Byron Mitchell is going to be the next man in that group, but there's a bit of a gap back to Byron Mitchell.
Neandertoy and Chasey Errol sitting P1 and 2 in that Class C. That's working its way into turn number 1. Razi Harris is there in that third place. There's yellow flags waving, and it looks like Wayne Field. Wayne Field has gone on the exit of turn 1 on the outside.
Umpiswart up the back main, up dust, disappear away from Meader. He's doing a brilliant job there. And then it's the 57 of Charles Visser. Visser's fastest lap at 25.1, also 25.1 for Colin Meader. The difference between them and the man up front, Umpiswart, is 4/10 of a second, and he's busy growing that Class A lead as we speak. Class B, Frankie, coming down the back main, the angry Jeep car of Tate Bishop is just blowing away from that second, third, and fourth place battle.
Yeah, Carl Walsher is there in that second position. Then it's Ian Cup that's right in there with them. Then it looks like it might be, yes it is, it's 88 of Grant Kluter that's there in that third spot as they head out of turn number 5, out of Fostron corner. Then that next group has been led there by John Henry Vaughan. He's got Byron Mitchell right on his case, followed there by Mark Thompson, Zaki Hendricks, and the 61 of young Carl Visser.
We knew it was going to be on. Chase Herald going 1-on-1 with Neandertoy, the NDT garage right here on the middle of the back straight. And they do preparation on lots and lots of motor cars. The two of them are up, dusted, and disappeared. The fight further back behind them, it's between Rassig Harris, that is doing a brilliant job so far, and Ryan van Eerden.
Yeah, then Matthew Rowe has been overtaken there by Seth van der Biele as they head into turn number 1. It's a lovely fight out here for that mid-pack positions in a Class C as the Class A guys are racing down the back main towards turn 5, and now Yuri Umpiswart of Summit Racing is running away at the sharp end.
124.781 by Umpiswart on the last lap that he was out there. He's got himself on the last lap a 1.7 second gap between himself and Nicholas Meader. Meader looks visually like he might have dropped a little bit further back, and Charles Visser, I think, is closing slightly on the back end of Meader, but you cannot count out Dylan Jubert, because Dylan Jubert is now starting to close on the back end there. A 1.3 second gap between Jubert and Visser. That's almost where you need to be for slipstream.
And in Class C, it's right up front, the Jetta 2, the angry Jeep sponsored vehicle, the Jetta of Tate Bishop. It sits out in P1 under the City of Cape Town Bridge. Comes your Class B leader, but it's all happening in there behind him. It is Kyle Walsher. Here comes Ian Cup. Cup dives towards the outside. Grant Kluter takes that outside line as well. That's for first, second, and third in class, heading into turn number 1. And then behind them, it's a lovely fight for P4. That's been led there by Byron Mitchell. Right in there behind Byron Mitchell is John Henry Vaughan. Right on his case is Mark Thompson. On his bumper is Zaki Hendricks. And onto the back of his bumper is Kyle Visser.
Talking about the back, let's go to the back main, and with just 3 laps to go, it's Umpi Swart that works his way down the back main, and he looks like he's lost a bit of ground to Nicholas Meader. It was 2.5 seconds last time out. Either Umpi's just balancing the act there, or he's been closed down by pure pace. Third overall is Charles Visser. Dylan Jabert's dropped a bit off the back of that one. I don't believe he's gotten any closer, but Tate Bishop's still leading out with Class B.
Right, let's have a look at this Class C fight now. Remember, they got that Class B Jetta of Waynfield that spun it out on the exit of turn 1 on the outside a couple of laps ago. So he's sitting last in class, but he's right ahead of that fight for first and second in Class C, working its way out of turn 3 and out of Interceptor Corner as they work their way down towards turn number 4. No, I lie. That's towards the back end of Class C. I do apologize. Class C is still being led there by Chase Herald from Neandertoy.
Oh, look at this. Carl Walcher down the front main doing everything he can to try and hold on to that Class B second overall. There's nothing much between Wilshire Cup and Kluti. That's the 3 cars that's grouped together as they come out into the Joubert Straight. But a 5-way struggle behind that, led out from Byron Mitchell, from Thompson, John Henry Vaughan, Zaki Hendricks, and then the second of the Visser boys. And those 5 is Linus Stern going down into turn number 2, and that's for 4th down to 9th position in Class B.
Right, Class C, the 2 leaders are heading down into turn. Oh, there's drama on the exit of turn 2, and Zaki Hendricks and Kyle Visser is involved in that one. But look right behind them, there's your 2 Class C leaders. It is Chase Herald in that second position, and he's chasing down Class C leader, namely Neandertoy. He was right on his case as they worked their way out of turn 2 through turn 3, Interceptor Corner, up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn number 4. That is 1 and 2 in a Class C. Heading out of turn 4 now. And Chase Herald is crowding that back bumper there of the 2-0 Golf. Down the back straight there of Neandertoy.
He's actually gone into the back of Nean, bumped him and showed him, boss, you got to go. I'm right here with you. Let's make this thing happen. So on the last lap already for our Class A cars with Umpi Swart, they've not been dropped or challenged by anybody, anything, anywhere. Past the main grandstand, he goes for the last time into the double right-hander, into the back main with a very decent lead of Colin Meader, Charles Visser, Dylan Jabed, and that's your front 4 in Class A.
Right, this is the final lap. The race leader is making his way down the back straight towards turn number 5. I'm sure our cameraman's going to have to pick him up right now because he's heading into turn number 5 into Fostron Corner. That is your overall leader. The checkered flag will greet him as he works his way out of Fostron. It is Summit Racing's Yuri Umpi Swart that sits out there in P1, and he will race to the flag, and there you see him come into view right now, and Umpi Swart brings it home in a comfortable first position with Colin Meader there in second place and Charles Visser in third, and in 4th position it is Dylan Joubert.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And then the next one to come through should then be Tate Bishop. Let's see if we can pick him up. He should be on his way into turn 5. Yes, there he goes into Pertamina Fastron, the exact same camera shot that you just had earlier on, and on his way out of the corner using the whole of the circuit and that whole extra piece of cement up the top. He's just up, dusted and disappeared, has Tate Bishop. Brilliant drive. He's in a class of his own. But look at this battle. Wilshire Cup and Kluti. It's Wilshire that's going to lead him out. Can Kluti get past him once again? This is how he passed him last time. No, he can't. It's going to be Ian Cup that's going to be second in that battle.
And Johnny Vaughan crosses the line just ahead there of Byron Mitchell, and right on their case there is Mark Thompson, followed there by Zaki Hendricks.
And look at that. It's Chase Herald that beats out eventually on Neandertoy for Class C. And then it should be Rassig Harris. Can Rassig make it to the line? Next up, it's going to be touch and go. Yep, it's going to be Matthew Rowe that takes it on the line. And that ahead of Van der Beer, and then only Harris, and then Van Eeren.
Right, that's the way they cross the line in Class C. Great stuff out there by Alert Engine Parts sponsored GTI Challenge. So, It is Yuri Swart. Yeah, they say Nicholas here, but it's actually Colin Meader. We all know it's actually Colin Nicholas Meader to be exact. That's we don't say his second name. It's Colin Meader, and then it is Charles Visser and Dylan Jabert, and then first, second, and third in Class B. Tate Bishop, Carl Bolsher, followed there by Ian Cup, and the first, second, and third in Class C was Chase Herald, Neander Toy, and Matthew Rowe, followed there by Seth van der Abile and Razi Harris, and then the 55 of Dylan van Eden. So that was Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge race number 1.
I'm here with the guys from Project 60 SA, and there you can see them over there, the big guys. Project60sa.co.za, go check them out, doing big things in the world of motorcycle racing. We got Binky and Glover over there behind the wheel, behind the bar for the first time, I think, today. And then we've also got young Abigail, 16 years old, racing today. And these aren't small bikes, folks. I went to go check them out myself. These bikes look pretty big and pretty fast, and that's exactly what we can look forward to seeing in the next couple of minutes. It's the bike races. I went once again over to the guys to go chat to them. You can see them all getting into the zone, getting focused, getting ready for the action. And after that GTI Challenge event that we just saw, now they got big shoes to fill in those bikes. But as you can see, the guys are almost ready, and I'm going to hand it back over to the guys upstairs in the tower while we get ready for the guys to go racing. This is the bike race, folks, so stay tuned for the bike race because it's all happening here at Killarney Raceway. Back to the commentators. I'm standing here with Brad Bodsworth. Brad, the people are asking me if it's Brad Binder here. You're looking good in your kit, but just as fast.
No, I would say Brad's quite a bit faster than me, but yeah, it's a BB, and I do have BB Racing on my bike, so
there we go.
Brad,
we're
looking out for you, bro. I just wish I was number 33.
But all jokes aside, you guys are here. It's serious today because your team, you've got a whole bunch of bikes here under your stable, and you guys are looking to get some good results today.
Yeah, look, I mean, we've got 5 guys riding in today's race in the breakfast class ride. It would have been 6. We unfortunately had one of our riders bin his bike on Tuesday in practice. But yeah, we've got 2 guys out there today that are probably going to end up right at the front of even the clubman's pack, and going to give the clubman's guys a good race for their money.
And can you name those guys so the audience out there can look forward to, can look out for them?
Yeah, so we've got Ray. Ray's on a Suzuki GSXR 750. And we've got Matt Doiser on a ZX10.
Okay, lekker. And Brad, you're not riding today. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, so look, every race meet you have obviously a category of bikes that gets to sit out. And that is Matthew Finikirk and myself's turn to sit out in the SPK Challenge.
Okay. So we look forward to seeing you at the next SPK Challenge, folks. We've still got a whole bunch of bike racing to go. The 350s, I think, are out next.
Yeah.
And then you guys, your team here is out after that. So watch out for the team. And the name of the team?
Well, yeah, Motorwise Racing. So, yeah, but also don't forget, we've also got a third rider who's going to be closely like Superman's cape hanging on the back there of the front riders as well. So Quinton Wenning on the BMW S1000RR. He's going to be somebody to also watch coming through the field.
Awesome stuff, Brad. Thanks for all the insights. Yeah, you heard it first, folks, from the man himself, Brad. And this is the motorbike team over here. And we're going to go back upstairs. Stay tuned. Lots of motorcycle action coming. Cheers.
Right, for the viewers at home and for the likes around the circuit, but busy with a bit of a circuit cleanup, getting that all sorted out. And joining me on Mike's side for the 2 cycle races will be Byron Knight. Byron, you're becoming quite an anomaly here.
Anomaly? That's what the doctor said to my mom when I was born. But let me tell you one thing, Francois. I don't know what it is, you know. Just before the bikes come out, there's always an oil spill and the clouds start getting darker a little bit too. I don't know what it is.
Hello, don't spoil it. Eh? It's looking nice at the moment.
I know. I'm just, you know, I get a bit paranoid sometimes, and you know.
Yeah, that's
it's one of my other anomalies over there of me.
No, it's 2 wheels. It's one of those things that happens. But the track's looking very nice. There was just, I don't know. I think there's a little bit of a oil glitch somewhere that they're just cleaning up. I think it's down there. I see in turn 3 they're working there, but down there. So. Getting it all sorted, and then the bikes will be out. The track's looking nice and dry. The sun has got nice and up and high. Yeah, it's just after midday, so things are looking better. And I think the bikers will be pretty pleased that the track has dried up. This morning out on qualifying, guys not being able to qualify where they want to qualify in all the classes. So I think more the racing will be a different setup, and everyone will have a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, I was talking actually to Billy de Beer briefly this morning, and we were just talking about the weather. He was having a big smile on his face looking at the sun, and it was very different conditions this morning. A wet track, green track. Now the rubber has gone down. The 2 bike races happening just before lunch. And anybody who's actually out there who wants to get into racing, I actually want to say go and look at Redbeard Racing, which is a group on Facebook, and it's all over Facebook as well. They are selling a Honda engined Aprilia framed motorcycle, very pretty looking motorcycle, very successful motorcycle, and that's going to be something they want to actually get to a young and up and coming racer or so.
Yeah, he campaigned it on the short circuit, and he showed everyone that it does have the pace to keep up with the rest of the field. So yeah, very good bike that he's selling, and a very good price too, as you said early on. Billy de Beer, also Redbeard Racing, does a lot of coaching for the youngsters here on a Monday at the short circuit, the karting circuit, and he also does licensing for both cars and bikes as well, especially bikes.
I know they hire out the CBR 150s as well.
Yes.
for riders. I know they're going at a rate, I think, at about 500 per hour or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's maybe a bit less than that. But yeah, it's if you want to get your youngster into riding, that is the place to come. You know, that's definitely a spot to be. Just changing up the subject a little bit, the Western Province, or should I say the Killarney Marshals, are wanting to go up early in October to the Ford and Friends race, which I'm also hoping to go up to in East London. And they're looking to gather a couple of funds. Obviously the Marshals, these guys do it for the passion. And Bradley Jacobs, their chairman, or should I say their leader of the marshals, has asked that the public possibly come forward, come chat to Bradley at turn 6, which is the marshals clubhouse down here at the end of the main pit lane. Bradley is there. If you want to give him 5 Rand or 5,000 Rand or whatever it is to up their funding for October, please do. I know a lot of our spectators and our competitors alike are quite benevolent, so go and help out there, and let's get our guys down to East London. Let's go show East London what the Cape Town Marshals can do.
Our fantastic Cape Town Marshals are very well respected throughout South Africa, and yeah, Ford and Friends, a lovely event. We've had them a few times here at Killarney as well, and you say East London, of course, at the Prince George's Border Motor Club circuit.
Yeah, it's a wonderful circuit close to the sea. And they've also got a Ford and Friends now on the 11th of August up at Swartkops. I was hoping to go to that one. Unfortunately, I cannot due to work circumstances. So, yeah, we've got 1 or 2 nice outside events there. But as I say, if you want to help the marshals, pop down to turn 6, go speak to Bradley. I'm sure he'll be very, very happy to see you. Whatever it is you want to give them, $100, $1,000, whatever the case may be, let's help them on their way.
Well, some of the riders, the bikes are coming out now onto the circuit. They'll do their 2 warm-up laps. And what I need to know now, Francois, is, do you like to party?
I do like to party, yes. But let's have a look. Bridgestone, Super Twin Cup 650s and the Super Sport 300s are out there. See out of pole position, young Tristan Pienaar, son of John Pienaar, who's a ex-SA Superbike champion. Jason Lineker's on second. Lance Jonas rolling back the years there on P3. 4th place Slade van Niekerk. Billy de Beer on a 650. Now I see Billy there. Ryan Coetzee down in 6. Also said he was just being careful on qualifying. Nicholas Hutchings down in 7th. He's the first of the 300s, and he's qualified pretty well. Nick's being very quick of late, and you see he does a 129. He's done a 127 already, so it just tells you how it is. Connor Hagen there on a 650. Minky and Lovo, nice to have the 888 of Minky and Lovo. And Minky, what a character, man. This guy's really welcome to the sport. He just brings a whole lot of fun to the sport. Then second in the SSB 300s is Brandon Hutchins, followed by Mitch. Welcome return for Abby Bosson there, just ahead of Jared Butler. Then Raymond Alexander, and a nice newcomer, Max Munton, who's been doing wonderfully well on the short circuit. Son of Clint Munton. He's got him out onto the main circuit, also on a Yamaha 300. Stavro Michael on the 650. Low down on the field, him and Peter Hill on the 300. They'll have a little bit of a tussle. Lovely return there from Wes Blake. Now, just to let you know, Wesley Blake riding on a 650. Wesley is actually a Jared Butler ride. He's 500 this year, so big up to Wes for doing that. And a newcomer, Gavin Smith, also there on a 650.
It's a good field, yeah, split between the Super Twin Cup 650s and the Super Sport 300s. And well, they won't be doing 2 warm-up laps. They'll be doing their solitary out lap or their sighting lap, and then they'll be lining up on the grid. And Tristan Pienaar will take his rightful position on pole, a 122.850 compared to the 123.581 of Jason Lineker. Remember, it was very different this morning as far as conditions were concerned. So we'll see now some real racing as Lance Jonas on the Suzuki. So it's all Kawasaki and a Suzuki on the front row. Slade van Niekerk will be coming over there on his Quacker as well, the ER650. Billy de Beer, who I was speaking about earlier on, riding the ER6 Redbeard Racing Academy. And then the Project 60, of course, of Ryan Coetzee. That will round off row 2.
I think we're going to have a lot of different racing today, a lot of new riders, a lot of eager riders out there. We're waiting for the 5-second board. John Green holds the pedal. He'll turn it, 5 seconds to go. The lights are going to come on. Lights on, lights off, and away we go. The riders get off. Nicholas Hutchins gets a bit of a wheelie down there. Tristan Pienaar gets a great run out there. And we're going to try and keep an eye on the likes there of Slade van Niekerk. Will try and get up there. I think he's done in about P4. He'll roll around. They come out of turn number 1. The 300s also get cracking now as they work their way up the U-Bear straight up towards Quarry Corner. Pienaar leading out. Then there's Jason Lineker. And Lance Jonas is in there. Then there's Slade van Niekerk. They're going to work their way through. The 300s are rolling through, finding their feet as they make their way out of Quarry Corner down the kink on the way to Interceptor Corner.
Yeah, not a great start for Lance Jonas. He He's now finding himself in what looks to be 6th position from 3rd, but a lot of little battles happening now on this very first lap as they come into the double apex right-hander at turn 4, and then we'll open it now out onto the straight as they go along, and it looks like it's still Tristan Pienaar that holds the lead over here. I think I saw the number 50 Kawasaki running it ahead towards Pertamina Fostron, and we'll pick them up as they come around now onto the main straight.
Well, there they go now into the corner on screen as they roll in, and the bikers are starting to take the gloves off. Here we go. Tristan Pienaar leads out. Up behind him, Jason Lineker, and it looks like Slade van Niekerk has joined the party already. Having a look. No, it's... Yep, he's gone up to 2nd ahead of Jason. So... quick 125s coming out of them. It just shows that the track is still slightly green as the riders make their way through turn number 1, keeling it over nicely, maybe not getting full purchase on the track, not heated up as much, it's still cold, and they're all pretty much finding their way around. But leading out, Tristan Pienaar, Slade van Niekerk is going to try and hand him, reel him in there. Jason Lineker, Lance Jonas up there in P4, Connor Hagen into the mix now. He's in P5 ahead of Ryan Coetzee, Billy de Beer in 7th. Then the first of the 300s is Nicholas Hutchings, Minky and Glover, then Braden Hutchins, Stavro Michael, Jared Butler, Raymond Alexander, Abigail Bosson, Mitch Robertson, Clint, and should I not Clint Munton, listen to me, Max Munton, and Wes Blake with Pity Hill and Gavin Smith.
Going to the 300 Supersport class, it is Nicholas Hutchings that leads the way, 0.2 of a second ahead of Ndlovu. Of course, it's not a 300, he's one of the 650s, and then it is Braden Hutchings in 2nd place in that particular class, 10th overall, ahead of Stavro Michael, of course, who's also one of the 650 riders at this time. So they'll go down the back straight once again now and complete lap 2 of what will be a 10-lap race. And of course they'll be having 8 laps left to go. It was actually a 9-lap race. I didn't do my counting before this. A 1:27.44 for Tristan Pienaar, fastest lap of the race. But Slade van Niekerk, a fastest first sector and a fastest second sector times over here as well. There's a half a second between the 2 Kawasaki's, with Jason Lineker, the 3rd Kawasaki, in the mix over there as well. Lance Jonas is now in 5th position ahead there of Ryan Coetzee, and the gap between them having grown to 3.1 seconds. Lance Jonas only a 10th of a second though off of the man ahead of him, of course, who's Hagen.
Yeah, some lovely racing coming out of the Super Sports as well. Nicholas Hutchings leads that over his cousin Braden, Jared Butler, Mitch Robinson, Robin Alexander, Raymond Alexander, Abigail Bosson, Max Munton, and then Peter Hill bringing up the rear of that field. And still it's Tristan Pienaar leading out. There we go. Slade van Niekerk trying to reel him in. Tristan's absolutely flying down the back straight. Through the kink he goes down towards Pertamina Fostron corner. And he's going to try and draft him going down into Pertamina Fostron. Right there with him, up behind Tristan Pienaar. They lay into turn number 5. Pienaar just gets his elbow down and just slides it around. He now pitch it over towards the left and get on the gas. And Slade there in picture. There they come out of turn number 5, and you see Tristan right up behind the screen, and Slade's got his head down, and they're pulling away from Jason Lineker.
Yeah, Lineker being left behind there a little bit now. He's not close enough yet, is van Niekerk, to make any sort of a move. And the fastest lap for Slade van Niekerk now, with all 3 sectors in the purple, a 1:20.240. It just shows you how much he's pushing it over here as well. They've grown the gap over 3.4 seconds over Jason Lineker. Then 6.3 seconds back, it's Connor Hagen, and then Lance Jonas still hanging in there as well. They cross the line virtually together, and I think there I can see that Lance Jonas is now up into 4th place in this particular race.
Yeah, Lance Jonas and Connor Hagen having a little bit of a tussle there. Nice to see Lance Jonas, like I said, rolling back. And Lance enjoys himself immensely out here in this class. I mean, it's a very competitive class. It's nice to see. So it's all happening out there. The Super Sports, still Nicholas leading Braden, followed by Jared, head of Stavro Michael, and then Raymond Alexander, Mitch Robertson, Abigail Bosson, Max Munton, and Peter Hill.
Yeah, Project 60 man Butler in 3rd place in class there, Francois.
Yeah,
then
3 seconds ahead there of Braden Hutchins. So he's got a little bit of work to do. He wants to reel him in. We've still got 6 laps to go. He's got past Stavro Michael. Usually that's a bit of a contentious issue, but he's managed to get past, so good to see. But on the front end, that fight between Tristan and Slade, I tell you what, that thing is going to evolve into something special.
Well, the leaders come across the line. Tristan Pienaar from Van Niekerk. It's now 0.3 of a second between the two of them. They're still nose to tail as they go through turn 1 now and onto the Joubert Straight. Now we're going to look behind them. If Lance Jonas is eating into the gap between himself and Jason Lineker, it is now 7.6 seconds between the two of them. Looking at their lap times, Lineker is still quicker, a 1:22.0 on the last lap compared to the 1:23.6 from, of course, Lance Jonas. But remember, Lance Jonas had to make his way past Connor Hagen.
There's also a lovely battle going on between Ryan Coetzee and Billy de Beer. We watch him going up Quarry Corner, up the Bay Straight to Quarry Corner. They're having a lovely tussle. Billy ahead of Ryan, so Billy showing his short circuit expertise up against Ryan Coetzee, who's also been on short circuit, but now more a main circuit contender.
Well, Abigail Bosson, if you go a little bit further down, is ahead of Max Munton at the moment, having a bit of a battle there between herself and him. And it was only 0.02 of a second, 27 thousandths of a second between the two of them. And she was only about 4/10 off on the last lap as far as lap times are concerned. Peter Hill comes across the line right now as well. Remember, that's all in the 300s class. So Abigail Bosson, basically, you could say they'd be 5th position in class, but only a 1/10 of a second off of bike number 11, which is Raymond Alexander and the Kawasaki Ninja 300. Now coming through to start another lap, RR2 leaders, a 1:22.35 from Slade van Niekerk, and 0.2 of a second between himself and Tristan Pienaar, as they have 4 laps left to go, including this very one they are on.
Well, obviously Slade's got the pace. He's just not getting to grips there with Tristan. Tristan goes into Quarry Corner. He's very quick through Quarry. He leans it in right up against the curbstone. Slade going a little bit higher and wider. Tends to lose a bit of grip there with Tristan. Tristan going down into Interceptor Corner. Slade trying to reel him in. They've left Jason Lineker for dead, as they say. As they pull away from him, they're lapping some of the slower riders as they make their way now down into Malmesbury Corner.
Well, through Malmesbury Corner, they'll then run. They'll be coming up to some traffic as well. So that is something they're going to have to look out for as they get their heads down on the back straights. And I didn't actually see who that was. If it was actually Gavin Smith on the Suzuki SV650, the Livingston Baths machine. We'll check them as they come around now. Blake and Smith were together at one stage, and I think Blake, unfortunately, not going to be taking any further part in this race. I do see he's classified on the screen, but here we go now towards the line, and it will be 3 laps left to go when they do cross just past, of course, that number 6 bike over there, and that is Peter Hill, I should rather say. Peter Hill, they will then make their way past, he's on the KTM 390, and start another lap as they do.
Well, lovely tussles going down in the 300 class now. Braddon's about 9 seconds behind Nicholas. Jared Butler's about 3 seconds behind Braddon. And then Abigail Bosson, Raymond Alexander, Mitch Robertson, Max Munton, all embroiled in a little battle of their own as they work their way around the circuit. So that's happening down in the 300 class. But up front, we keep an eye here on Interceptor Corner. Some of the riders coming through. That's Ryan Coetzee and Billy de Beer having a fantastic tussle. They've been neck and neck most of the race now up into Malmesbury Sweep. Here you watch him come out of Malmesbury Sweep. I think Billy's leading out. Billy's having a lot of fun. Ryan Coetzee also very quick from Project 60, trying to hold on there. And Billy de Beer from Redbeard Racing make their way down towards Pertamina Fostron Corner.
Looks like a move is going to be made, and onto the inside into Pertamina Fastron. There will be a change of position, and he'll poke the nose right ahead, but coming right back on the outside. This is now an all Kawasaki battle we're seeing over here now. Onto the straight, they'll then run, and then towards the line, and we'll watch them come underneath the Wingfield Motors and City of Cape Town Bridge, and it will be the Slade van Niekerk that will poke the nose ahead there of Tristan Pienaar. But Tristan Pienaar was briefly on the inside, but he's going to have to relent there, I'm afraid to say.
Well, Slade obviously showing his prowess here. He is a Western Province champion in this class, so he's trying to show them why he's a champion. I reckon Tristan Pienaar is the pretender to the throne at the moment. They roll there into, and Pienaar actually moving the bike around in the corner, trying to pick the right line for exit. But Slade covers his line well as they make their way through the kink into Interceptor Corner. Nice to see good crowds out there on the stands as they make their way around. And only coming out of Quarry Corner now is Jason Lineker.
Well, Billy de Beer just crossed the line now. He's currently in 7th, and that's about 0.6 of a second off of Ryan Kutsia. Minky Ndlovu, we wait for him now. Of course, that'll be the 8th place man, and the last of that gaggle of 650s ahead then of Hutchings, of course. And the Hutchings I'm talking about is Nicholas Hutchings. Nicholas Hutchings, and there's quite a gap between himself and his brother Braddon, as Braddon is still second in class ahead of Stavro Michael, of course, is one of the 650 runners. And Jared Butler still holds himself there, 7/10 behind Stavro Michael. The number 69 bike is 12th at the moment, but third in class and a second ahead of Abigail Bosson. And Bosson looks to be closing the gap here, Francois, because Bosson's really come up very nicely towards Butler.
Yeah, now Abby's come back. She's had a bit of training in the week. She seems to have found her straps again. She's doing fantastically well. It's a good scrap there. Raymond Alexander sitting up behind Abby. Abigail's not going to give him any space. She's quite a seasoned little rider. She knows how to do it. Once again, nice to have a lady in the field.
And she comes from great stock, I'll tell you that much.
Yes, I raced with her dad. I know all about it.
Well, her mother as well, also a accomplished racer, and she's really enjoying herself out there. I can tell you one thing, she's a credit to the motorcycle section here.
We're on our final lap by the look of it. It says 1 lap to go. It was a Yeah, I see they're reading the checkered flag, so it's 1 lap to go, and then we'll have the checkered flag. But a great race, some good tussles here, there, and everywhere. As you see all the riders now on the screen making their way down the back straight, having lots of fun there, and the riders all drafting each other. It's brilliant. Abigail Bosson looking on the outside of Jared there, and up behind him Raymond Alexander. Oh, this is brilliant stuff going down into turn number 5. They're all banging in hard there. Jared leads the pack out as they work up there behind Stavro Michael, and then the quickies are coming through, so they work their way through the field. Let's have a look here now. I think it could be Slade van Niekerk. Yep, Slade's coming through with Tristan up behind him. A good run there.
Yep, Slade van Niekerk.
Slade van Niekerk leading out on that class there, so
yeah,
all happening.
Tristan Pinon, 2nd position. We wait now for Jason Lineker, just looking a little bit further down with Stavro Michael.
There he goes. Jason goes over the line.
Yeah, Jason goes over the line. Lance Jonas will be the next man. He's a further 11 seconds back off of Jason Lineker, and he'll be the first Suzuki home.
Yeah, so Abigail Bosson, good return there. Jared congratulating her. She's found her straps, and well, the young lady can ride, but like we said, Byron, it's in the blood. It's in the blood.
You know, we got some great competitors out there as well. Ryan Kutsia comes across the line just a fraction ahead, almost. Actually, now Billy de Beer is about 2.2 seconds back. It just happened so quickly. Minky Ndlovu, man, we haven't spoken much about as well. Also a great talent as well, and waiting to see Ndlovu come up again as well in the sharper end of the field.
Man, has that guy got the right attitude, eh? I spoke to him this morning. I said, Minky, how's it going? Yeah, he practiced in the week. He says, I'm going to pin it hard. So once he finds, and believe it or not, Minky's a stuntman, so he's not scared of speed and corners and stuff. He's done it all before, so thrown cars around and all kinds of stuff. So he knows what he's doing. He's a talent. I think he's going to get better. He just needs more what they call bum on seat time, and I think we're going to see him up in the front end.
Yeah, Mr. 888 over there. He comes across the line. Of course, the Project 60 SA Racing man ahead of the pair of HSC Racing brothers. Nicholas Hutchings and Braddon Hutchings. They'll take the top 2 positions in the Supersport 300 class. Like I said, Stavro Michael 11th overall, but in class he will be 9th, and then Jared Butler taking a very popular 3rd place in class, 12th overall, a 10th of a second ahead of Abigail Bosson, and the respect between the two of them is very high. Just looking a little bit further down as well, 71 in 14th position, but 5th in class. It is Robinson, Mitch Robinson on his Kawasaki. And then Max Munton, the number 60, well, number 111, of course, 16th position for Max Munton on the Yamaha R3, the Sunscan R3. Peter Hill finishing a lap down in 17th position. And then we had the 2 that registered out there as well, Wesley Blake and the 82 of Smith.
Right, folks, next up, Straighter Tech Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Round Motorcycles. And joining me, Mike's side, a celebrity commentator, Mr. Brad Bosworth. Brad, I saw you on telly earlier, chatting there to the guys downstairs. You're not out there. I see you've moved up to SBK.
Yeah, so obviously we were kicked out of breakfast for going too fast.
You can never go too fast, you know.
So yeah, but a lot of my teammates are obviously out there in the breakfast class, and it's nice to see the guys out there pushing it, growing the sport, that kind of thing. So awesome to see.
Okay, so we got the likes of Nico Venter out there, Derek Hendricks rolling back the years there. He's been around longer than I care to remember. Mario Ferreira on that BMW, the Ferreiras on those BMWs. Willem Lowe's out on the ZX6R. He's been out very long. Breakfast Club, Ray Fiveash, Matthew Dews, Quinton Weening. You said Quinton had the BMW that he's running around?
Yeah, correct. Shandon on the 600 out there.
Okay.
Michael Rayfart's on a ZX10, which is awesome to see. Ruan on the Motorflex, I think it's a ZX10 as well.
Yeah, your ZX10.
There's Ferdy and Andrew Symes. Very interesting story. He's actually based in the UK. Flew back to South Africa earlier, changed his flight ticket so that he can enter into this race. And he's on MV Augusta F3, 800cc.
Very pretty.
Very pretty.
Very pretty
He's
bike.
had the whole thing decked out in the last week just to be able to enter into this race.
So he's gonna have an awesome time out there.
Yeah.
And I always take my hat off these guys that make things work for them so they can come race at Killarney.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got mates in the UK that on Facebook and that I know from here, that if there's a car available, they're here. They fly down and they join.
Yeah.
So it's lekker. Right, so we're going to watch some racing. We're going to have them on screen. We've got them down on the track. It's new for you. You're up here.
Just have a look out for Ray Fiveash and Matthew Deusser. They're going to be running right to the front of the pack very quickly.
Right, great to see. So we're going to have a GSXR 750 and a Quacker ZX10R. It's all going to be happening out there. The Breakfast Club guys are behind the Clubman's guys. It's a little bit of a break in the start. But like you said, the boys are going to be reeling. Look at them chomping at the bit there. Have a look there at Quinton. Looks like he's chewing on the fairing. He's so ready to go.
There we go.
Lights off, away they go. And they light up the circuit and going down into turn number 1 is going to be Nico Venter. So Nico Venter gets the whole shot, but the boys get on the gas nice and early. I don't know why there was a split, because they're right there with him now. I mean, it's all over.
Yeah.
Right, so coming out of turn 1, up the Uber straight into Quarry Corner. It looks like Nico Venter. It could be Derek Hendricks up behind them.
Matthew Deusser moving up the field very, very quick over there, up into turn 2, as we can see.
Right, so everyone finding their feet. Coming out of Quarry Corner, all different lines being taken. Those 2 BMs are there. One of them running out front. I think that could be Mario Ferreira, who's currently finding himself in 3rd position on those old Boxer 800s, and they're having an absolute jaw out there.
He's actually a brilliant rider on that bike. I remember sitting watching in my first 2 races, him out on the meets, and he's running normally, I think it's about a 126 on that bike through this. It's not bad timing at all on that bike.
It's not bad when you think that some of the Power Sport 650s are out there. That's their top times as they work their way down the back there. And rolling down to Pertamina, faster on corner, down turn 5. Some of your Breakfast Club guys really lighting up the circuit there, Brad.
They moved down into the turn 5. I can see some late braking there by Matt Deusser. So that's good to see. Definitely I managed to see oh, there we go. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong first time up here, guys, so excuse the errors. But yeah, I definitely saw Ray moving up there as well in the GSXR 750 coming through the pack. So, oh, look at that. Yeah, the guys have moved through pretty quickly.
Lovely stuff as they make their way down there. There we see the riders all coming down now into turn number 1. Different lines being taken, some wide, trying to cut back, some of them tight. There's your ZX10. That's Weening is in there. Gets it in nice and tight. Yeah. And this is the Breakfast Club. We were talking about this earlier on in the year. The guys coming here to the track school, and I see them a lot. I'm at karting, so I see you guys, and I walk over and I see all sometimes up to 100 riders here coming on track school. But once they get in the track, that bug bites. I mean, that's where you come from.
Exactly.
That bug bites, and you come out here and you come and join them. And look at them. I mean, they're strutting themselves clubmans. This is where you sort of school yourself in terms of superbikes, if you want to go that far.
If you want to go.
Otherwise, you can stay here. We like the likes of Wayne Orenser that sandbagged himself here for 12 years and then decided, I'll go to now.
He was in the 600s and moved himself up to 1,000 eventually, yeah.
And right, coming down the bottom here, down the back straight, it's going to be Nico Venter. Wayne Gress is up there. Well, bang. Derek Hendricks finds something in 3rd. Peter Hill A man of 64 years old on an R6 sits up there in P4.
Wow, that's brilliant of him. Very well done.
Matthew Dews, and you said he's going to be quick. I mean,
yeah, there he is. And he'll start moving through the pack as well, because obviously he had the late starts in the first lap being
and
2 packs
let's
back.
have a look there. Where is our MV Augusta? Still at the back of the pack from Andrew Symes, but hey, he's having a jaw.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. He came here just to have fun. You know, it's his first time. He's only had the bike and been out on the track probably 2 or 3 times on that bike. So,
well, Derek Hendricks going to the front there on the Yamaha R6 from Bikers Delight. Nico Fenter in second. Wayne Gress is up there. Matthew Dews has moved up. And look at the time that he's posted. It's his PB of 122.6.
Matt is on the move. Matt is on the move.
Well, there he is. There he comes up. There we see him going up into trying to get into third position.
Yeah. So he's made his way up into the leading pack. And from there, I think he'll just start picking off riders, looking for a safe opportunity. We've briefed him 500 times saying to him, bud, it's a 10-lap race. You don't have to hit the pack after lap 2.
Yeah, well, that's important, and that's sound advice. One wants to take away. There he comes into interceptor corner. He's sitting up there behind Wayne Gress. And Wayne's no slouch. I mean, we've been watching him a lot, and he's now up side by side, looking, and just eases around the outside of Wayne Gress. How easy was that coming into Malmesbury?
Yeah.
And Derek Hendricks on the R6 in the front, having a nice tussle there with Nico Fenter. And here comes your man, Matthew, flat out. That ZX10 just lighting up the circuit, down into Podium Fostron. Brad, you wishing you were out there now, having a bit of a tussle?
Yeah, I'm sitting watching the timing screens in front of me. I'm watching the screen in front of me, and I'm trying to watch it live on the race, and I'm wishing I was out there. It's biting at the bit today.
Don't worry about it. I tell you what, I think I can ride a bike, but these modern stuff, I tell you what, they scare the living daylights out of me. Right, down into turn number 1.
Matt's going for a leg break on the inside. Yeah. He was looking for a block pass, but he doesn't even need to block, and he's made it through. He's taken the lead.
There we go. A Breakfast Club man leading out Clubmans.
Yeah.
Well, we know next time round he will be in the Clubmans class. He's just put the stamp down on the paper and said, I'm here. And I'm here to stay.
Yeah. And from there, let's see if he can pull up a commanding lead. But our next Breakfast Club rider, Ruan Smith, not doing too bad either. They're in 7th. Coming through now into turn 2. So doing very well out there from Motorflex Racing.
Well, there we go. There's a little bit of a tussle there in Quarry. I think Ruan might have got up another position as they work their way through. And they make their way through the King. Peter Hill's there leading out their little pack on his R6 down into Interceptor corner. Here they come. Here they come. This whole gaggle of bikers. There's 5 of them in it as they work their way through.
It's a nice pack racing there. I see in the back of it there, Quinton Wenning, also MC Breakfast Class runner.
You know, and this is just good racing. This is fun racing. We can't expect too much from them. Like you said, it's a Breakfast Club. They've probably done about 5 or 6 track schools now. They hit the circuit, and let's have some fun. But going down, twisting that grip, you just can't twist it anymore. You wish there was another 2 millimeters in the cable. You could get that more drive going down towards 5.
As soon as you get over the roots, you want more power. You want more power. There's never enough power on those.
And then you come down there and you start seeing those brake markers. 150, 100. I think I better grab a handful.
Yeah.
And if you're lucky, you've got a bit of a slipper clutch. You can trail the back in and bring it in.
Yeah. That's
stuff.
the best feeling that back tire slipping around.
There's Peter Hill, the old man, leading them out. And coming up over the line there, going past him there is Ray Fiveash. So Ray's in the Breakfast Club, and he finds himself in 5th position.
Yeah, he's
up
doing
behind
very
Wayne Gresser. And so we've got Breakfast Club leading out. Have a look at those times. A PB of a 121.8.
Yeah.
Coming out of your man there, Matthew Dews.
He broke into a 119 on Wednesday's unofficial practice for the first time in his life. So, you know, let's see if he can get past his actual PB during the race now. So, yeah, it's great riding from.
And if you're not used to racing, you're not really aware where the guys are with you. So you just pin it. You just don't give a damn. You go for it. I've got to get out of here. I don't want this guy to catch me. But in the meantime, he's like half a kilometer behind you, and you're flat out. So that's why the times come up, because he just wants to better and better. That's obviously riding within himself.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing is coming to this Breakfast Class run and being on a track bike on a track is there's no side mirrors. And we're so used to riding on a Sunday morning where the Breakfast Class originates from, those kinds of riders. And if there's a guy behind you, you just look in your mirror and you know, okay, my rider's there or my not. Here, you don't know. You could be 5 seconds ahead. You know, we had it in the last race with Sean Harris. He was 20 seconds ahead, but he thought the guy was like 2 seconds behind him. So you kept on the throttle, not knowing.
Lovely stuff there. And crossing the line there, Matthew Dews now, 122.2. Up behind him, Nico Fenter. Then Derek Hendricks and Wayne Gresser cross the line. There we see them going into turn 1. There's your man leading out on the Kawasaki ZX10. And, well, you know, just looking at the body language, you know, he looks like a seasoned veteran. You know?
He's smooth. He's very smooth.
Whoever taught him well. We're not going to mention names. But look at him going to Quarry. Takes a nice, easy line. Knees just touching the tar. works his way out. We watch him come through the kink now for the viewers at home.
Yeah.
And
I know there's a personal tussle going on between Quentin Wenning and Shandon Thompson to divert a little bit. So Shandon's kids said, please, Daddy, bring us home a trophy. So he's out there to try and get trophy for breakfast class. And obviously Quentin's his main competition. And they turned around and they said, okay, well, whoever gets the trophy gets the kids. So Quint might be inheriting some kids if he keeps up there.
Yeah, well, there we go. So, right, going down the back straight, your leader man, Matthew Dews, absolutely got his ears pinned back as he makes his way down to Podium, Fostron. And he's catching actually some of the slower riders. It looks like it's Schmidt, and he might be up behind Symes pretty shortly. Yeah. So he's really got it wide open. And you can see he's enjoying the bike. His body language, you know, you can see when a rider's comfortable, he's not comfortable. He's doing it. He's got his head down behind the fairing, makes his way down towards turn number 1. There's a slow rider in front of him. He's actually a bit cautious, slows up behind the rider, doesn't dive up on his inside like some of the other riders would do. But he's got a commanding lead there over Nico Venter. Derek Hendricks, who was leading, has dropped down to 3rd. Wayne Gresser still on 4th. And Fivish has gone up into 5th position, second of the Breakfast Club.
Ray's moved his way through. He's got through Willem, he's got through Peter Hill. Peter Hill's actually dropped down a bit there.
Yeah, and that Gixxer 750. What a bike, eh?
What a
bike.
Man,
you can murder those bikes and they just keep going, eh?
So interestingly, he had a Honda CBR 600 before this. He had some fueling issues, so he decided to upgrade the bike. He didn't want to quite step up to 1,000. He wanted to keep the lines that a 600 would ride, but he just needed a little bit more, as we spoke about earlier, throttle for the main straights. And this is what the bike's managing to do for him.
I've done a lot of road riding. We do these, the normal rallies and that. And those Gixxer 750s, you're riding 1,000, this bike's like scratching you behind you, and then that GSXR 750, very quick.
Yeah.
So great stuff. We've got 3 laps to go, and still Wayne Duser leading out. He's got almost a 5-second lead over Nico Venter, and then Derek Hendricks a further 3 seconds back. A second behind him is Wayne Gresser, and Ray Fivish in the Breakfast Club class on the 88 machine finds himself in P5 ahead of Willem Milo and Peter Hill.
Yeah, and actually, interestingly enough, he's a second a lap quicker than the guys in front of him, Wayne and Derek, and I think he might be trying to hunt them down if there isn't too much of a deficit. 3.8. How many laps are left?
2 laps.
2 laps. He's going to fall just a little bit short, but I think for race 2, that'll make an interesting little competition.
Yeah, it's going to change up. The grid will be different. They'll find himself there. But hats off to the Breakfast Club guys for coming forward, putting their best foot forward, and really making for exciting racing. The field a little bit strung out. There's no challenges happening here. But like we say, the likes of Ray Fivish getting himself up there. Smith was ahead of Lowe. Lowe got back at him.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of a tussle
going on there.
There's
That's
something happening.
to
Nice to see. Quentin Wenning ahead of Shannon Thompson, Ferreira Morris, the 2 BMWs now found their feet. They sort of stuck in 11 and 12. Ray Forth at their Symes, I think, not knowing maybe the circuit too much, and the F3. Look, I don't want to put on an F3. I'll cry. I'll cry for a month because it's an absolute beauty. It's like breaking a supermodel's leg. You don't want to do it.
Thing, but someone's going to do it.
Yeah. But great. I remember back when we had all the MV Augustas riding here. We had the F4s and the F3s racing in the national class. They were beautiful bikes. That sound that comes out of those 3 exhaust pipes is just magnificent.
Beautiful.
So yeah.
It's also interesting to see Michael Rayforth is actually hanging on to the back of, we call them the yellow bumblebees in our team.
Yeah.
No offense meant, gents. But you always say, there's a fastest a bookkeeper or accountant in SA. Well, there's your fastest lawyer in SA.
Ray Fivish,
Oh, no, Michael Rayforth.
Michael Rayforth.
Yeah.
So Rayforth's a lawyer.
Yeah.
Good to know. So someone can represent the class. In the Dwang.
He's our barista. We take him everywhere as a barista.
Okay, lovely stuff. Right, so we've got a lap to go. Checkered flag should be coming out pretty shortly. Having a look there, they're waiting. Wayne User will try and pick him up on circuit. I think he could possibly be approaching the back straight. I'm not sure. We've been watching the telly for the benefit of the viewers. So we'll check where Wayne is and see how he does. But he's really lit up the circuit.
Yeah.
So the 2 BMWs go through. So he should be going down the back straight pretty shortly. Bike's going down into Patamina fast on turn number 5. No, here he is. There's the 20 bike. There he's going down the back straight now towards Patamina Fastron. And
that's a commanding lead down the back straight.
I tell you what, he's absolutely walloped the camp here.
Yep.
Into turn 5, takes good times. I saw him getting a little bit of a wobble going down here. I don't know if he came out of turn 4, maybe at an angle, trying to correct the bike. But he seems to be keeping together. He's going to get the checkered flag. And hopefully a bottle of champagne on this one. Man, as he blistered away.
Matt Doiser.
There we go.
I know his mom and dad are sitting in Johannesburg watching, so congratulations, mom and dad.
Fantastic stuff there. Brad Bodsworth, one of our SPK riders, recently migrated to SPK, up in second place. Nico Venter. Nico, we know, has been very quick of late. Derek Hendricks, Wayne Gresser, Ray Fiveash up into P5 and second in class in the Breakfast Club.
Well done.
Then it's Willem Lowe. And then Ruan Smith will pick up the third place in the Breakfast Club class. There they go over the line.
Was that Quinton who got past him? No.
No.
On the line. Quinton got past him on the line.
There we
go.
go.
Quinton got past him on the line. Well done, Quint.
Fantastic stuff there. So
Shandon.
A great race there. And Brad, am I going to see you for the second hit, buddy?
Well, 100%. If I get a welcome back.
Yeah, well, you know, as long as you sign, just talk to Gary and sign the indemnity, to make sure that you get out of that one. But
Awesome.
it's been great having you up here and getting your perspective from the club.
Thank you.
I mean, it's your group of guys, so you know.
Appreciate
and,
it.
It's just nice to get your perspective, but lekker stuff. And
Thank you.
Byron, welcome rest.
Sorry, Byron. Next race, all yours. Thank you, gents. Have a good one.
Thank you, Brad. Okay, so folks, we're going to be breaking for a luncheon interval. There will be a fan walk down at the Ubea Strait, and there's a couple of other activities on the screen. So don't go anywhere. Charge your glass, fill your cup, get some snacks, fill up the biltong bowl at home on the telly, and we'll see you in approximately, I reckon, about half an hour's time.
After 33 years of service to you, we make everything about cars even better. We buy your car, we sell your car, we finance your car, we service your car. Through our Best Price for My Car app, we sell your car while you are driving it and return you much more money. And we can even rent you a car while we clear your credit score. Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car will keep you driving, no matter what. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers who go beyond measure so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor. Great comfort, better safety.
The Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer.
Two. Shivish wants to do with dancing on the chair.
And we're back here at Killarney for the lunchtime show of the Power Series, round number 6. And so far, it's been a action-packed day. And of course, when it comes to motorsport, you can't skip past certain types of action, Dix. And there was a lot of that.
Race 1 was amazing for the guys. I think it was going to be a warmer, but I think it was a full-out battle. A lot of guys got back to the paddock area with a couple of dents that didn't expect to be that deep.
Nah.
But the cars are ready and they're prepared and they're about to go out for number 2 a little bit. But I think overall, sum up the race 1 for most of the guys, it was pretty clean. It wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
There was a bit of argy-bargy, but nothing serious. Nothing
as to be expected.
Rubbing compound consort out.
Well, I think Manik over there, we chatted him earlier on in his golf. He came together with a couple of BMWs in the clubman's race. We walked past some of those BMWs, and there are a few BMs that are worse for wear. The guys are furiously now trying to get those cars sorted out so that hopefully we can see them on the start of the grid in race 2. But that's the nature of the game, though. You have a tough race in race 1. Come to race 2, and hopefully you can get your car sorted out.
Absolutely. And obviously with race 2, the guys really go a little bit more balls to the hall. They're a little bit more braver. I'm being distracted by a certain Joy Hoskins with All-Star stuff. She's reminding me that the All-Star...
Can we get a copy of that, please?
Can I take that home with me?
Oh, yes.
Because I need to study that. Stop being naughty, Joe.
Just between us, okay? Don't tell anybody else. It's between us, okay? He's riding in the All-Star next week, and that is the very secret map for that race. So next week is the All-Town. If you want to see some action, come check it out. But today was an action-packed day. But speaking of action, I've got a rider here that Matt wants to chat to us.
Absolutely.
Matt, make your way through, grab a seat. Let's chat to Matt. And Matt, was that you that got all the applause there now when you came back?
Hopefully, yeah.
And while you got camera people over here, you got cheerleaders going on. So what exactly happened, Matt? What happened in your race?
Yeah, so first couple of corners, I just held back a little bit, let everyone settle in a little bit. And then I just worked my way to the front.
Oh, nice.
Found my groove and just settled in there.
Okay,
But
so
like,
you got the first in class, I would imagine.
Yeah.
And which class are you racing in today?
I'm actually in the breakfast runs class.
Okay,
my
nice.
First race today.
No
Never raced before, so nice and fun. Got a lot of support here. So very cool.
Clearly your breakfast running skills have translated to the track. So this is your first circuit race?
Yeah, I've done quite a few circuit sessions, but
Okay.
never first race ever.
Okay, wow. And what a way to end the day off so far. I mean, unbelievable stuff so far. How do you find it? What is that first race experience like for those guys, especially for a biker? Because I've just been told as well that I'm doing my first bike track day soon. So what is that like?
Just a lot of nerves, eh?
Is
a
it?
lot of nerves. My heart's still racing.
Well, you clearly have a solid support system here, Matt. And what time are you racing again?
I think it's later in the day. We do the last race of the day. So it's
Okay.
around 5-ish. If we
Okay.
run on time, if we don't, a little bit later.
Well, there you go, folks. Check out Matt in the breakfast run category of the motorcycle races. He just won his race. Congratulations once again. And we'll see him in race number 2. Matt, congratulations and enjoy the
Thanks very
spoils of victory. Well, there you go, folks. That was Matt from the breakfast run category, one of our bike races over here. And there are many, many bike classes. We got 350, we got 650, we got above that as well.
Listen,
and then, of course,
so everybody thought it was going to rain today, right?
Oh, yes.
Everybody thought it was going to rain. The bikers were prepared. I saw them carrying wets this morning.
apparently
up
2
and
o'clock
down.
the rain's coming. I don't know.
Who said that?
Somebody said that. Somebody
There's definitely
said that.
no rain on the cards. So I think full slicks is the order of the day. The guys are going to post some really, really good times now. Let me take you back to the GTI Challenge race.
Yes.
Class C in particular.
Class C.
What a-
Neanderthal, Chase Herald going at it
battle
all the
hammer
time.
and tongs. I think they were bumper to bumper for about 75% of the race.
And those are teammates, eh? Just keep in mind. So Neanderthal NDT Racing over here is back today racing for the first time. He had an epic dice with Chase Herald, the person that works with him at Neanderthal Racing. Chase, a very accomplished stock car driver, and funny enough, name drop over there, my teammate recently in the endurance race as well, but now taking on Neanderthal ex-GTI Challenge champion. And tell us more about that.
It was fantastic. They went at it. They went Class C, so they were last off the grid. Went into turn 1. They literally pulled away from the rest of the Class C guys. And after about 3 corners, the 2 of them were going at it, swapping paint, swapping positions first and second all the time, and still posting good times. And that's the thing about racing. If I'm going to go hammer and tongs with you and we're going to go exchange a bit of paintwork, we're going to lose some time.
Yes.
And normally the backer markers will come catch all the guys behind us are going to catch us. They were still posting good times while fighting.
Wow.
And I think that's fantastic.
That's incredible. Up to Class B was Tate Bishop. Tate Bishop dominated the Class B run today and pulled away from the rest of the crowd in that Jetta. I think a few more guys are going to be thinking to themselves, maybe I should get a Jetta as well.
Zaki Hendricks was in the mix as well.
Zaki Hendricks in the mix as well.
Big Bird, I think he went off lap 4 or 5.
He got knocked off in turn 2 over there.
But I bet it wasn't his fault.
No, it was. I must say, I saw it. It wasn't his fault. Big sideways moment from him. He kept it pinned, pulled the car out, and off he went back into the fight with Class B. Class A was all Umpi Swart, Yuri Swart over there in Class A, but he didn't have it easy today. The guys, Colin Mead and the guys, were giving it to him.
Yeah, we'll definitely give it to him. And I think now, race 2 coming up, they're definitely going to turn up the heat in all those 3 classes. And the winner of that Class C was actually Chase Herald. He actually won. I'm hoping that he won it fairly. He was done a couple of
I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Go teammate, go. So now we talk about the V8 Masters. There was lots of action in the V8 Masters.
Before the race started.
Before the race started, out of the pits, somebody crashed into the wall. It didn't look too serious.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure they'll get that car back again. Those fiberglass bodies, they put it together pretty quickly. And it didn't look like the car had any structural damage. It was just bumper body work and so forth. But like I said in the beginning of the day, in the breakfast show, the Masters guys, they're really driving a little bit different to what they were used to. I think they are really going full hammer.
They're pushing now.
They are really pushing.
And also some big names are coming into the fold as well.
Yep.
You've got guys like Jason Ibbotson in there. You've got plenty guys like Rui Campos as well. Lots of experience there. So when you got the big names coming in like that, sometimes, you know, it elevates the skill level, and then you get a little bit more close racing, which is what we saw today.
Which is what we like. Which is what we like.
Yeah. Sports and GT.
Oh man, I was going to say Nick Adcock. Let's bring him to the front. Let's get the show going. What a car! You interviewed him this morning.
Yeah.
He was doing so well, like second place behind the Angel Porsche.
Yeah,
was fantastic. We heard a misfire.
Yes,
it was confirmed on the radio that he got a misfire. He pulled back. The time started going down. He pulled off. Made it back into pits. What do you have for us?
Well, I'm hoping to get Nick. That's why I'm looking back like this. I'm waiting for Nick Adcock's pit crew to make their way over here. They're coming to come have a chat with us and let us know exactly what happened and if they're going to be sorted out for race number 2. Keeping Marcel Angel very, very honest through that race. I chatted to Marcel Angel early on. Unfortunately, the microphone might have broken up there. But just to repeat what he said, the car was fast. They backed it off a little bit to make sure that they didn't run at maximum pace.
Yeah.
Had some good dices there, but overall, that car seems like it's in a league of its own at the moment.
It's an absolute rocket. Steve Humble going off, I think, in the second turn. That was a bit of an argy-bargy. Fell all the way to the back of the pack, and he had to then fight and make his way. He ended up, I think, in second place in his class. But that Mallock is not slow.
That Mallock is not slow.
Corner speed was unbelievable. The way that thing corners and how far he sits back in that thing. I mean,
he sits on the back axle.
It's a spectacle to see. I mean, I don't know if actually the camera is actually doing it justice, but to see it in real life and to see that thing go around turn 1 and the rest of the speed about all the cars, that thing is so much faster.
The corner speed of the Mallock is just incredible, and I've heard there's not even that big of an engine under the bonnet.
It's a 2-liter C20 XE, if you want to get technical about it, running on old technology side drafts.
Points and condensers.
That's what it is. 13 spanner and a flat screwdriver is going to get you going.
Well, if there's anybody that can do that and work on those cars, it's Jesse Huggett. Unfortunately, not driving today, but he is part of Nick Adcock's team, and we're waiting for one of those team members to come over and chat us and let us know what happened.
If you want somebody in your team, Jesse's the guy.
Oh, yes.
Whether he's driving or whether he's pit crew, he knows what's going on.
He can do both, and he can do both well. So in that incident we saw with the Mallock earlier, and the Porsche was colliding with him. Apparently the two of them are going argy-bargy from the start of the race. Eventually, a sedan, saloon car and a sports car don't go well together.
No, not at all. Not at all. And
the lighter one usually comes off worst, and in this case, it was the Mallock.
And usually they go up and over, but unfortunately, luckily for him, he just went up and around, so he was kind of safe. So he's okay.
Nice.
So I think going into race 2, the sports and GT cars definitely is something to watch. Not only are they beautiful, but they're really giving us good racing as well.
They are.
So that's really fantastic.
Yes, they are. Small field, but a quality field, and that's exactly what you want. If you've got a smaller field, you want to make sure the guys are all fast, the racing is tight. We've got other categories here today. Of course, we've got the bikes, we've got Minky and Glovo, we've got the 16-year-old racers racing.
That's so good.
Abigail racing under her father's number, the 51.
That's so good. Absolutely fantastic. And a little bit early, she actually posted how easy it is to get involved with racing, and that's what we want to see. We want to see more youngsters come through. We really want to see them come through as well. So if you're sitting at home and you think you can do this and you really want to try it out, go check it out.
Well, there's a road car category as well for the guys that just want to drive their stock standard road cars around the circuit.
Absolutely. The street car challenge was really, really good today. It was the first time ever we did something like this, and the guys had a good time.
Yes, they did.
And I'm sure they're going to get some race cars.
I would love to chat to some of the guys because there's a lady that was named Sissy Oosthuizen. She was the granny racer, they called her. She actually did some drag races. Yeah, I didn't know that she passed away last year. So her son, Yaku, is racing her car today in that street car challenge.
That is so fantastic. That's so good to see. And then, of course, the clubman's never fails to disappoint. Never fails. Clean race, though. I must be very honest. Yeah, well, some say.
I think
clean for their standards, because usually
are the bottom of these shoes clean? No, I'm just joking. The guys had a good race. A couple of incidents here and there, but that's to be expected when you've got so many cars on the grid. But at the same time, it was nice to see a full Clubman's grid. I was jealous. I want to drive with those Clubman's guys as soon as possible.
The Volvo looked mint on track.
My car of the day.
So good. So it wasn't the quickest.
It wasn't the quickest. He took the spoiler off, though. Did you notice that?
I didn't notice that at
He
all.
took the spoiler off. We've got a Volvo S40 here. That's a touring car replica, the same one that won the championship. Ricard Rijdel. Yeah, you can go to Performance's page to see that interview with Ricard Rijdel. Name drop there. But Ricard Rijdel won the championship in that car, and this is a replica of that car, and and it looks fantastic.
It's actually beautiful to see on track, and I think we need to see more of those. I think it'll be great to see the Toyota Camry back of Serge Damso and all of those things. Mike White.
Yes, exactly. I'm hoping that more guys build more replicas. Reslo, Ian Reslo in Jobo's doing one. In PE's doing one. We've got the Benson and Hedges touring car here as well. I've got a BMW E36 that I want to make look a certain way. You got an E36 that you're busy building up for the All-Star and other events. So hopefully guys will be building more of these old replicas, the heritage cars, which build up all the nostalgia.
And I think it speaks volumes. It doesn't have to be quick. The fact that the car is here, it brings back a certain memory from seeing something back in the day. I think that's the most important thing.
Cool. We've got the Motorflex guys going past here saying, how's it? Motorflex, of course, were the guys that gave away the bike at the last event. They gave it away. And I just heard from them now that they're actually going to be giving away another bike. So check out motorflex.com. Go check them out online, Facebook, Insta, to find out if you could be the winner of one of those bikes. The last time they gave it away here. But someone that's used to winning, Mr. Rico Barlow, is going to join you here, Dex. Rico Barlow, please step in, grab the mic. And you're going to be telling us a bit more about the
Nick Adcock.
Yes. So just for some background, we're busy experimenting with a new engine on the car, and it's a 2.4 litre. So historically, these cars came out in a 2 litre.
Yeah.
And we've run them successfully for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
And we just decided to make a change. And so we've just put the engine in after it came back. We've had 2 outings with the engine where we had issues, which we've now sorted out. And unfortunately now we're just down to a simple little 3-wire crank angle sensor wire.
They let you down.
Yes, but in a normal instance, we'd have to pull the engine out to get to this wire.
So how difficult is it actually to work on this Ligier? I mean, obviously one cover comes off and you pretty much can see quite a bit.
You can see a lot, but unfortunately the engine is connected straight up to the bulkhead.
Right.
And you've got about 20 millimeters of space between the bulkhead and the engine.
So I'm assuming that you've got quite a few meters at work that you can get in there and sort it out.
We very much with very small hands you need to get in there.
So safe to say the car sorted out and ready to go for race 2?
It seems like it. We sent Jess out just to do a quick hot lap of the car, and everything. I've just downloaded the data. The data looks good.
Okay.
So you know these things are unfortunately it's a test and run phase.
Absolutely.
And we don't use the race as a test phase, but it's pure conditions, and that's what we have to go for.
When the car was running good, the first sort of 4-5 laps, the car was super on pace. Is there still more to give? He was kind of catching the Porsche, laid off a little bit after the misfire. What do you think race 2 is going to be like?
To be honest, we've been much faster even with a 2-litre engine. In testing, we've been much faster than what we were today. Conditions this morning just weren't perfect. The track was cold. There were wet spots on the track. We're out in slicks. We run endurance tires, even when we're testing over here. So endurance tire, hard compound takes 2 to 3 laps to warm up. And if you look at it, Nick was already in his 3rd lap. He was doing a 12 odd. So there's a lot more in the car, yes. Depending on the conditions, all goes well, we'll push.
You should be there. Who's your nearest competitor? Is it actually the Porsche or?
It'll be Marcel Angel, yes.
Marcel Angel, okay. So you guys are going to gun for Marcel Angel, I'm sure.
100%.
He's going to turn up the boost, I'm telling you that now.
Well, if he doesn't, then he's doing the wrong thing.
Okay, you heard it first here from the man. Thanks so much, and I hope to see you guys on track, and I hope you guys do well on track.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thanks, guys.
That's the man behind the Ligier of Nick Adcock. So the car is sorted. The car's ready to go, Ernie.
Okay.
Uncle Jesse did some testing.
Okay.
It was really good. He said everything seems okay. They downloaded the data and they're ready to go.
Okay, good to hear, because we don't want to see that car out again. Unfortunately, that car's had a little bit of reliability issues now since the new engine's gone in. But before that, there wasn't much to worry about. They would get in, go, do the times, take the silverware home, and now, unfortunately, they're sorting out these issues.
The thing is, the truth be told, if you get a new girlfriend, it means she's not going to be perfect. You got to kind of, you know, so
these things take time.
Let him do what he's going to do.
These things take time.
Let him do what he's going to do, baby.
And that's exactly what they're doing now. Hopefully, on the next date, the next outing, things will go smoothly.
Let's talk a little bit about the Marshals.
Yes.
Believe they're going to Ford and Friends.
Yes, they are. They're going to Ford and Friends. So I spoke to the guys earlier. I spoke to Bradley earlier. We've got Ari over here as well. How's it, Ari? And the Marshals are going to Ford and Friends to have sort of a work breakaway. They're going to be working at that event, but at the same time, the guys haven't been away in years. And they are asking us to put it out there that the marshals are looking for a sponsor to help with this cause. So the guys are looking to go to the Ford and Friends event. We are
rudely interrupted here.
Rudely interrupted. You know what?
But he's allowed.
No, because of that, he
he's
gets
the
a mic in his hand now.
He's the king.
Now he gets a mic in his hand.
Spot a seat. Spot a seat. Spot a seat. Yeah. Don't fall off though. How are you?
I'm good.
How was your first race? I saw the incident. I'm not going to ask what happened, but I saw the incident. But I did say that you caught the guys pretty quickly.
So Gary and I, we race well together, but I think he needed a bit more room in turn 2 than I was prepared to give him. And it was a little bit cold. So, he slid and I span.
No damage?
Yeah, the nose was completely rooted, but my guys have repaired it. They've done a fantastic job. So we're ready to go. The tracking was a bit out, but the old red mist came down.
I saw. We were actually talking a little bit earlier about the corner speed of your car. Like, what are the G-forces you're going around turn 1? Because we looked at all the other cars, and the corner speed of the Malak was unbelievable. Even after the incident and after you had a crash and the nose wasn't there, I'm sure the downforce wasn't where it was, the corner speed was still phenomenal. You were able to overtake people on the outside of turn 1.
The advantage the Malak has is its weight. Before you put the slightly grey and overweight driver in the car, it's 485 kilos. But people don't realise that the thing is getting old now. I mean, next year it's 50 years old, and there's nothing high-tech on the car, but it works well. Yeah. Arthur Malak, who, he was Malak. He came up with the cars from the 60s. He knew what he was doing when he built the cars, and they are that good.
So the car is almost 50 years old, if not more. The chassis.
1974.
Wow. And it's still going strong and still winning races. That's phenomenal.
That makes it older than you.
It's pretty much double my age. I think I'm only 21. I think so.
Oh, look, there goes another low-flying pig.
And the pull beam did really well. You caught him pretty quickly. I think took you about 3 or 4 laps to catch him.
Yeah, Francis unfortunately was having a small problem with downshifting. The downshift strategy wasn't working in the gearbox properly. We've made adjustments. We hope we fixed it. So, yeah, he was finding false neutrals when he was going from 4th to 3rd gear. So we've made an adjustment in there, which was hopefully will cure the problem for him.
Absolutely. And obviously race 2 is coming up now. You're going to give it the full beans. You need some silverware in your room there?
I don't need any more silverware, but fortunately the way our rules work is the race 2 grid is formed from your fastest lap from race 1. So this is one of the advantages. Even though I span and was at the back of the field, it gives you an incentive to go as fast as you can do.
Right.
And get as fast a lap, because that dictates where you start on the grid. So I've moved a place forwards. Actually, I think
you finished 4th.
I finished 3rd.
3rd, okay.
So, and I start 3rd because my lap time was faster than Gary's.
Right.
So though Gary beat me, he has to start behind me now.
Okay, cool. And he's probably not going to pass you.
That's the theory.
Well, we'll see what happens. Let's talk a little bit about rallycross. I mean, I cannot have you next to me and not speak about it because, kindle spirits over here.
Yeah, definitely. Even though you're now without your 4-wheel drive.
Well, I mean, I've got one, but it's not been built properly yet, so we got to wait till it's done.
Cool. So we got rallycross in 2 weeks' time. We did postpone the last rallycross meeting. We had a reasonable entry, but 17 cars was sort of promised. 14 definitely entered, and we were worried that we didn't want to let our supporters and spectators down by not putting on a really good show.
Fair play.
So we need to get everybody there for the next meeting. It is so much fun.
Yeah.
I cannot stress how much fun it is. I mean, coming from main circuit and then going to the rallycross, which is a totally different sort of set of rules, and you learn to drive on dirt and wet and tar all at the same time. But it is the best fun you'll have.
Surface changes and all of those things.
It is, and everybody enjoys themselves. So nobody takes it too seriously. So it's great fun. It's
so when the Porsche knocks you out here, you take your frustrations out on me and the rallycross. That's what I see happening over here.
Now, fortunately, it's the second nose we damaged on the Malak within 24 hours. But we have spares, so we got spares for most of the car. But it's only a glass fibre piece. With the rallycross now, I mean, occasionally there's bumps and rubs, but nobody does anything intentionally, and that's the great thing with rallycross. So
and future plans for rallycross. I know that you're busy building an Audi S3. I'm busy building an Audi Quattro as well. Where do you see rallycross going Let's call it by the end of December.
So I'm busy thinking about building it. I've got the car. It's just the time.
Right.
So, you know, we're hoping that if we can get to a regular 40-car entry, that would be ideal.
And we're not far from that. To be
No, we're
honest.
not that far from that. We've had more than 40 cars, but if we can regularly get 40 cars there, then it makes the whole thing worthwhile.
Absolutely.
And spectators have got something to come along. We've had good spectators. We had over 200 spectators at the last meeting, and they all enjoyed themselves. And there was great social posts about how fun it was, and it was great to see all the racing. So we're getting there. It's like anything. It's a process, but it's definitely taking off.
So good. And are you going to be at the next one 2 weeks from now?
Oh, yes.
Okay, cool. So who's knocking who?
You're in a rear-wheel drive car now, and though I know you affectionately like to call the front-wheel drive car wheelbarrows, they're actually quicker.
They are quicker.
Yes,
you will be right. They are definitely quicker.
So. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. You don't need to spend a lot of money. So a little 2-litre car making
Sufficient.
110 kilowatts does the job.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So
good. Well, enjoy your second race. We can look out for you. It's definitely one of the better races of the day. I must be honest, the Sports and GT cars are fantastic to look at, and you're doing really well. So
yeah, we got Nick Adcock here. Unfortunately, Darby was taken ill yesterday with what looks like to be COVID. So we lost him and another guy. But yeah, that's motor racing.
It's motor racing for you. Thanks so much.
Cool.
Have a good one.
All right, guys.
Chat to you later.
Cheers.
That's the king of Killarney, Steve Humble. And we've got another one, Motorflex. How's it going? Grab a seat, grab a seat, grab a seat. Talk to us about it. How's things going? How was, firstly, who won the prize? Who won the bike?
It was actually somebody from Cape Town, which was actually very nice. And he was here on the day or the evening when we did the live draw.
Right, right.
So I think with everything we've done, I think that was the most rewarding to see his face and his reaction when he won the bike, because he was in absolute shock.
And usually with this sort of thing, when people enter bike competitions or car competitions, they're not really car enthusiasts, they're not really bike enthusiasts. Yeah. Was he a biker or is he a biker?
Yes, and the nicest thing is actually I spoke to him earlier today because he came and made it pop in and say hi.
Yeah.
And he said, and I asked him, so what bike do you ride? And he said, no, unfortunately I had to sell his bike.
Oh, that's a good story.
To pay for his studies.
Good story, good story.
And I'm like,
good story.
I couldn't have gone to a better person. So I'm very, very chuffed that it went to him. Still on the air there.
Okay, there we go, I'm back. No, that's fantastic. That's absolutely fantastic. So he is a biker, and it's nice to see him obviously getting back onto the bike again, and he's riding again.
Yes,
that's so good.
Went to the right person.
How's your guys doing out there? How's the riders doing out there?
So it's only myself today.
Only you driving?
Yes,
okay.
I'm still in the breakfast run, so it's the entry level. I had a lacquer start, but I need to make some adjustments on my bike because I couldn't tame it. It was a bit too wild, especially out of turn one. I couldn't keep the nose down.
You on the 1000?
Yeah, 1000 cc.
1000 okay.
The Kawasaki ZX10.
That's right. Oh, on the Kawasaki, yeah. So I heard it was a little bit greasy in the beginning. Obviously, it was a little bit wet. When you guys went out, it dried out a little bit, so it wasn't too bad.
Yes.
You guys were last on track. What was the track giving you back? With
the qualifying, it was very slippery for me still because there were some wet patches.
Yeah.
And I had a massive eyesight in Delmas
with
the ZX10 Cup, so I was extra cautious just to keep the bike up straight, especially in the qualifying. So I just basically did a few laps, got comfortable, checked that everything on the bike is working, and I had a lucky start on the first race. Not my best time, but I'm getting back on the horse again.
Race 2, end of the day, what's your plans? Are you guys going to go full out, or are you guys just going to lay back still? I'm seeing a little bit of the high side might have scared you. Does the bike have TC? Traction control?
Yes,
so
it
does it help you actually save the bike in a moment like that when there is a bit of a high side moment?
Yes, so what happened in Delmas is the tires were still very cold, and it was an extra cold day that morning.
Yeah.
And it's obviously a brand new track for me.
Yeah.
I haven't learned it. Just threw me. I thought I was going to the moon.
But you saved it.
Yeah.
So race 2 coming up. What's your plans? Are you going to lay back a bit?
So I've done some changes on the bike, so hopefully that will help. Just to tame it down a bit so I can actually control the bike better.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to give it all. And at the end of the day, for me, it's about having fun.
Having fun is always the main thing.
And walking away in one piece.
Well, you guys are made of concrete. Ernest was saying earlier, you guys come back again the next day, just replace the leathers. Whereas us old boys in the cars, we need roll cages. We made of glass. So you guys are tough as nails. So it's good to see you out there. And enjoy race number 2.
All right, thanks.
All the best. Excellent stuff. So, Race 2 about to start, and just the pre-race paddock area starting to fill up now with the streetcar guys. They're about to do their first race. Are you?
No, not me. I'm the mother.
So we got an interview lined up by the mom, looks like it. And we'll be waiting for that rider to join us from the ZX10 R Cup. Back to the action in the next 15 minutes or so. Here's one of our streetcar drivers. That's not a streetcar, that thing's stripped out.
Where's your back seats, young man?
No back seats. Last I heard, the streetcar's got seats, but at least they're having fun. The guys just had the lunchtime show at the moment, so you can probably see some of those visuals. And the streetcar race, just what an exciting spectacle as we see the guys lining up here now. More of the street cars lining up once again, and it's nice to see so many of them back for race number 2. We see the
honestly,
TTRS there as well.
That's the car for me, the TTRS. I mean, not to say that I'm not a guy, but that 5-cylinder, it's just got that sound of the old S1, you know, the yellow and white S1.
Yes.
The Hanu Mikula, the Stick Blomqvist time. That thing just screams down.
Andre Johnson feels like Stig Blomqvist going down the circuit here. And I heard from one of the other drivers that that car is very fast. And the nice thing about that platform is it's a reliable platform as well.
It is a reliable platform, absolutely. I don't think there's a competitor for him out there. The M3 not doing too badly behind him as well. E46 M3. And then, of course, the Mustang, the 350Z, driven by Barcy Berger.
Yes.
One of the ex-clubman guys.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's pretty nice to see.
And that's what I was saying earlier on, that not all of these guys are inexperienced, not all of these guys are new, but it certainly is a lot more low maintenance to be able to have a street car that you can race and not necessarily have to have a custom race car. We've got Abigail back here again.
Abigail.
Yes.
Bring it in.
Are you going to join us? This is your teammate over here. Dexter, you're going to chat to the lady?
Let me
if you don't mind. And we've got, are you chatting to us as well? Okay, cool. So how's about you get in there? Let me get you a chair. I don't have a chair for you here, but you can
the man doesn't need a chair. Look at him. The man doesn't need a chair.
Okay.
Come spot a seat next to it. Just come here. Race 1. Talk to me. How did it go?
Okay, so race 1, I came 4th. I was so close to getting 3rd. I just got to the finish line and the guy was ahead of me, so yeah.
Love the confidence. This morning when I interviewed, I could see the teeth were chatting. She was a little bit nervous, but now she's full on. The confidence is there.
Yes.
So, finish 4th place. Race 2 coming up. How's the bike feeling?
Race 2, the bike's feeling amazing. My tire is ripping a bit, so we're going to swap it around quickly. And then race 2, hopefully I get podium. That's my only goal for today. This morning I said that I wanted to drop into 29th, and I did.
You did, you did.
Yes, I did, which is super excited. So that's my personal best on that
wow,
bike.
came, saw, and conquered.
Amazing.
Absolutely fantastic. Let me bring you in here. Why don't you grab the mic? Why don't you introduce yourself? Who are you?
I'm Max Munton.
And you are riding?
300.
Also the 3. So you guys are in the same class?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And your bike is a KTM? What do you want? Yamaha. He doesn't know what bike he's riding. Now you know you're riding a Yamaha.
It's someone else's bike that I'm lending for the one race, yeah.
Okay, cool. So how did it go?
It was a lot better than I expected, to be honest.
Was your first race, or have you been?
Yeah, this was my first race on the main circuit.
On the main circuit, and okay, cool. So was it a little bit daunting this morning, obviously going out?
I'm going to be honest, before it was pretty stressful, but then, you know, as soon as the lights went out, you kind of just forget about it all, you know.
Yeah, it wasn't the red mist that you saw. It was just, you know, let's enjoy this, let's have a little bit of fun with it.
It was exciting. It was so much fun, yeah.
And you're going to definitely be back for more, I'm assuming.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And where did you actually finish in the first race? Your first race ever?
6th.
So behind Abigail?
2 places behind.
Wow. Are you able to catch her? Because I've heard she's very fast. I've heard she's very quick.
Yeah. I don't know. I suppose you'll second next race.
Any changes to your bike that you're going to be doing now, or you're going to send it just like that?
No, I'm probably just going to keep it how it is, yeah.
Okay, cool. So keep it on the black stuff.
Yeah.
Well, all the best with you two guys. Thank you so much for the interview. And we'll watch you guys out there.
Sweet, thanks.
You got a plug? You got a plug?
Yes.
Go for it.
Like he said, when you rock up here, you are really nervous. Like, I normally get really nervous beforehand. But once you're on the track, you completely forget about it. So, like, most people get intimidated by that nervousness.
Absolutely.
And I think just get out and go out of your comfort zone to get that. It's like anything in life. You have to go out of your comfort zone.
Yes.
And any opportunity will rise. And yeah.
Wow.
So shout out to everyone out
Abigail.
there. Hi.
Motivational speaker, racing driver extraordinaire. Thank you so much for the interview. All the best, guys. Good luck with race 2. Wow. It's so good.
Yeah.
I mean,
Good results.
when I was 16, bro, I wasn't doing this stuff.
No, I didn't want to be anywhere near that thing.
I wasn't doing this stuff.
I did not want. I still don't want to be. Now I'm joking.
I was playing Street Fighter.
Not street fighting on the
bike. Yeah.
Yeah. No, exactly. Fantastic performance from her. Of course, running under the banner of her father's number 51.
Absolutely.
And now getting the results. Almost a podium. Maybe the next race we'll see that happen for the young Abigail.
Absolutely. I think we're just about to get started. I just saw a couple of the cars leaving, so we're about to go to the second part of our race meeting. Streetcar challenge up next.
Yeah, those are the guys that are up next, the streetcar guys. These are road cars, folks. Anything goes. And if you watch the live stream, you'll know what we're talking about. And if you have a car like that, consider maybe entering next time. If it's something you're interested in, it's a good way to dip your toe into the water and see if this motorsport thing is something that you're interested in.
Absolutely. And just to end off our mid-show, don't forget, we've got the All-Star Rally happening next week and Saturday. Definitely come support, come get in. And of course, the week after, we've got some rallycross happening.
Oh, yes. Looking forward to that one.
We're going to have a hodgepodge.
Well,
if the car survives this.
Yeah, if the car survives the All-Star, the clouds are coming in there, Dex. It's a little bit darker here now. I'm still wearing my sunglasses, but I'm too embarrassed to take them off now. I'm now committed to this look. But the sunglasses, at least the sun
because
is not...
of last night, I suppose.
Yeah, Chinese eyes. But the clouds are coming out now.
Yeah.
And is this the moment that people have been talking about? Because the way the wind is blowing, this is the rain wind.
Yeah.
The copy over there is looking like it's covered by some dirt. Is it going to rain?
You know you get a windsock? We've got a man with a beard here, and I'm watching the way the beard blows the wind, and I definitely feel like there's something happening.
Something's happening over here. The wind is blowing that strong here, folks. It is picking up. It's getting slightly gloomy, slightly darker here. I personally like it when it rains because the racing gets a lot more exciting then. But we look like the guys are on the circuit now. We're waiting for our commentators upstairs. I think they're ready to go for us. My name is Ernest Page, joined by Dexter Bruce, and you are watching the Power Series here live at Killarney Raceway. Get ready for some racing action, folks. Here we go, and back to the commentators.
Well, thank you very much, Ernest and Dexter. And that was the lunchtime show that they had just run. But now we go to race 2 of the Streetcar Challenge. And, well, I see 8 of them out there again, as they are now going on, of course, their handicap race it is. So one car at a time will be let off. And the first car was Jaco Oosthuizen in that Toyota Conquest. Now we have Stuart Jamison going to be rocketing off the line now in the Renault Clio. And then Idris Ahmad is also in the gaggle of cars over there with the 328i BMW, the Regent Services BMW. The 350Z of Wheels for You, Barcy Berger. That will be the 4th car off. Should be the 4th car off. Oh, there's the BMW first. I don't see a Barcy Berger, unfortunately, so I think the 350Z, no, there we go, there's the 350Z, going through into turn 2, out of turn 2 now. Lorcan Aylward in the Mustang will be coming through turn 2, and then followed by the BMW of Zubair Samsudin. That will come out, and then I see here as well Yusuf Ahmad coming through, and do I see Andre Johnson out there? Is he here? Thank you, Frankie. There we go. Now they're releasing the Audi TT. And away we go for the 6-lap race that lies ahead. And like I say as well, it's a handicap race, so the slowest car starts first, the fastest starts last. And talking about the first car to go off, there is the Conquest going into turn 1. It is a bit of a smoking Conquest. There's one brake light looks like it's working at the moment on that particular car, but it's a lovely looking machine, I can tell you that much. It's got the Toyota, the original Toyota badge sticker on it, and a number of Toyota stickers, the AE92 stickers as well. And yeah, no, he goes through turn 2 at the moment. Stuart Jamison, who we spoke about a lot at the Festival of Speed, he was in his trusty Renault. And this is, of course, a Renault Clio that he's in this time. I think he was actually in the McGann in a few weeks ago. And, well, as I say as well, he's well and truly out there. Stuart Jamison, yeah, the Renault Clio. Renault Megane was last time out. He's got now right behind him a BMW, and that there should be the, well, the Ahmad BMW, I think, over there as well, as they run around the double apex right-hander at turn 4. I see Barcy Burger is in the background. And this is going to be a lovely little tussle here as we look. It's the Ahmad BMW. Of course, there's two Ahmads in there. Yusuf Ahmad and Idris Ahmad, who won the first race. Down the straight they go towards the long right-hander at turn 5 per Tamina Fastron. And the BMW would just edge ahead of the Renault Clio. And, well, now they're going onto the main straight now as they pursue Jaco Oosthuizen, who starts another lap. He was the man who started, you can call it pole position, but, of course, it's the slowest car that will start off first, I've mentioned before. And then the cream, as I say, rises to the top. The faster drivers chase through the field and try and overtake the man at the front to try and get through. So it's pretty much as it is, standard as it is. Of course, they just don't start all together. But then Lorcan Aylward goes into turn 1 in the Mustang, and the Mustang will go onto the Joubert straight. Look now, as it is going to be Yusuf Ahmad that takes that place. I'm just trying to see now where Yusuf Ahmad actually is in the grand scheme of things. It still shows him at 7th position at the moment. And of course, a 1:27.548 in the M3 BMW. And on the timing sheet, he's ahead of Andre Johnson. And that's in the Audi TT, who comes through right now. And it is a 1:21.936, his fastest lap time. And he goes now into turn 1 as they make their way around. Of course, as I say, 4 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on. And then we just wait for the current leader, which is still should be Jaco Oosthuizen in the 160i RS. And we'll see the gaps between himself. Here he comes right now. That square number plate on the front. And across the line for car number 27, as he now, of course, puts in a 1:38.301. Then we have the next 2 runners over here. It should be the BMW of Idris Ahmad, who will be 10.3 seconds further back. And then the third place man coming through here. I see now crossing the line is the Barcy Burger 350Z, who will be right ahead there now of Stuart Jamison. So he just got past Stuart Jamison. They crossed the line a 1/10 of a second apart. And there he finds himself now up into 3rd position ahead of that Renault Clio. But now they're going to be looking at Lorcan Aylward as well, who comes to, not the line now, he actually has gone through and is coming out of turn 2 as we look at Interceptor. So Oosthuizen still leads from Idris Ahmad, Barcy Burger in 3rd position, Stuart Jamison in 4th position at this time, Lorcan Aylward in the 5th position at the moment. He's now on the Old Tygerberg straight, now coming into turn 4, and he's closing up the gap there to the Renault Clio of Stuart Jamison. Stuart Jamison will just be basically sandwiched now between Barcy Burger and Lorcan Aylward. Zubair Samsudin, I haven't spoken much about Zubair, the number 73 BMW, and well, he is now currently in 6th position ahead there of Yusuf Ahmad, about a 1.4 seconds between himself and, of course, the man in 7th, or 6th, I should rather say, as Jaco Oosthuizen crosses the line. It was 10 seconds between himself and Ahmad. It's now 4.1 seconds with 2 more laps left to go in this race, including the one they have just started. And then, as I say, a 1:22.817 by the number 7 Audi TT of Andre Johnson is the fastest lap of the race, as now Idris Ahmad, like I said, came through. Barcy Burger in 3rd position. Stuart Jamison in 4th. Who's 2.5 seconds off of Barcy Burger now. But Lorcan Aylward is close to within 3.3 seconds of Stuart Jamison in the number 86 Ford Mustang. ETCS and LEA Cranes is the sponsor there. Man who comes from Bloberg. And, well, Yusuf Ahmad is a further 9.5 seconds back in his M3 BMW. I see a BMW going quite slowly through the corner. I think it's Zubair Samsudin in turn 2. And making his way past is the Audi TT of Andre Johnson. And Andre Johnson, I remember very well from the Clubmans that he was racing as well. But he goes onto the Tygerberg Straight. And as we speak, you'll see that the leaders will be coming along to start what will be their final lap of the race. And I see now it looks like Idris Ahmad has taken the position of the leader. He is now the leader, ahead now of Jaco Oosthuizen, who's putting in a fine drive here, Jaco Oosthuizen. He's still keeping it in second place for now. It's going to be a very long last lap for him, I can tell you that much, because he's got Barcy Burger that's closing up the gap to him, and they're going to go into turn 1 now. There's Andre Johnson coming out of turn 5, and he ahead of him has the Yusuf Ahmad M3 as they cross the line now. Last lap as it is, 6 laps all, that's all they're doing. Their very first race meeting, the Street Car Challenge, and hopefully this class will grow in coming races. As now holding on to that second place, it is Jaco Oosthuizen. You can see puffs of smoke coming from the back, from the exhaust of that Toyota Conquest. He just needs to grit his teeth and hold on now, as Barcy Burger, the 350Z, the Nissan, will be on the Tygerberg Straight. They're leaving behind the Renault Clio there of Stuart Jamison, and I see Lorcan Aylward has actually made his way ahead of the Renault. But there comes Ahmad. Idris Ahmad comes down the back straight, and he will go towards turn 5. Fastron corner, Pertamina Fastron. The change of second place has happened now as Barcy Burger goes up into second. Third will be the Oosthuizen Toyota. So going out now to the line underneath the Wingfield Motors and Cape Town, City of Cape Town Bridge. Idris Ahmad makes it 2 out of 2 today in the BMW and is the victor with, here comes Barcy Burger now in his Nissan. Crosses the line, and well, Jaco Oosthuizen, he won't look like it. He actually makes third position. Just makes third position, Jaco Oosthuizen. I'll try and get the time over there between himself. It's actually 1.8 seconds between himself and Yusuf Ahmad in the M3 BMW. Andre Johnson having come up from the last position. Of course, he was the fastest car in qualifying, or as far as laps were concerned. He is 5th position. Stuart Jamison in 6th position. And then Lorcan Aylward having a bit of a strange last lap over here. He was running at one stage 4th and has to make do with 6th position. And I don't think he's even crossed the line to complete the last lap of the race. Here comes the BMW now of Zubair Samsudin, who finishes in 7th position, the number 73. But Lorcan Aylward, well, nowhere to be found, I can tell you that much. Maybe he pulled into a crevice somewhere around here. And, well, let me tell you one thing. It's actually unfortunate over there. He was doing a fine job, the man. But, yep, that is the second Street Car Challenge race done and dusted.
Byron, I'll tell you something. I've been watching both these street car races so far, and I like what I'm seeing, to be honest with you. As you and I spoke off air at the beginning of the event, they do this, I think, at virtually every race event in PE at Aldous Krabanti circuit. And it's pretty big over there. And I think this is something that's going to grow in the future. They wanted 12 cars initially. I think there's about 8 or 9 of them that rocked up on the day. On the initial entry list, there was only 6, but there were a few more that got added on between Tuesday and today. And the index of performance is a lovely way to work it out. You saw when the checkered flag came out, they were virtually all together across the line. Not in a bunch, but they were really all in the same frame, so to speak, when they took the checkered flag. And yeah, you cannot just rock up here with your car and say, I want to race. The ruling says, the initial ruling says, you have to have done a certain amount of street car track days, so that you know your way around Killarney, or you might be an ex-racing driver that, I wouldn't use the word can't afford to race anymore, but who's just decided you had enough of the real deal stuff, and you bring your road car down because you know your way around Killarney racetrack. And yeah, that's basically what it's all based on. And definitely I believe that this is something that's going to grow. Maybe not this year, but I think as the years go on, we'll end up seeing like maybe 15 to 20 of the road cars out on the circuit for the streetcar challenge, and a brilliant initiative.
Yeah, it's a good start, I think, Frankie. Hopefully, maybe also in time, maybe a few more laps as well, because 6 laps is quite short.
Yes, if you look at, I was watching the race out there with Andre Johnson. He started, 7th or 8th, I think, and he ended 5th across the line. He could even have got a top 3 if there was those extra laps, extra 2 laps at least to make it 8 laps. So yeah, I'm sure they will add more laps on. This is the first time. It's the inaugural one, and they'll obviously take it from there.
Well, we move now on to the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT cars for their second race of the day. And well, we had at lunchtime, or actually a little earlier on, Nick Adcock was going around in the Ligier just to see if everything was all right. Of course, that was a misfire that turned into a non-finish for the man in the JS53. And well, he still shows as being the pole man for this race, Marcel Angel, in that very, very, very scary Porsche that I was standing on the main straight earlier this morning, and it was lovely to hear that machine go past. Steve Humble having a bit of a, well, he's been humble today, I can say that much, and he's having a bit of a competition run there, but it's great to see, of course, he's still well in the spirit of the competition in the Opel-powered Malik, a 2-litre Opel motor there as well. Gary Kieswetter, always a familiar name in the Porsche GT3 Cup, the advanced packaging technology machine. And then Francis Carruthers in the pull beam, run by Harp Motorsport, which has always been very respected, Harp Motorsport. But yes, Gary is now pointed out. Tiny, our rain man, has always been pointing out to me over here as well. Why do we always turn into weathermen? That's what I always got to ask over here. It's Gary's fault, okay? We'll stay with that. You can blame Gary, I'll blame Frankie, and then we'll see when this rain is coming, because, you know, it is Cape Town and we have all kinds of seasons, even seasons you've never heard of before.
I'll take the blame if you want to blame the weather on me.
Okay,
yeah,
everybody beat up Frankie.
Yeah, well, okay. We are about to go racing as the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT cars roll out onto the circuit. A big thanks to Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. That is Mr. Johnny van Niekerk. A big thanks to the management of Interceptor Shoewear and to the Porsche Club. A big thanks as well to Pertamina Fostron. A big thank you to the City of Cape Town, and then to all the other associate sponsors, people like Drizzt Environmental company that provides the substance for the cleaning of the circuit, and to Afritech and all those guys, West Coast Towing, all those people that make it possible, to H&H Communications. They check out the PA system for us, and there are so many other people as well that are involved. We want to say a major thank you to each and every single one of those individuals and those companies and businesses.
Well, as we're doing the sighting lap now for the sports and GT cars sponsored by Spitfire.
This is the people that I was talking about. Renault Table View, it's on your monitor. Drizzt Environmental, Oil and Chemical Pollution Control, Afritech Equipment Solutions, ABR Towing, Hyundai, Milnerton for the Spectator Shuttle, H&H Communications, and West Coast Custom Towing. Those are the people that we want to say big thanks. And a special thanks to Johnny van Niekerk of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. A major thanks there to Johnny van Niekerk. A big thanks as well to Interceptor Shoewear, and also a major thank you to the Porsche Club. They sponsor the Main Street Porsche Club of South Africa. And then also a thanks to the City of Cape Town. They sponsor the connecting bridge between the two pit complexes.
And yeah, it's always great to see Porsches on the Porsche Straight.
Hell yes.
And we have a number of them out there. GT3 Cups, that very scary black Marcel Angel. It's the 996. And what happens is we also have the 911 RSR that's out there. There's something for the fans of older machines, which I love to see, of course, always as well.
But it's great to see that Nick Adcock has got that Ligier back out on circuit again. The Ligier JS 53 Evo 2 to be exact. And it's awesome. It had problems out there in the opening race when it was chasing down the Porsche of Marcel Angel, the GT2R Porsche of Marcel Angel. And then it packed up out there on him. But they got that car sorted out, and it's back out there on circuit again. And then the Mallock that's driven there by Steve Humble. He had a problem out in turn 2 where he spun that car around and had to play catch-up from the tail end of the field in the opening race of the Spitfire Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT car sections. So they rolled down the back main. A big thanks there to Renault Table View. That's the Renault Clio that is taking these cars around. So we've got somebody. Is that?
That's Henny Groenewald. Oh, that's not Henny Groenewald.
Really?
No, Henny Bosman. Excuse me, my apologies over there. Why did I say Groenewald? It's Henny Bosman, and that didn't sound too great coming out there. It's
no, there was rotary power.
Yeah, well, it's rotary power. I was just wondering over there. That is rotary power indeed. So he's all well and truly fine. I was hearing something else actually. But
well, let's just have a look. That car's going out of turn 2, and they're going to start this one because the safety car is peeled right off. So he's come out the circuit or onto the circuit very, very, very late. The lights up pit lane are on. You're going to go racing now as the lights go off. The hammers get dropped and away they go. As they run down into turn number 1, it is Marcel Angel in the Porsche. Right in there behind him is the Ligier of Nick Adcock. The Ligier goes and sits on the outside. They are side by side down the Joubert Straight, and the Ligier hits the lead. That's Nick Adcock that takes the lead away here from Marcel Angel into turn number 2. Then it is the Mallock of Steve Humble in that 3rd position, followed there by the Porsche of Gary Kieswetter. Then behind the Kieswetter, it's the pull beam of Francis Carruthers. It's a Nissan 350Z of Divan Lasmore. Then right behind him is the Juno of Peter van der Spey, and he's been chased down there by Emile Botha in the other 350Z. Then we've got Richard de Roos that is in there as well, and then right behind him it's the Elf of Eric Salomon.
Yeah, Eric Salomon still hanging in there as well. We'll watch out for Henny Bosman where he is on the field as well. He's not been having everything his own way going around here. There we go. Coming into turn 5, Pertamina fast run now. Flames coming from the exhaust of that Marcel Angel Porsche. But the Ligier leads, lights on, and we go now underneath the bridge and across the line to start lap 2 of 10. And well, it's Nick Adcock, as I say, lead. A lot of flames coming from that exhaust. All the excess fuel burning off there. Then we have the Opel Mallock of Steve Humble, who's having his hands full over here as well. Gary Kieswetter behind him. And then Francis Carruthers, that's hanging in there as well. Onto the Joubert Straight they go into turn 2.
Out of turn 2 comes the Ligier. Well, now you can see the potential of that Ligier. It was dropped in the opening heat there by the Porsche. And that car picked up problems. That's the reason why there's no hassles at this point in time with the Nick Adcock Ligier as it makes its way into turn number 4. You've got a car in trouble in turn 1. I think that might be the pull beam.
Yeah.
It's we'll have a look and see if it is the pull beam. I think it is the Francis Carruthers pull beam, or it could, no, it's not. It's Peter van der Spey.
The Juno.
There goes the pull beam down the back main. It is the Juno of Peter van der Spey.
Oh, that's unfortunate over there as well. And has he got it going again? I think he has.
Yes, he's going into turn 2.
He has got his hand up though, looks like it, or I might be, my eyes might be deceiving me, but he goes into turn 2 as the leaders come across the line now. Nick Adcock, a 1:11.868. He comes across the line with a 1:13.7 for Marcel Angel. 3 seconds seconds between the two of them. Then Humble, Gary Kieswetter. Remember, these are all different classes. Nick Adcock also leads the Class S section, with Marcel Angel still leading Class A at the moment over Steve Humble. Devon Lusmore comes right through now, leading Class C at the moment. And, of course, Emil Buerta comes through. He's the Class D leader and only man in that particular section.
Well, working their way out of turn number 2 now. Have a look at this. It is the Porsche and the pull beam. That's going one-on-one through the kink into turn 3 into interceptor corner. The pull beam is chasing down the Gary Kieswetter Martini Racing Porsche. Ahead of them, they've got the back marker. That is the Mazda rotary-powered Lotus 7 of Henny Bosman. He came out of the pits way late. And then we have got the Mallock in there as well of Steve Humble.
Well, the battle that we're actually looking at the moment, Frankie, on the back straight now, is the Gary Kieswetter and Francis Carruthers battle. That's one of the closest ones on the circuit at the moment. They cross the line 0.3 of a second between each other. But now the thing we're also going to be talking about, the temperature is dropping. It's getting a bit windier, and the big black clouds are coming overhead.
Well, could we have another turnout for the books here when it comes to the weather? We'll have a look and see. Table Mountain is completely gone. It is black clouds heading over Table Mountain, so the rain is on its way. As a matter of fact, there are already raindrops on the commentary box window as the cars work their way out of turn number 2 through the kink and racing down towards interceptor corner. It is Marcel Angel that sits out there in P2, as a matter of fact, and right behind him in P3 we have got the Mallock, and that is second and third. Why? Because the leader is making his way down the back straight towards a turn number 5, towards a Fostron corner, and going into Fostron corner is that Ligier that sits out there in P1. And as I was saying earlier on, I said, Byron, the raindrops are on the commentary box window already.
Well, already losing a lot of ground there is the Marcel Angel Porsche. And what happens is there's some smoke coming from the exhausts over there of that Porsche. So what happens is we'll have to keep an eye out on as Marcel Angel crosses the line right now. And Nick Adcock puts a 1:11.601 in. He's 7.6 seconds ahead of Marcel Angel. Steve Humble comes across the line right now as well. And look at this lovely, tasty battle over here as well now between Gary Kieswetter in the Porsche and the Carruthers in the... Oh, a bit of a lock-up there from Carruthers in turn 1 as he is in the pull beam. But they are nose to tail, Frankie.
Yeah, out of turn number 1 they come now. That's that fight on the track for 3rd and 4th position between the Porsche and the pull beam. The Martini Racing Porsche of Gary Kieswetter. And right behind him, it's the pull beam of Francis Carruthers. Through the kink, the two of them race now towards interceptor corner. Through interceptor they go now. They are basically nose to tail. That's the only real fight we have out on the circuit. He's the one for that 3rd position as the two of them work their way now into turn number 4. And the pull beam is all over the back end there of the Martini Racing Porsche.
Well, coming up now, the rain is coming down over here now, down the back straight. There's there's Marcel Angel slowing down. There looks like there's some melodies with that car, and you got to get off the racing line there, Marcel, because you've got 2 hard charges coming through, and of course it is Gary Kieswetter, as Frankie was pointing out, with Francis Carruthers. Yeah, they're coming around now, and of course it's going to be 5 laps left to go when they cross the line, and Marcel Angel will pull that car, that Porsche, into pit lane.
Yeah, we'll watch him going to pit lane entrance, and that is the end of that for the Porsche of Marcel Angel. Which now therefore means that Nick Adcock still sitting out there in P1, but in 2nd position now we will have Stevie Humble, and he's 16.7 seconds is Humble behind race leader Nick Adcock.
We thought, Frankie, this was only going to come at 5 o'clock today, but the raindrops are coming down, and this changes everything now. Here we come now, Gary Kieswetter. Remember, this is the battle within Class A, and it's for 2nd and 3rd in Class A. Devon Lusmore, I should rather say, excuse me, Devon, is in 5th position ahead of Emil Buerta, his fellow 350Z, of course, in a different class though. Then Eric Salomon in the Elf Lotus 23 replica up in 7th position. De Roos is still in his race as well, but we watch them now on the back straight. There's heavier rain coming along over here now. Change of surface flags are being held out right around the circuit.
Yeah, well, we could see it. I saw it out the commentary box window on the right-hand side. So they will have the change of surface flag now as the track is going to get all slipperier. So let's have a look and see. There's the leader making his way out of turn number 2. That is the Ligier of race leader, Nick Adcock. He's working his way towards Interceptor Corner. It's a distant second position before we see the Mallock, which is only making its way now into turn number 2. And that is a campaign there by Steve Humble. And then right behind them, we've got this titanic fight still raging on here between the Gary Kieswetter Porsche and the Francis Carruthers Bullbeam.
Well, we're going to have now 3 laps left to go. It's only 3 and a bit now to go, Frankie. Nick Adcock, the man, of course, who did not finish race 1, he's now leading race 2. And all the pressure came off of him initially with, of course, the Porsche 996 there of Marcel Angel. But now he's got to contend with this rain. And, well, he's way ahead of 22 and a half seconds ahead of Steve Humble. Gary Kieswetter is still in third with Carruthers right with him there. Across the line, 3 laps left to go, Frankie, now. How much harder is it going to get? The commentary box windows are just becoming flooded.
Well, Adcock's got the quickest time of a 1:11.601, but that was about 2 or 3 laps ago before this rain decided to come down. And Nick is making his way up the Joubert Straight towards turn 2. He puts a lap there on the Nissan 350Z of Emil Botha as he exits turn 2. The lap times, Byron, will be coming down dramatically on the timekeeping device because of the change of circuit conditions due to the weather.
Well, it's going to be slippery. It's going to be greasy out there as well. Remember, all the rubber that has been put down, everything. Oh, somebody's in the kitty litter. Somebody is in the gravel trap at turn 5 and Pertamina Fastron corner. We'll have to check who that is over there as well. I know it's... Sorry?
Well, I'll tell you what, the Richard de Roos is retiring his Porsche in pit lane. Obviously, he hasn't got, well, not one of them have got the right tires on for this. And the Richard de Roos 771 Porsche, he has retired that car in the pit area.
Yeah, there was one of the only 3 Class D cars, excuse me. Emil Botha still runs it around. There we go. We got in the gravel trap. Gary Kieswetter.
Yeah.
There's a Gary Kieswetter.
Yeah, that's
okay,
a Martini Racing Porsche of Kieswetter that you see there. That is in the kitty litter in Fastron corner.
It's unfortunate over there. The man who was second in class, that means that Francis Carruthers inherits 3rd position. And Devon Lasmore, rather, I should say, the number 99 350Z is now currently in 4th, but leading Class C as Eric Salomon comes across the line.
Well, Nick Adcock's got the quickest lap of a 1:11.601. His last lap was a 1:24.2. And that is how the circuit has changed dramatically out there since the rain has come down.
Well, there's 2 laps left to go. And, well, Nick Adcock is well and truly on that penultimate lap at the moment and ready. Like I say, 31.8 seconds between himself and Steve Humble. Because remember, like Frankie was pointing out, look at how the lap times have have gone longer. They've gone. It's going to be much longer a lap now for them.
Well, the yellow flags are out, and that's down the back lane, and that's because you got the Kieswetter Porsche that's stuck out there, the kitty litter on the outside of turn 5 in Fastron corner as you watch the leader make his way out of turn 5, out of Fastron. He will cross the line and he will start his last lap. That car had a DNF that you see on your screens at home in race number 1. As he comes around the leader to start the last lap, it is the Ligier of race leader Nick Adcock working his way out of turn 1. And Byron, what a beautiful looking race car.
No, it is indeed, Frankie. The Ligiers, of course, have only been numbered in odd numbers as well with the JS of Joe Schlesser. And let me tell you one thing, Ligier has been around for many, many a year. But Nick Adcock has really put things right now. He's only got this lap to go to the flag, and well, he just has to navigate it over here. It's just like on a knife's edge that he's got to go around. Here he comes into turn 3, through the Kinkle, goes into turn 3, Interceptor corner, and then onto the old Tigerberg straight. He will then run. There's nobody else in sight around him.
Well, he's got just over a quarter lap to do. There he comes out of turn 4. Down the back main goes your race leader. The rain is bucketing down heavily here at Killarney International Raceway as your leader works his way down the back straight towards a turn number 5 into Fostron corner. Working his way through Fostron. There he comes out of Fostron corner now. It's like racing on sunlight soap for these sports cars on slick tires as a checkered flag is out, and victory in race number 2 goes to the Ligier of Nick Adcock.
Wonderful driving there from Nick Adcock in the dry and in the wet. We then wait a little while here before we have Steve Humble, the man who actually should take victory in Class A. Of course, remember, Nick Adcock doesn't only take overall, but he's the only car left, or only car entered in Class S. But he's overall. Here comes Devon Lusmore now. That will take Class C honours in 4th position, but a lap down. Then we wait for Emil Buerta. Here comes the other 350Z of Emil Buerta, who wins Class D. And that's 5th place overall. And then coming to the line, looks like Peter van der Spey actually really got it to the end. So that's some good news over there for Peter van der Spey. That's 2nd place in Class C and 6th overall. And then there we go. There's Steve Humble that comes across the line now to take the Class A honours and 2nd overall. Francis Carruthers, 3rd position as the rain continues to fall. We only have, of course, Francis Carruthers, Eric Salomon, and then Henny Bosman in the Mazda Lotus 7 again.
So the pull beam crosses the line there of Francis Carruthers, and he finishes 3rd overall and 2nd in Class A, does Francis Carruthers in the pull beam.
Well, we have now Ernest Page going to be downstairs to do some interviews, and we wait for him now to go through to him.
In motorsport, oftentimes it's the walking wounded that make their way to the pit lane, and in this case it's no different for the Marcel Angel car over there. Unfortunately, the car seems to have a terminal fault. You see the fire extinguishers at the ready there. The team wasn't willing to take off the engine cover at the back because they weren't sure if the oxygen that would be let in would cause a big fire, so they had to take some extra precautions. The car is now in the pit lane area over there in the garage, but it is looking good, and at least no fire at this stage. But we've heard that the car is retired and the damage could be terminal. What that damage is at this stage, we don't know. We've also seen that a whole bunch of the cars have gone off the circuit. We saw 3 rear-wheel drive cars. I think, if I'm not mistaken, 3 of the Porsches retired in this race. So only a couple of the guys made it to the finish line. Of course, you guys can see that it's raining out here today. And I confidently told my producer earlier, don't worry about it. The winds change direction. It should be fine. Clearly, it's not fine out there. And the next guys that will be going out are going to be dealing with a whole bunch of tricky conditions. Of course, that is the Clubman's guys. And most of them are running on slick tires. So what will happen next? That is the question on everybody's mouth. Things have just gotten really interesting here at Killarney Raceway, folks. I'm going to throw it back to the guys upstairs, and you can hear from them what their thoughts are on what they can expect in the next couple of minutes on this, what has turned out to be a crazy race day here at Killarney Raceway.
Right, a big thanks there to Ernest, and this is the replay of the Gary Kieswetter Porsche losing it in turn number 5 in Fostron corner due to the wet surface conditions. That car came right across the grass on the infield, slid right over the track, and he lost it literally just in front of the car you see going through there, namely the pull beam of Francis Carruthers. Well, that car is beached there once again, just skating, ice skating over the track, and right in there behind him is the Carruthers pull beam.
Well, folks, what to expect from here on out, I don't know. This rain was only supposed to be with us from about 4:15 onwards. I think it could have caught a good couple of people out that maybe do have anything other than normal slicks or semi-slicks. That would have thought, it's only going to the rain later on, we're not going to worry to pack that in. But if you go out there on slicks now, you're either very brave, very rich, or very stupid. Because on slick tires, we saw it this morning with one of the V8 Masters coming out on the cold tires on a cold track. Touch the accelerator, flicks the back end around, bang, into the wall, start and finish of your race day. And, well, you've not done a single lap, not a single corner. So what percentage of the Clubman's guys will be prepared to come out? Well, we're about to see.
Well, there is a portion of Table Mountain that is in view again, and the cloud cover is getting higher, so this might just be one of those downpours that come down and confuse everything, and then once it's confused everybody and everything around it, it puts a big smile on its face and it disappears, and then you got to sit and figure this not out afterwards as to what exactly you are going to do next. So we'll have a look and see who is going to be out on the circuit. I do see Ahmad splashing his way down the pit lane, and he is stopping at the exit of the pit area, and he was the guy that I put my money on to win it, coming all the way back from 20th or 21st position in race number 1, and he did exactly that. He and Mansour Parker carved their way through the field, getting a 1 and 3 across the line, with Parker in P3 and Ahmad in P1. So yeah, Shane Smith was in second position. That was a top 3 overall across the line in the opening race of the Thermo Fire's Clubman's Saloon cars. But yeah, has the rain stopped? That's the thing.
Nope, it's
not
coming
yet.
down even
You
harder.
can see it's still against the commentary box window. It's not over yet.
Well, Emil Brunt is ears on the radio to try and pick up what's the latest information as the marshals are busy doing a bit of a clean-up there in turn number 1. Used to be Holzhoek back in the day. So remember, folks, this year, 75 years that Killarney has been here, and with the motor show that we're going to be having later on in the year, Frankie, the first one that we had, or the first or the second one, we actually turned by something like 13,500 people that came through here the Sunday. We haven't been able to have another one since then. One was rained out, then there was COVID, then there was COVID again, and this is the first opportunity that we're going to have post-COVID to be able to have the biggest motor show, arguably, in South Africa annually here at Killarney International.
Yeah, we were lucky. We had the first one in 2017, the same year that we had the FIA World Rallycross, and that was a lovely Sunday. 2018 we had it, but the day started off very, very wet, and a lot of people didn't come to Killarney. The 2019 one was pretty successful. We also had Cape Hell drivers that raced with him on that same day. And then, of course, 2020 and 21, due to the pandemic, we didn't have any. So now that that's all behind us, we are going to have one again this year at the end of October.
So those of you that would like to be part of that, you need to get hold of Mariska Redane pretty quickly, because she's been busy for about 5 weeks already with all the necessary stalls and allocations thereof. And by the looks and sounds of it, the percentage return factor on everybody that was here previously is turning in excess of 92% at the moment now. Therefore, there's not going to be many stalls available to new exhibitors whatsoever. That information is going to be brought to you on Tuesday night on the Second Year Talk Show at 8 o'clock. That's part of our presentation for Tuesday. So anybody that wants to join up and put their club out there or their business out there, please get hold of Mariska Redane ASAP. You can get hold of her at Killarney International Raceway and book your spot for that show later on in the year.
Well, guys, I'm looking out the front end of the commentary box window up towards the skies, and it looks like it is getting better. It's getting lighter. The cloud cover is going higher, and Table Mountain's coming back into view again. So I do believe that this cloud that came over has caused its chaos, and that this will probably be hopefully the beginning and the end of it for the rest of the day. But it has gone and put a lot of water down on the circuit. But there is still a fair amount of Clubman's cars rolling out on the track. You see, if it stops raining now, with all the cars that are going to come out, the bike guys will be okay towards the end of the day if the rain does not come back, and I hope it doesn't, so that these guys can at least have their racing, because they'll be the guys that are the most stressed at this point in time They've only got 2 wheels on the tarmac, and you do not want any water there for that. But Gary, Clubman's cars are coming out, and we'll have a look and see. It's a fair amount of them that has actually made their way out onto the track.
So Frankie, you're saying with a motorbike, you only got 2 chances of getting around the corner. Either one of them give up on you, heading straight towards the scene of the accident.
Yeah, you're going down, tumbling across the track. So at least they are last on the program. But yeah, it is clearing. It is definitely clearing, that's for sure. And
Well,
that is a good sign.
I don't know where you see the clear, because I see a whole heap of rain coming down here. That clear is not going to affect these guys as they come out on circuit. Now, no,
not for now.
major standing water anywhere yet at this point. I don't think there'll be a standing water problem. And with a bit of luck, yeah, the worst of the rain has now come and gone. But the same as what we had earlier on this morning, a cold surface. Cold wind, add the water to that, takes the tire temperatures right down. Barcy Burger back in Clubman's racing again, was the first man out with Mr. Parker in there behind him. I see Farrell's come out again, Smith is out there, and there's Baby Jakes as well. So this is the guys that are saying, listen, I paid my entry fee, I want to go and play. Kiara van Niekerk says, I'm out there as well. She might have a set of wet weather tires on that car, seeing that Van Niekerk Racing as such have got numerous different genres that they're involved in, so they might have had a set of wets that she could put on. Somebody like Thermofire's Stephen Goos, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have fresh wets, or if he's got wets, it ain't going to be a fresh set, because you only use it once, maybe twice a year in general at Killarney International. So yeah, Frankie, you'll very quickly see when they go through turn 1 who has got the right rubber and who does not.
Well, we'll pick them up when they stop here on the grid proper on the start-finish line. We're going to have to open up the window, then we can see exactly who is going on what weather tires. Here comes Barcy Burger. I'm going to just open the commentary box window, let some cold air in here. It's difficult to tell from where we are. If there were single seaters, you'd be able to tell, but it's rather hectic to pick it up from the commentary box window. And even though the rain is lightening up, it hasn't stopped yet. It's still raining pretty heavily out here at Killarney International. So fun and games will be had here by all, although it is going to clear up pretty soon, but we're not at that point just yet.
So at this stage, we've got Barcy Burger on the front row of the grid. We've got Mansour Parker in there, and the 222 of Willem Swart. He pulls up. Here comes Bruce Meyer, the man from Cape Industrial Flooring. Ahmad will come through as well. Ahmad will be on the second row of the grid in the 63. I'm pretty sure he will have wet weather tires. Let's see who else is it. Paul Minnick coming through here. Paul Minnick with the Golf 9 right there in front door. It's a special version. You have to be involved in multiple car contact in turn number 2 to have those Golf 9 redesigned doors. And Paul Minnick is the proud owner of one of them. Bruce Meyer's out there. Baby Jakes is out there as well. The 30 car up onto the grid as well. Shane Smith, Noel Stunder's in there, the first of the Class C cars, ahead of Jean Farrell and JP Share. That is in there as well.
Right, here we go as Mr. Zak Groenewald just walked up the stairs, and you're right. The moment you mention Zak's name in a microphone, he disappears. Jannie van der Westhuizen has joined us as well. So it's a big hello to these guys that have come to join us up here in the commentary box. Right, so off the line they go, and I must say, I think basically 90 to 95% of the Clubman's drivers have come out onto the circuit. They're not going to let this hassle them. The rain has stopped. The rain has definitely stopped now. It's all open again, but yeah, there's a lot of water that has come down in a short period of time. So now the track has to dry up, and it's going to take a while for all of this to dry up. Even though the rain has now officially ended, it is still pretty wet out there and very tricky conditions.
Yeah, this is going to make for very interesting stuff. You're going to start off on a very wet surface. Those that have got wet weather tyres are definitely going to be getting their way through very quickly and very easily, as opposed to anybody on semi-slicks or slicks. And then thereafter, as it starts drying out, all of a sudden you'll see the guys with the wet weather tyres. You can actually chew up a set of wet weathers in one complete race down here at Killarney with the level of degradation that there is on the tyres. So, yeah, if it starts drying out and there's still a good couple of laps to go, you've got to go look for those wet patches to try and cool that rubber down. Otherwise, you'll just roll it up very, very quickly. So, a big hello to Jannie van der Westhuizen. Jannie, good day to you.
How's it, Gary?
And we've got one of our youngest marshals and men in charge, Phil Herald. Phil, good day to you.
Good afternoon, Gary.
So nobody told Phil that the rain's going to stop, so he came all the way upstairs to come and watch
Gary,
here by us.
Gaza hiding behind you, running down the stairs. He's Zak Groenewald.
Yeah, if we don't want Zak to see the race, we're going to mention his name on numerous occasions, because every time we mention his name, he runs down the stairs. The only man that can go sideways all around Killarney International Raceway, but if you stick a microphone in front of him, the data comes to an end.
Zak, you can come back again. We're not going to talk to you. Minister Esti Buta.
Once bitten, twice shy. Man's downstairs. Right, let's see how many cars are we going to have out there. Not as many as what we had last time around, but fortune favors the brave. You got to be out there, and you got to start it to finish it. I just hope that nobody writes their cars off. It's going to be very, very scary stuff when they come down here the first time going down to turn number 1. They're going to have to try and judge just how much grip there is and or isn't. And you also don't know, Frankie, the guys around you, who's on the right rubber and who's not. You don't know.
No, you don't know.
You want full wets, you climb on the brakes, and the oak behind you says, hello.
It just keeps on aquaplaning into you, yeah. So we'll see. The sun has come back here to Killarney International, but we've had that downpour of rain. And this is going to change everything out here, at least for the time being. So these safety cars pulled off as they come down towards us now. It's in the hands of Barsiberg on his outside. Is Mansour Parker. The lights go off. They drop the hammers and off we go.
Woo, baby
as they go, look at that all over the place there. Ahmed was heavily on the gas, and that beamer was snaking underneath him. Then he realized, hang on, I've got to lift off here. Otherwise, I'm going to prang this thing into somebody or something. Look at that, tiptoeing out of turn number 1 is Mansour Parker. All of them, for that matter, tiptoeing out of turn 1. That's Parker. Look at Paul Minnick. Paul Minnick, you got somebody that's gone off. That's Ahmed. Ahmed has already spun the car, Gary, on the exit of turn 1.
And Paul Minnick goes 100% straight and goes into the tyre barrier. Bruce Meyers worked his way through. Baby Jakes, who initially started to snake around on the pull-away. As they work their way down towards turn number 3, it's Parker that's going to work his way through there. He definitely's got the right kind of rubber. Baby Jakes that battled heavily on the initial pull away. Oh, Bruce Meyer goes up on the inside. The Cape Industrial Flooring car, they go 3 abreast. You can't do that in the dry. You can't do it in the wet either.
Well, I'll tell you what, these guys don't give a damn. They're going to try and get through wet, dry, snow, but makes no damn difference. It's Meyer and Baby Jakes in second position. Then it's Mansour Parker. Then Barcy Burger. Then Shane Smith. Jean Farrell coming through. Behind him it's Willie Swart. Stephen Gous. And here comes Razik Harris. He just got his nose ahead of Kiara van Niekerk as they splash their way down the back straight, Gaza, into turn 5 Fastron.
Well, Minnick actually got it going again with his Golf 9 right-hand side driver door, and he's starting to work his way through the back. So the man that initially started snaking heavily under power on the pull-away, Baby Jakes, he's ahead of Bruce Meyer. That's first and second. Then it's Mansour Parker. Then the man that started in pole position, it's Barcy Burger. Then in behind that is Shane Smith. In behind Shane Smith, Jean Farrell. These are the leading Class C cars. They work their way down to turn number 1.
Yep, out of turn 1 they come now, working their way behind the karting race control. Working his way towards turn number 2 is Baby Jakes in the BMW.
Whoa, sideways, Trappis van Tonder. Sorry, Frankie, going backwards in towards the kitty. That he should be able to get out there. Let's hope nobody knocks into him while he's there.
No, he should be okay. He's trying to get himself out. He'll be all right. He'll get it out, that mess. Yep, he's back on the track again. He's Francois van Tonder. But the leaders are making their way through turn number 5. Going very wide. Well. I just picked it up here on the monitor. Shane Smith, very wide on the exit of turn 2.
It looks like something's maybe broken on that motor car because it really doesn't seem to be doing what it's supposed to do. So the leaders working their way now towards the back straight. It's Baby Jakes that's leading out. Bruce Mayer's got obviously the right rubber underfoot in the Cape Industrial Flooring Polo. The two of them have up, dusted and disappeared away from the rest of the pack. Then it's Mensur Parker. Then it's Barcy Burger. The next one in there. Wow, Stephen Gous in the Thermofires car is right in there with the 116. And
That's Razzie Harris.
With Razzie Harris. So definitely the man from Thermofires, the class sponsor. He's got the right rubber underfoot.
Yeah, that's a lovely fight working its way out of turn number 5, out of Fostron corner. That group of cars coming out of Fostron. There's a lot of water out on track. Leaders going into turn number 1. That's Baby Jakes, followed there by Bruce Meyer. Then it's a huge gap before we see this fight for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 heading towards us. Going down now into turn number 1. Razzie Harris, he has got Mensur Parker in there behind him, and Barcy Burger sits on the outside of Parker. Then it's Stephen Gous. Behind Stephen Gous is Jean Farrell, and that's Chiara van Niekerk. She's right up there in that front group of cars as they work their way up the Hubert Straight towards turn number 2. And then not too far behind Chiara van Niekerk is Willie Swart, and right behind Willie Swart is JP Share and the recovering Paul Minnick.
Yeah, there's no doubt that the lady racer has turned up the wick. She's closing onto the back of Jean Farrell. Barcy Burger dropping further down. Mensur Parker's got past him. It's Jean Farrell on the inside, and well, Chiara van Niekerk climbs in there as well. So back to the back main. It's all about Baby Jakes on his way down the back main from Bruce Meyer. They've up, dusted and disappeared away from everybody, anything that thought they were in with a chance. Then we wait for the third place car to come through, and that is Stephen Gous. Can you believe it? The man from Thermofires, the class sponsor, ahead of Mensur Parker. Farrell's ahead of a Barcy Burger, and then the lady racer from Wingfield Motors is in there, and then a recovering Paul Minnick. He must have the right rubber on as well, Frankie, because to go off and come back on, no doubt he's got to have the right rubber underfoot.
Yeah, the leaders are making their way into turn 1, but I want to pick up this fight coming out of turn number 5, out of Fostron corner. That is the one behind Razzie Harris. As Harris heads into turn 1, then we have got Stephen Gous. What a drive here by the man in Class D, and here comes this three-way battle. Mensur Parker on the inside, John Farrell on the outside, and Barcy Burger right in there with the three of them. Brake lights come on as they head into turn number 1, and look at Paul Minnick. He is catching them. Razzie Harris is the quickest man out there, 133.614 for Razzie Harris in the BMW. Lots of other fights are going on, but there's one heading into turn number 2 now. That's the Jean Farrell, Mensur Parker, and Barcy Burger fight.
Well, let's have a look at it from a class point of view. The Class A, Mensur Parker from Barcy Burger from Ahmad. They're lying in 6th, 7th, and 14th position. Class B is Baby Jakes from Meyer. They are 1st and 2nd in class with a big gap back to Minnick. But remember, Minnick is on the recovery line. Class C is Farrell, and he's got a whole bunch of cars between himself and JP Share, the second of the Burgers, which must be Cedric Burger, and then the recovering Trappist van Tonde. The Class D battle, the leading car there is in fact Stephen Gous. He's got 5 cars between himself and a very quick in the rain Chiara van Niekerk, and that ahead of Jacobs.
Yeah, all little fights happening out there on the circuit at this point in time, but where are your leaders? There they come, out of turn number 1 it is. They're coming out of turn 1. That's your leaders. That is Baby Jakes and Bruce Meyer coming out of turn number 1. And then here comes Stephen Gous, obviously the right rubber in the Jetta 3, working his way now into turn number 1. And then behind him comes Jean Farrell. As Farrell heads into turn 1, then another fight behind them. That's Mensur Parker, Barcy Burger, and look at the high-flying Paul Minnick with the right rubber under him. He's catching them hand over fist, and Chiara van Niekerk. What a drive there by Chiara in the wet. Then heading across the line now is Willie Swart. Anton Jacobs coming towards us. Behind him it's JP Share. Behind JP Share it's Cedric Burger in the Itel Oven BMW. Then Trappist van Tonde. that's working his way into turn number 1. And Mansour Parker just lost it there, Gary, in turn 2.
Yeah, he gets going, but that's just ahead of Chiara van Niekerk. But then he loses out on Barcy Burger. Paul Minnick working his way through. The man that you said a couple of minutes ago, the fastest man out there, Rasik Harris, beached on the exit of, in the apex actually, of Cape Town Corner, turn number 5. Oh, look at turn 2, brilliant stuff. Well, turning the BMW eventually right around, and that directly in front of CHD's head-on show. And he actually waves to him as he goes past. Trappies van Tonde says, how's it? Says, cheers, off I go, and off he goes.
Well, that BMW was Cedric Berger, and he's had his issues. He had problems out there in race number 1 and got a DNF. And he's back out on track again. He's just ahead of the Volvo of Andre van der Merwe.
Well, spread out heavily all around the circuit. First place going into turn 2. Second place actually closing, Bruce Meyer closing at this stage of the fight. Stephen Gous up, dusted and disappeared away from everybody and anybody else. Jean Farrell's got himself up into that 4th position. Oh, looks like the fender's busy coming off the Golf 9 right-hand front door, which is bedecked with a Golf Mark 1 around it. The left-hand front fender coming off, but ahead of Barcy Burger, and Chiara van Niekerk is also moving up with Mansour Parker going off. Chiara van Niekerk up to 7th.
Yeah, she sits 7th overall, and I think she is second in class. Yeah, Gous leads Class D, and she is 7th overall, but second in the class. Man, it's beginning to spread out now. That's for sure, as Van Tonderhoek heads into turn number 1. Just ahead of him is JP Share, and ahead of JP Share is the Nissan Sentra of Anton Jacobs.
Wow, we don't know where to look anymore. We're going to get a bit of whiplash from turning the head around, trying to find out who, where, how, and what. Rasik Harris is still stuck on the apex of the corner, and here comes the leaders towards us now, and it's side by side. Bruce Meyer's having a go at Baby Jakes. Baby Jakes with that heavy BMW on the inside, the Polo on the outside line. Looks like Baby Jakes are going to hold on to that. There's still 2 more to go, and Baby Jakes holds on to the, but I think Bruce Meyer's going to work it out and time it as best he possibly can. That means that there's the length of the full front straight plus turn 1 and the Joubert straight as well, as we got another spinner in turn 2. Here comes the 3rd place car, and that is the man from Thermofire, Stephen Gous.
Same time, same place, deja vu once again for Cedric Berger.
But Cedric was better this time. Last time we did a 3/4 turn. This time we did a half a turn. So with a bit of luck, it'll be a perfect drift last time around. The Paul Minnick car starting to fall apart. Body panels are starting to fly.
Yeah, going into turn number 1 is that fight is right on the case there of Jean Farrell, as the 2 of them make their way out of turn number 1. But look at Chiara van Niekerk going into turn number 1. She's going to have a go up on the inside of Barcy Burger. The 2 of them are absolutely side by side. She's got the right rubber under her, and she's also proven to us now, Gary, if any, that she can race in the wet.
Yeah, she was a bit gingerly initially with those tyres on, but you could see a lap or 2 into it, she started realizing, hold on a second, I've actually got a fair amount more grip than anybody else. Barcy Burger trying to hold his position there, and he loses the tail end. Does Barcy Burger? With that, he taps the right-hand rear wheel of Chiara, but Chiara drives literally right around the outside of him, and off she goes into the future. So Barcy trying to hold on. Remember, Barcy's still ahead of Mansour Parker that had that spin earlier on. So Mansour is not managing to catch up to him, but there goes down into turn number 1, our leaders with 1 lap to go.
Yeah, they're in between the back markers, and you wouldn't believe it. Ahmad that came from 21st to win the opening race is now a back marker. That shows you, and lap, that shows you what the weather conditions does. Obviously, he hasn't got the right rubber on that BMW. Behind him, there's a fight between Graham van Rooyen and I think it might be the Michael Flynn Golf. I'm not 100% sure about that one. But this is the last lap, and the 2 leaders are one behind each other, heading into turn 3, Interceptor corner. They've got a half a lap to go between the 2 of them, and there's nothing between Baby Jakes as he gets it sideways. The tail was wagging there, and this allows Meyer to sneak up on his outside.
Yep, side by side they are. Lovely shot there. You'll see the waving yellow as they go through turn 4. And it's going to be Baby Jakes that's going to hold them. I tell you what, that thing's snaking all over the show. Now it's just flat power down the back main. 4th gear roundabout. There, they're up into 5th gear. Baby Jakes holds on that heavy BMW ahead of the Cape Industrial Flooring car and down into Podium fast run for the last time. I think Baby Jakes has got it barring. Oh, and
He's gone!
Off. Bruce Mayer's gone off. He's gone wide. He's going right around the outside. But remember, he's still got the full length of a straight because Stephen Gous in third position hasn't come into view yet. So he was just got to keep it going in the kitty that Baby Jakes in the wet takes away the win. Well done, Baby Jakes. Mayer, is he back on circuit? Just about. Yes, he is. And Stephen Gous is only now halfway down the back main in third position.
Ahmad finishes 1 lap down. Van Rooyen finishes a lap down. And it was Michael Flynn that I spoke about. He finishes a lap down and on the lead lap and still there in that second position is Bruce Meyer.
Well, a lovely, lovely drive. I think this is the best result ever overall for Stephen Gous. Here he comes towards us now, the Thermofires man with the class sponsorship for the season. He'll be super chuffed with that. So, did Minnick make it through eventually? Yes, he did. Here comes Paul Minnick after the spin. He gets a 4th overall out on circuit and a 3rd in class. Jean Farrell, the next man coming through. And he's the winner of a Class C is Jean Farrell. A big, big gap behind him. Probably Barcy Berger, the next one to come through.
Well, Cedric Berger took the checkered flag. He was a lap or so down after having 2 issues out here. And heading towards us now is Barcy Berger. Crosses the line in the Itla-Oven Golf. And then behind him, Kiara van Niekerk. What a drive, representing Wingfield Motors and Best Price for my car. Kiara van Niekerk finishing in the top 2 in Class D. Mensa Park also come into the line, Gary.
After the spin.
Yeah.
He covered it pretty well.
Followed there by Willie Gous and the centre of Anton Jacobs. And then the Monza was a lap down. That's Jan Tussendorf. Stephen Gous, sorry. Yes, okay. Anton Jacobs crossed that line. Mansour Parker was in there. Tussendorf was in there. And but great stuff. But well done to Stephen Gous for winning class, and I think he ended 3rd overall.
Well, just to add some information to that, Frankie, we've got...
JP Share was the man that I was talking about. I was thinking about Stephen at that stage.
Stephen Gous 3rd overall, and well, Jannie van der Westhuizen, you were down there in the pits just before he went out. What rubber does he have on that motor car?
He's got Bridgestone semis, not even wets. He's got semis.
No wonder you were jumping up and down while Stephen was working his way towards the front as semi-slicks. Well, he actually helped him put those tires on, those rims and tires, should I say, on. There you see Trappies van Tonder. For those of you that are watching the live stream at home, good afternoon. And that's Trappies van Tonder, and you can see how he battled to then get out of the kitty that whoa, look at that. JP Share running sideways, backwards, and everywhere he doesn't want to be down in Cape Town corner.
Yeah, these are all the replays of the situations that happened out on the track. As who's this going wide? This is Mansour Parker that's going wide. And car standing all over the place. But yeah, that was when it was very, very wet at that point in time. And this is... that is the Volvo of Van der Merwe. No, I lied. That is Cedric Berger that did the first spin. Cedric Berger that did the first spin there in turn number 2. We did it again a lap later in the same place. Did Cedric Berger. And Cedric had a difficult one out there. But I think most of them had a difficult one. This was the second one that he had in the Itla-Oven car. And that is the replay of Bruce Meyer that went into the dirt on the exit of turn 3. You see the Razi Harris BMW also standing there, and drivers having trouble everywhere throughout this race. Kiara van Niekerk, well, she also had an off at one stage of the game, which we only picked up now on the replay. So that was the opening lap issues. Cars all over the place. Cedric Berger was involved in that one as well. So he had 3 offs in the second race, did Cedric Berger. Well, drama out there. Track is going to dry out before the end of the day as we get ready for the next race on the program, which will be Formula Libras.
Well, folks, part of the new initiative that we've got here at Killarney International is instead of doing the prize giving pretty much half hour, 45 minutes after the last race, it actually goes down here in the pit area itself. We're just waiting for the drivers that have finished their races, go through scrutineering. Obviously, the necessary checks and balances and weight checks, etc., goes down there. And then we connect the guys together here via the Wingfield Motors in partnership with WPMC for 9 years, Stronger Together. That's the writing on the board there directly behind them. We've got Ernest Page that's downstairs. We've got Dex upstairs here by us, and they are just about ready to do the prize giving for one of the classes that have now completed their races for the day. We're just going to give Ernest a chance for the guys to get through to here, and then he will be going live from downstairs with the prize giving for the class.
Today is a special occasion for car fans, motorsport fans all over Cape Town, because for the first time, we've got a street car event at the main circuit track day. Well, it's now a track day for these guys, but they're racing too, and we've got results for them right here. I'm standing with the operations manager, Paul. Simon, Paul, how's it going? A auspicious occasion for these guys and for you guys, something new.
Thank you to all the competitors for participating in our first streetcar challenge today. Let's get on with those results before it gets too noisy out there.
Yeah, let's get on with those results. And for those of you guys that need to know, these guys are running standard street cars. And our first award is for first across the line. And in third place, that goes to a familiar name out there, Mr. Yusuf Ahmad. He gets third place first across the line. There we go, Mr. Ahmad in the BMW, of course. Just so please don't stand on the podium. It's a bit slippery. I know you got your racing boots on there with lots of grip, but congratulations either way. Well done. In second place across the line, someone that's no stranger to crossing lines, especially at the circuit, Mr. Andre Johnson. Where you at, sir? There we go. Mr. Andre Johnson. Big round of applause, guys. Let's hear it for Mr. Andre Johnson. There we go. How's it, man? Well done. Just watch out for this podium. I'd rather have you standing behind. And then in first place, another familiar name, another Ahmad. This time, Mr. Idris Ahmad gets first place over the line. Well done, Mr. Ahmad. Well done, well done, well done. And there you go, folks. There are your first across the lines winner for the street car category. One more time, everybody. Big round of applause for the guys in the street car category. There we go. Well done, guys. Now, we've got one more set of trophies to hand out, and this is for position today in the street car category. The guys are on their way out, so we got to quickly get this done. In 8th place, we got from 7th position, we got once again Andre Johnson in the Audi TTRS. Andre, well done. There we go. Andre, I've got a handshake again, eh? I've got a handshake again. In 6th place, Mr. Zubair Stamsidine, fantastic looking BMW 1 Series. Oh, that was slick. That was live TV, brother. That was slick. Well done, pulls it off. Sliding on the track and in the pits. Hopefully the officials didn't see that, eh? And then we've got, after that, in 5th place, Yusuf Ahmad once again in the M3E46. Fantastic car there, Yusuf. Fantastic car, fantastic driving. We'll see you at the next one, I'm sure. Then we've got another person that's no stranger here, Clubman's racer, BMW in a Nissan 350Z this time, Bassie Burger. Bassie Burger, are you here with us? He's racing Clubman's at the moment. He's racing Clubman's right now. After that, we got Stuart Jameson in that fantastic Renault Clio, carving his way through the track day scene, one of the RaceWeb speed stars, and now a street car winner as well. In 3rd place, Stuart is our 3rd place man in the index of performance. Of course, this is about ultimate consistency, and that's exactly what these guys demonstrated here. In 2nd place, once again, ultra consistent 328 BMW. That is Idris Ahmad. Once again on the podium in 2nd place is Mr. Idris Ahmad. Well done there, sir. Let's get you back here. I'm scared about standing on this thing. I don't trust that thing at all. It's a bit rainy out here today. And in 1st place, someone that dedicated this to his late mother, Sissy Oosthuizen, none other than in that Toyota Conquest 1st place man. That's for you, Sissy. Jaco Oosthuizen takes the win. Jaco Oosthuizen takes the win. Big round of applause for Jaco Oosthuizen. One more time, guys. One more time. Your hands in mine. The guys here on the podium, of course, your street car challenge drivers, first time here at Killarney Raceway. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the street car challenge. We're going to send it back up to the commentators upstairs there. My name's Ernest Page. We'll see you guys soon. Enjoy the rest of the racing. We'll catch you guys later.
Well, big thank you, Ernest, and big thank you to our street car guys that had their first racing today here at Killarney as an official event. But, well, yeah, so Formula Libre is coming up for their 2nd race of the day next. And, well, yeah, we had the short rain shower. That came and went. And, yeah, it's still damp out there. The sun is out, though. And, well, We had, of course, in race 1, Byron Mitchell started on pole position, but unfortunately did not finish that race. Well, as I hear now, the switch for the fueling actually burnt out on that Reynard. So unfortunately over there, those things do happen. It's a very rare occurrence, but it did happen. And while he started on pole the first time, he should be with his time starting on pole this time if he comes out there. And while DJ Boyson will be lining up alongside him on the front row. So we have the Dolphin Engineering Reynard of Byron Mitchell, the Deco Racing and the Burner Factory of DJ Boyson, James Beaumont and his VW Reynard, and then we have the first of the Class C, the only Class C car, Hayden Elwood in the Formula Ford Swift, and then Andre Lariche earlier on. He, of course, was leading that lovely battle over there in Class V, and of course he spun it and took a while to get going again, but he was great to get back out there. So he's got a lot of amends to make now for things.
Yeah, it's he will be back. Unfortunately, like we said, he did go off. He was caught a little bit unawares, maybe a bit overzealous going into turn 2. But nonetheless, he did come back after trying to start the car and flaming it quite a lot. Got it going. But nonetheless, he's back out on circuit. It's a little bit greasy underfoot after the shower we had. The sun has come out, so a little bit of the breeze is picked up. That looking towards the northwest. It seems relatively clear at the moment. I don't foresee any cloud coming in the next hour or two. So hopefully the track will dry out a little bit with the cars. Will make it easier for the two wheels. Getting back to Byron Mitchell. I spoke to him early on when he went out in GTI Challenge. I said to him, what happened to your car? He says they've got a little micro switch that feeds the fuel injection. And they've tried to build one, but there's a sort of a 4 second time delay or 4 millisecond time delay, which they're battling to get right in terms of a manually built switch. So they put on another switch. He says, but they don't last. They don't seem to last. And then unfortunately went in the race. Usually it holds a race or two, but it went, and that is the nature of the beast.
Yeah, that's racing, and it takes even the smallest little thing to go wrong, and you lose a victory. So luckily those things can be changed, and well, get back out there as well. Byron Mitchell doing double duty today with the clubmans as well. But like I say, James Beaumont out there, Hayden Elwood, Andre Lariche, Elroy Weiss and Zayna Munson as well. Now we're going into the Class 4 Vs, and of course Andre Lariche will have the top spot in there based on his fastest lap from race 1. And then Kelly Fletcher, Reino Pence, Donovan Ramsey, Nick van der Westhuizen, and then Wynand de Ridder, and then Luan van Heerden for a nice little field over there of cars.
Well, just to bring to your attention here, the front 3 drivers, that is Mitchell, Boyson and Beaumont, are all running on wets. So expect some times out of these guys. They're going to be, but I think with the track drying out, thank you for wearing the wets, that you'll dry the track out for the rest of the field. Having a look there, Hayden Elwood is on a set of semis, and the rest of the field are basically on semi-slicks. So let's just say Hayden Elwood on intermediates for that matter. Right, so the lights go off and away they go. Lighting up the back, and he's putting a lot of heat into those wets at the moment was Byron Mitchell. He gets the whole shot there with DJ Boyson, and James Beaumont follows suit. And have a look, see now they're all sort of gingerly working their way down into turn number 1, roll their way out of turn 1 up the Hubert Straight. Already Byron Mitchell gets cracking with the wets, and you see him take a wide line. He cuts back in sort of California style, as they call it, in there to make sure that he gets enough grip. Beaumont running a little bit deep, coming back there. Hayden, well, yeah. Have a look there, see it's Elwood getting a little bit out of shape, and Elroy Weiss up there nice and early, right up the back end there of Hayden Elwood.
Yeah, they all get going, all get well and truly clean going as they go now through the turn 3 section. Actually, Byron Mitchell already going through the double apex right-hander, turn 4, and onto the back straight. Remember the wet weather tires, softer rubber than your slick compounds, of course run at higher tire pressures as well. But it's going to be interesting as the track dries out what it's going to do, because they give good grip. But what happens is you're going to have a situation where they're going to be looking for wet patches around the circuit to cool the tyres. And when the dry line forms, you're going to see the guys going off the dry line, those who are on the wets. And yeah, now comes Byron Mitchell, crosses the line right now to start what will be his second lap of this race. And already, look at that. Look at the gap that he has over DJ Boyson. DJ Boyson is getting himself ready to say, look, you know, I'm having a good Saturday drive. I'm just going to have a bit of a drive on my own today.
Yeah, no, having a look at Byron Mitchell, he's going pretty quickly, but he's going to put a lot of heat. There was a spinner down coming out. That's Hayden Elwood spinning. Elwood not getting good purchase.
Yeah, it's interesting actually. Now here comes Elwood now coming out. I thought actually Elroy Weiss would have been involved in that little one as well. I have to see them when they come through then. But yeah, Hayden Elwood, the only Class C runner, he comes across the line now, and that's 77 coming through there as well. 71, excuse me, of Elroy Weiss. He was the other spinner there, so they'll be nose to tail with each other going into the turn one. And then we had, I think, coming there was Donovan Ramsey.
Kelly Fletcher went leading the V-Class into turn number one and spun out, and now she finds herself almost at the back of the pack.
That's unfortunate over there as well. And you know, she fights so hard, but I think caught out by these wet conditions and the wet track. So we have now a three-way little battle going over there as well between Hayden Elwood, the second place Elroy Weiss, and Kelly Fletcher. That's the tail end of the field. We listen now to Byron Mitchell come across the line, a 1:21.774. Of course, his fastest time today were about 1:12, so it just shows you the difference.
Yeah, it's he's making those tyres work overtime, and I think they're going to start degrading after about the fourth lap. There is moisture on the circuit. I'm actually a little bit perturbed going down there through the kink. There's a bit of water lying there in the kink, because I see when the cars go through there, a lot of spray. Oh, and there's a spinner. Kelly spins again. Oh, is that? Oh,
that's Elroy Weiss.
Elroy Weiss.
Elroy Weiss
getting it out of shape. So as they work their way out of turn number 4, and Kelly's actually worked her way up ahead of the lot, and Elroy has got a bit spooked by that.
Yeah, I think he did actually as well. There was three of them all battling together, and she came off the best over there, going into Pertamina Fastron right now. They, at the moment, you'll find ahead there of Wynand de Ridder, Andre Lariche. I see, did he even take the start of this race? I actually have to see. I think he did. But looking like he's all the way down in 11th position ahead of Ramsey. Yes, he did. And then Van Heerden, Luan Van Heerden in the VW Omega, not taking the start of this particular 10-lap race. But 8 laps left to go. Mitchell still leads it by 21.9 seconds over Boyson. And then we have James Beaumont that holds third place at the moment, still 9.2 seconds ahead of Nick van der Westhuizen. Nick van der Westhuizen actually finding himself at the moment the leader of the V-Class.
He's up in 4th position overall. He's got Reino Pence right up there behind him as they work their way into Deceptor corner. So Nick van der Westhuizen doing a sterling job, just staying out of harm's way, so to speak, and pedaling the way around the circuit, riding a normal sort of drive. So hopefully he'll do quite well. And having a look at the rest there, Byron Mitchell now starting to lap his way through the slower markers with the large advantage of the wet weather tyres. There we see them going through that little dip there coming out of the kink. There's definitely a bit of water lying there, because every time they go through there, there's a big spray. So that's not going to bode well for the two-wheelers later on as they go through there and they get wet and they have to go and dive into Interceptor corner.
Well, as I was saying earlier on, Nick van der Westhuizen leads Class V, Libre V, ahead of Reino Pence, and there's 0.8 of a second between the two of them. Then we had another 5.3 seconds to Zane Munson, the man in third place in class, but 6th overall. But Kelly Fletcher was finding herself a further 9 seconds back, and I'm sure she would have closed the gap a little bit by now. As we watch now towards the line, it looks like it's going to be Nick van der Westhuizen comes across the line. Look how close it is between himself and Reino Pence at the moment. And we're looking at a 1/10 of a second as they cross the line now. Zane Munson, this might help him actually close up the gap. As Elroy Weiss is also on the fight back. Kelly Fletcher, we were mentioning, as she's currently in 7th position at the moment, but that is currently 4th in class.
Yeah, very indifferent race this one with all the wet conditions. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. And Reino Pence manages to get past Nick van der Westhuizen. Reino Pence, a very well-equipped driver in wet conditions. He comes out of the short circuit background, so he's used to driving karts in the wet. So it's very much just a little bit of an oversized issue here as Byron Mitchell goes up on the inside of both Nick van der Westhuizen and Reino Pence up towards Malmesbury. Those wet weather tyres working overtime.
Now, just looking at Reino Pence again there, Francois. This is a man, of course, who competed in Formula M's. I remember many years ago, a number of years ago, and then he came onto the main circuit. And just to show what he's doing out there with Nick van der Westhuizen having a royal battle over there. But Zane Munson will be keeping a watching brief from a distance. He's 7.6 seconds further back. But anything happens ahead of him over there, you'll find him coming his way up and maybe even challenging for a class victory as well. Kelly Fletcher, she's still about 10.5 seconds back. She's losing a bit of time to Zane Munson. A 46.6 for Zane Munson, a 48.1 for her in the Dolphin Engineering Formula Forza as they cross the line. Byron Mitchell crosses the line to have completed lap 5. 5 more laps left to go in this race. And DJ Boyson actually put in the fastest first sector time. 1:31.010 is his best. At the moment, he could get himself a best time, a more modest 28.2 in Sector 2. So we'll watch him as he comes along. He's quite a bit behind Byron Mitchell, but James Beaumont still hanging in there as well. And he's about 12.2 seconds ahead of Reino Pence. Remember, he's one of the only Class A runner in this race.
Well, James Beaumont got passed by Byron Mitchell like he was looking for parking, and James Beaumont has got wet tyres on, so he's obviously not using them to the fullest effect. He could be getting a little bit faster than he is. DJ Boyson crosses the line and passes his friend and foe, Reino Pence. As he goes down into turn number 1, he's up there behind Hayden Albert. He'll pass Hayden Albert, probably going up in towards turn number 2. And his next target will be Kelly Fletcher, who's working her way out of the turn 2 quarry corner and making her way down through the kink.
I was also just watching now as well, 9th and 10th positions. It is Ramsey and Elroy Weiss. Of course, Jonathan Ramsey and Elroy Weiss, they're having a nice little scrap with each other, going into turn 2 now, as you'll see on your screen. And then they'll rocket out of that section now. Let's see. Oh, and as I say it, losing the back end on the exit of turn 2 is Elroy Weiss. He points it in the right direction again, doing a bit of a Danny Sullivan over there. And gets himself going again into the kink. But look who's coming on behind him now. That will be Andre Lariche, and he'll be challenging for a position. And I think he should take the position with quite ease.
Yeah, it looks like Elroy Weiss just putting that car in the middle of the circuit, making things a little bit difficult for Andre. As Andre had to back off, they make their way up now towards turn number 4. As we see there, Hayden Albert coming out of 4 there with Reino Pence up behind him. And they work their way down towards Pertamina Fostron corner. There you see Hayden Albert, and there's the rest of the field going down towards turn number 5. So Byron Mitchell lighting up the circuit now. He's got down into the 1 minute 20. And he's 10 seconds quicker than his nearest rival, DJ Boyson, per lap. So that gives you an idea of he's basically got a lap on everybody. He's 53 seconds ahead of DJ Boyson.
Hayden Elwood comes across the line now. Class C man in 8th position. And, well, he will be a lap down along with a number of them. As Francois pointed out over there, the only man who has not been lapped is DJ Boyson. And DJ Boyson, well, I see now coming across the line is Byron Mitchell, 1:19.879. He comes across the line, and at the same time, we had the Elroy Weiss and Andre Lariche coming across the line. That, of course, will be a little bit further down in 10th and 11th spot. And then Wynand de Ridder is still holding it there in he's still in the race. Wynand de Ridder in 12th position. And like I said, Van Heerden earlier on did not start this race. So only 12 of them in all out there.
Yeah, no, the rain definitely playing its part. Once again, that little stream running across the kink there in just before turn number 3 in the Scepter corner. I see the cars go through there. There's a little bit of a splash there. There's obviously a little bit of a trickle across the circuit. That will cause a little bit of issues as they go through. There we see Elroy Weiss on the screen working his way up the Tigerberg straightaway up towards Malmesbury corner. And there you see once again in picture working his way through. So we have got 3 laps to go as they cross the line. And in turn 1, looks like somebody's possibly gone off.
Marshals are running to that direction. So I have to see who it is. And he's rejoined. Okay, so we'll find out shortly.
Right, so let's see what's at the bell of the ballerinas here as they're all trying to find their feet on the slippery surface. DJ Boyson makes his way into quarry corner. Up behind him is Nick van der Westhuizen. Nick's down in 5, DJ in 2, and Dick is down 2 laps.
Yeah, 2 laps to go now. 1:19.879 compared to the 1:12 earlier on from Byron Mitchell, but very, very, very different conditions. I can tell you that much. On the screen now, it is Andre Lariche that runs through the picture before we go to Interceptor, and that was Zane Munson coming through that section. And Zane Munson finds himself in 3rd position at the moment, 4.6 seconds off of 2nd place man in class, Nick van der Westhuizen. Nick van der Westhuizen is off of Reno Pence, 7.8 seconds, who leads in that number 65 Deco 4x4 accessories Omega, VW Omega. And then he's quite a gap between himself, of course, James Beaumont, the only Class A man in this field. The 2 Class S's, though, lead the way, but there's a big gap between them. Byron Mitchell still leads the way after having not finished race 1 due to some issues. And then, of course, DJ Boyson took the victory, but DJ Boyson crosses the line right now. 2nd place for him as 1:18.935, and it looks like Byron Mitchell could come to actually lap DJ Boyson.
Yeah, I did say he's 10 seconds a lap quicker, so after 6 laps he would potentially lap him. So we're just keeping an eye there. Alro Weiss working his way down the back there.
Yeah.
Kelly Fletcher crosses the line. She's not doing too bad. Kelly Fletcher is currently 4th in class, so not too shabby, up behind Zane Munson.
Well, our leader in Class V, Francois Reno Pence, his exhaust has come off.
Oh my head.
That is not a great thing over here, and the exhaust has come off. It was coming off, but then I was notified by Tiny that it has come off completely. So we'll have to see when he comes around now, where he is, of course, this now. And yeah, at least he's only got about a lap left to, a lap left to go. He's a lap down, but he should be able to take victory in Class V.
Well, some of the cars working their way around, and there comes your leader now. That's going to be Byron Mitchell. And the flag's being readied for Byron Mitchell. Yeah, he comes up towards the flag. Flag comes out. Byron Mitchell takes heat number 2 after a DNF in heat number 1.
Yeah, we wait now for DJ Boyson. Actually, did he even put a lap on DJ? I don't think he did. Or did he? Well, checkered flag is out. Yep, no, he did put a lap on DJ Boyson. Boyson will come across the line in 2nd position. James Beaumont. While we wait now, first and foremost, here comes, looks like the Reno Pence.
But I'm not going to, we don't have to talk to anybody.
Reno Pence 65, VW Omega, and then Nick van der Westhuizen. Well, first, Zane Munson will come through in 2nd in Class V ahead of Nick van der Westhuizen. 2.6 seconds between the 2 of them. And then Kelly Fletcher, who was running 7th for most of the race, will come through in 7th, but 4th in class ahead of, well, Wynand de Ridder has come through now as well. He's also now a few laps down. He's actually 3 laps down, as a matter of fact. Donovan Ramsey, 3 laps down as well as he crossed the line. And then Elroy Weiss is still out there. Andre Lariche, who comes across the line right now in 9th position. Elroy Weiss should take on 10th position. There we go, in the Formula Forza, Dolphin Engineering. And then Hayden Elwood, I said earlier, on 8th position. And the only man in Class C, the only man who has not registered at the finish yet is James Beaumont, but he should shortly bring the VW Reynard around to take that 3rd position. And, of course, first and only man in Class A.
Well, folks, here we go once again, and this time it's the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT cars. And I'm here with all the gentlemen drivers that have taken part today in the rain. And as the rain once again threatens to come down, we're going to go through those results, starting with sports cars and GT Class D. And there's only one man, the big man, that takes the prize. That goes over to Mr. Henny Bosman. Mr. Henny Bosman, here we go. Here we go. Congratulations to you, sir. Congratulations on the win. That is Henny Bosman over there, the big guy, in case you ever want to find him in the pits. Tallest man there, that's what you're looking for. Then we've got Class C. This one was very competitive today. In third place, we've got Eric Salomon. Eric Salomon, are you with us? Eric, there we go. Coming through with the Scottish hat over there. Congratulations. Congratulations on the win. That is Eric Salomon. And before the racing will continue after this, of course, we're just going through the sports and GT. We wanted to show you guys the faces so that you can put a name to those cars. In second place, a name that I know well, someone that is on the sim racing scene, but not only sim racing scene, the Porsche scene, the sports car scene. Mr. Peter van der Spey gets second place in Class C. Well done, sir. Of course, we chatted to Mr. van der Spey early on this morning. Congratulations on the win, sir, on the second place. There we go. Peter van der Spey in second position. And then someone that drives Porsches around here, 350Zs, works with many teams, and someone that has meticulous attention to detail. It seems that that attention to detail has translated onto the circuit, and that is Divan Lismore. Divan gets first place in Class C. Big round of applause for Divan Lismore. You're wearing a Porsche badge over there, sir. Driving the 350Z today. The fastest car on the circuit in this class today, the lone Class S car. And in the first race, we saw him have a little bit of bad luck, but they fixed it and came back stronger, as is the case in motorsport. The strong prevail. And in this case, it's Mr. Nick Adcock in Class S gets the win. Well done, Mr. Adcock. Nice to see you back in South Africa. He's got the Ligier badge over there. That's the car he drives, in case you're wondering. It's that short, very fast thing with the K24 engine. And you'll see more of him in upcoming series, including this one, the Power Series. And of course, also, they've just recently visited Monza. He's all over the world, but you'll see that car again, I'm sure. Now, going to the Class A drivers, we had a busy Class A race. Unfortunately, Marcel Angel fell out. He is in fourth position and had some issues with his Porsche after winning that first race. But in third place, also in a Porsche, in what I've got to say is a fantastic looking Porsche. I better get the surname right. Mr. Gary Kisvetter gets third place in the Porsche 911. Early on, we saw that fantastic car in the pit lane. Yeah. Car is looking good, going very strong. And Gary, as far as I know, new to sports and GT cars, if I'm not mistaken. Is this your first race here, sir? Is this your first race with us? Many races, many. I need to chat to Mr. Gary Kisvetter then and get clued up on what the background is on that car. In second place, someone that also flies around the world and races under the Harp Motorsport banner, Mr. Francis Carruthers gets second place in Class A. I finally get to meet Mr. Carruthers. I've heard the name so many times. Nice to meet you finally, sir. There we go. I hope so. I hope so. Somewhere on one of the podium steps. Mr. Carruthers, would you mind coming to stand over here? We can get you guys on the podium. Third place man, Mr. Kisvetter, if you could make your way over here as well, please, sir. Just stand on the podium. It's a bit wet, so if you could just stand behind second place over there. And our last award, before the rain comes, in first place, the King of Killarney, Mr. Steve Humble, gets first place in Class A. A come-from-behind victory then for Mr. Steve Humble. Congratulations once again, and adding some more glassware and silverware to the podium at home. Careful on that, guys. Very slippery over there. And these are your winners, folks. Remember those faces. You'll be seeing them again soon. But before we go on, before the rain comes down some more, I'm going to send it back to the commentary team upstairs. The racing continues right here at Killarney Raceway. Stay tuned, and we'll see you guys later. Nice one. Lekker. Nice and slow up there.
That was the prize giving for the Spitfire Sports and GTs. And we now move on to the Pirelli V8 Masters for their second race as the rain comes down again here at Killarney International Raceway. So, well, what a day we've had with rain from after lunch. It was clear up and until lunchtime, and then the rain decided it's going to come down again and again and again. Well, hopefully that this time it will be the end of it, but yeah, it has come back. Not as bad as early on, but it has come back once again. So it's time for Pirelli V8 Masters, and this time Byron Stuart Spooner in the 55 is back out on track again with a whole new bonnet and front area on that 55 Mustang.
Yeah, all of them using the APV chassis, of course, all V8s. It's the V8 Masters race, and yeah, earlier on that was a bit of a unfortunate occurrence over there. Luckily, thankfully, he came out this time and avoided the wall, and can actually get himself a race, of course, in these very different conditions. And now we've got some very powerful cars going around, powerful rear-wheel drive cars going around a wet circuit.
So they work their way out of turn number 5 at a fast-run corner, coming down towards us. They're going to stop here on the grid. The red flag is out here on the grid proper, and then we will take it from there. So through the kink they come now, out of fast-run corner towards the City of Cape Town Bridge and Wingfield Motors, and they will stop here on the line. And Sean Moore is the man that will lead them on to the grid proper. Then we've got Roy Campos there, we've got Jason Ibbotson, we've got Menno Parsons in there, Gary Thompson, Carl Nell, Isak Spies is there, and then we have got Mark Ridgway, and then the 55 of Stuart Spooner. And that is the full complement of V8 Masters. Not too many of them out there today. 3, 4, 5. There's 9 of them. 8 completed. Well, not 8. I think only 5 of the 8 completed race 1. They've got all 9 cars back out on track again. The last event, I think we had about 14 or 15 V8s out there. But yeah, the weather conditions was a bit suspect most of yesterday and obviously the early hours of this morning. And I think quite a few of these drivers decided, listen here, we don't want to take any risks or chances, and they did not come out for today's racing. So Byron, the safety car leads them off the line as we're about to get this one underway shortly.
Well, Tiny's just informed me it's a mixture between Pirelli and Hoosier wet weather tires. So they're all out there on the wets, and they'll slowly, gingerly go around on their warm-up lap, get the heat into those wet weather tires. As I was mentioning earlier on, wet weather tires, softer rubber than your slicks and semi-slicks, so they can get the heat into them. And of course, run it at higher tire pressures to pronounce the grooves, to displace water. But of course, it's not a lot of water. Well, it's a good amount of water on track. You can see them as they go, a little bit of spray here and there. Not persistently raining at the moment. The sun comes out a little bit, but as they go around, the Renault safety car will take them around. And as Frankie said, only 9 of them in all out there, and spread across 2 classes. Gold class, Sean Moore, pole position. Alongside him, Roy Campos. Jason Ibbotson in 3rd position, and Menno Parsons, the first of the silver class runners, the number 69 Master Power Technologies machine. Gary Thompson, 5th position. Isak Spies shares row 3 with him. Carl Nell and Mark Ridgway, row 4. And then Stuart Spooner is well and truly out there and ready to go.
Yeah, looks like he's got the whole front end of spare parts of Sean Moore on the front end of that 55 car, as they work their way down the back straight towards turn 5, towards Fastron corner. Through Fastron they go, and then we will be underway shortly. The safety car will peel off, and then we will get the second race of the Pirelli sponsored V8 Master Series cars underway as they exit at turn 5. The safety car is making its way now into a pit lane, and we are going to go lights off pretty soon. They work their way under the City of Cape Town Bridge. A big thanks to the City of Cape Town. The lights in pit lane will go off now, and away they go. This is V8 power on a track that is a little bit suspect at this point in time, but not that bad, as they head into turn number 1. And it's Sean Moore, Roy Campos coming out pretty wide out of turn number 1. Jason Ibbotson is there in that 3rd position. Menno Parsons is right in there behind him. And here comes Carl Nell. Carl Nell has got the hammer down. He races past Gary Thompson. Now sits on the outside there of Menno Parsons as they work. Oh, going very wide into turn number 2. That is Mark Ridgway. And he is there right with a 7-0 of Isak Spies.
Yeah, going quite wide there in turn 2 was Roy Campos, but gets well and back on track there as they go through Interceptor corner, turn 3 now. And onto the Tigerberg straight. Iverson holding that 3rd position, or actually 4th position I should rather say now, losing out at the start of this race. They go onto the back straight now and run it down there. So Roy Campos is going to be under immense pressure now. I think it's Menno Parsons, the number 69, 64 car of Carl Now rather. Very good start from Carl Now, I have to say.
Yeah, Carl sitting there in that 3rd position. They'll just gingerly tiptoe their way around the opening lap as they exit turn 5. Out of Fastron corner they come now. Heading down towards us. It's Moore that sits out there in P1. Campos 2nd. Nell sits there in that 3rd position as they head into turn number 1. Behind him, it is Jason Iverson. Behind Iverson, Menno Parsons coming through. Then we have got Mark Ridgway, Gary Thompson. Right in there behind Thompson is Isak Spies. And then the last man into turn 1 is the 55 of Stuart Spooner.
Well, Isak Spies had a little bit of a look there on the inside of Gary Thompson, but decided not to make a move over there as well. The conditions, you have to be very circumspect over here to get past. Menno Parsons, though, looks like he's being passed there by the number 53 of Mark Ridgway in turn 2 at the moment. Coming out of turn 2, they'll then run. You'll see behind them there the likes of Gary Thompson, Isak Spies and Stuart Spooner. But going through now into Interceptor corner, Nell, when he crossed the line, was only 7/10 of a second off of Roy Campos. He's right on the back bumper over there of Roy Campos as the leader. Sean Moore comes through onto the back straight. Now we watch them over here as well, a little bit wider from that red number 64 APV of Cole now as they went through turn 4.
Right, running down the back straight. That is your top group of cars heading into turn number 5 into Fastron. Through Fastron they come now, and it's still Moore that leads them out of Fastron with Roy Campos in that 2nd position. Carl Nell still out there in 3rd as they make their way through the kink under the City of Cape Town Bridge. Racing down towards turn number 1. It is Moore from Campos, from Nell, from Iverson. That's the first 4 cars diving down into turn number 1, Holzhoek.
Carl Now, fastest lap of a 1:26.840 compared to the 1:26.950 of Roy Campos. Sean Moore, a 1:27.450. So the fastest man by quite a bit on the circuit is Cole Now at the moment, and it's only a difference of half a second between himself and Roy Campos. He's got 3.3 seconds over Iverson. Iverson's got 7.7 seconds over Mark Ridgway, but Mark Ridgway has got 0.3 of a second only over Menno Parsons.
But as those first 4 cars work their way out of turn number 3, there's another group of 4 cars making its way out of turn 2, and that group has been led there by Mark Ridgway. Through the kink they go, with Menno Parsons right in there behind him. Then it is Gary Thompson, followed by Isak Spies. That is that group of cars making its way now out of Interceptor corner as the leading group, Byron, is making its way down into turn 5, Fastron.
Yeah, he must have actually had a bad lap call now because he's now a little further back off of Roy Campos. He was much closer, half a second the last time around. They're going through Pertamina Fastron turn 5 at the moment now, and now it looks like Roy Campos is actually pressuring Sean Moore at the moment, and he was about half a second faster on the previous lap. Watch them as they come around now. Over the line they'll then run. Sean Moore comes across the line. Fastest lap for Roy Campos, and only 0.2 of a second across the line as they go. Cole now 0.9 further back. And now side by side, Frankie, sorry there. It looks like Roy Campos out of turn 1, you'll see now, will take the lead of this race.
Yeah, he's the quickest man out there with a 1:25.905 on the last lap. He's now the leader heading into turn 2. He's the Campos Transport V8 of Roy Campos. He goes very wide and very deep into turn number 2, and he might just lose that lead again to Sean Moore, but no, he doesn't. He hangs on to that lead through the kink there. Moore in that 2nd position. Carl Nell there in 3rd. They're getting away now from the 4th place man. That is Jason Iverson. Iverson sitting up there now in a distant 4th position as the leading trio makes its way out of turn number 4 out of Malmesbury Sweep. Down the back main they race towards a turn 5 Fastron corner, and there is not much at this point in time, Byron, between Campos Moore and Nell.
Yeah, Nell's very quick down the straight over here as well. He's coming towards the inside there of Moore. He's not going to make a move at the moment now, but these guys have got to watch out. 5.2 seconds back is Jason Iverson. The more they keep each other occupied with 5 laps left to go. Now 4 laps when they cross the line, he could come up to them as well. It's going to be a bit of a tough ask, but hey, anything can happen. They cross the line now. Sean Moore is going to go onto the inside into Holzhoek turn 1. And no, he's not going to take that lead right back over here as well. The wider side over there is Roy Campos at the moment. Remember, this is the battle for gold class as Iverson leads. Well, he's still in gold class. He's the 4th man in gold class. Then Menno Parsons comes across here now. It's number 69 in 5th position. And then after that as well, we have now Isak Spies ahead of Gary Thompson. So Gary Thompson down into 7th position. Isak Spies into 2nd in silver class.
Yeah, they're working their way out of turn number 1. The last man on the track is a 55 of Stuart Spooner. But that leading group is making its way now up the Tygerberg Straight. That group of 3 cars heading into turn 4. Through Malmesbury they come now, and still not a heck of a lot between the combination of Roy Campos in P1, Sean Moore in 2nd, and Carl Nell in that 3rd position as they race down the back main towards turn number 5. Then we've got a Fostron. Then we've got a bit of a gap before we see 4th place man in car 46. That's Jason Iverson. He's busy making his way down into turn 5 as well, into Fostron corner. And those are your leading 4 cars that is heading up to start another lap. And when they cross the line, they'll have 3 laps to go.
And this is the closest battle on the circuit at the moment. No other place on the circuit has a close battle. And yeah, they come across the line now. It's closer for Sean Moore into turn 1. He's not going to make a move over here as well. Just slightly ahead is that number 29 Roy Campos APV Mustang. And then just battling to hold on to the back of them as well as he runs over the rumble strips there is Carl Nell, who's been doing a magnificent job here, I think, as well. They're going to turn 2 now.
Yeah, we're going to stick with this one. Sorry.
So this is what I should have his own hair, is it?
Well, we have somebody on.
Again,
we are picking up feedback here from the people down in the pit area as the leaders are busy making their way up the Tygerberg Straight towards turn number 4. And still nothing between Roy Campos, Sean Moore and Carl Nell. 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Out of 4 they come. Down the back straight. Through the back straight, though, should I say, down the back main they race now towards a turn number 5, towards a Fostron corner. And they have now really got away from the man in P4. That is Jason Iverson. There he goes down the back main. He's in the twilight zone. He's too far behind the guys ahead of him and too far behind the ahead of the guys that are behind him as they work into Fostron corner. And the next man going down the back main is a 69 of Menno Parsons. He's all on his own. Then behind Menno Parsons is Isak Spies, followed there by Gary Thompson. And the last man is Stuart Spooner, Byron, as the leaders are working their way out of turn number 1.
2 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on now. And there they go down the Joubert straight towards turn 2 now. So, closer is Sean Moore, but not quite close enough, I can tell you that much, as they rocket out of turn 2. And Carl now seems to have lost a bit of ground to them, 1.1 seconds further back now. So it's going to become a 2-horse race here as they go into turn 3 Interceptor. Onto the old Tygerberg Straight now. He's running out of time is Sean Moore, the man who started on pole position but lost out that position a few laps ago when he was taken at turn 1 by Roy Campos. Here they go onto the back straight now, Frankie. Well, they'll charge up to Pertamina Fastron, and then it will only be 1 more lap left to go.
Yeah, down the back main, and Carl Nell in that 3rd position has now lost the ground out there to Campos and Moore, as the 2 of them are working their way into Fastron corner, turn 5. Through the Fastron they come now with a lap left. Nell's going to have to settle for that 3rd position unless something goes wrong ahead of him, because the 2 of them are right on each other's cases as they race under the City of Cape Town Bridge. Across the line they go now, and on their final lap, and still the quickest man out there with a 125.905 is the man in car 29, Roy Campos.
Yeah, Sean Moore was 0.3 of a second faster on that last lap. They crossed the line 0.6 between the two of them. They now are on the Joubert straight now towards turn 2. They will now run and going to look on the outside there. Not close enough for Sean Moore on Roy Campos. We may have to see this happen a little bit later in the lap, maybe towards the end, towards Pertamina Fastron. He's going to have to stick to him like glue now.
Through the kink they go. They have got a half a lap left now as they work their way into turn number 3. Through Interceptor corner, turn 3 they come now. Nel will have to, as I said, settle for that 3rd position. He's not close enough to Campos and to Moore as the two of them make their way through turn number 4. Through turn 4, Malmesbury sweep they go. Racing down the back main. Byron ending off Sector 3, I'll tell you now, the ending of Sector 2 now when they start Sector 3, the final sector, as they race down towards Fastron corner, turn 5.
Well, he's going to take a look on the inside, he's going to take a look on the outside, but he keeps himself defensive there. Does Roy Campos. It's been a valiant effort here from Sean Moore. I think what happens is this race is already won. I don't want to speak too soon. Yeah, they come down the straight now. Well, it's going to be close, but I don't think it's going to be that close. And they come to the line, and it's going to be Roy Campos that will take the victory ahead of Sean Moore.
Coming home 3rd on track, he's a 64 of Carl Nell. He'll finish there in that 3rd position on circuit. And coming towards us now in 4th position is the 46 car of Jason Ibertson. Jason sponsored there by Autohouse Angel. And then Menno Parsons should be the next man coming towards us. And he should be the leader of Class B, or the silver class, as it's known as he brings the 69 car to the line. And then behind him will be Isak Spies, and right on his case across the line is the 17 of Gary Thompson.
Gary Thompson, and we were speaking about Stuart Spooner as well, that he'll be coming out of Pertamina Fastron, turn 5, and running it down to the line then to complete the V8 Masters race. But yeah, looking at that last corner there, Frankie, Roy Campos and Sean Moore, he looked on the inside, Sean Moore, he looked on the outside, but Roy Campos just kept it planted on the racing line, on the inside, and then he would just get him home.
Yeah, that ends the Pirelli V8 Masters for the day. GTI Challenge is up next, but before we get to that, we've got another prize giving to do. So we're going to hand it over now to the guys in the pit area. Just one announcement Gary's going to make before we hand over to Ernest Page for the prize giving. Gary?
Well, folks, we had a chat with Stewie White from Spa-Francorchamps earlier on this morning, and he said he would send us a message before he goes out on circuit. Here's a short personal message to one and all here at Killarney regarding the Spa-Francorchamps 24 hours, which starts at 4:45. Our one and only Stewie White.
Hi Gary and everyone at Killarney International Raceway. So Stuart White here. Just want to thank you for all the support, all the messages. It's nearly time for the big one to get going. Starting 4:45, so extremely excited for the race. Can't wait to get going. A lot can happen in 24 hours, but we'll just take it stint by stint, and we'll be starting from P19 and 3rd in class, so we have a lot to fight for with the 65 car grid. Let's see what happens in the end of 24 hours. The first goal will be to make it to the end. Thank you for all the support, guys. Ciao.
So there, a personal word from Stewie White, one of 5 South African drivers that's taking part in the Spa-Francorchamps 24-hour. Right, time for us to go down to the podium. Ernest Page, Mike side.
Well, folks, we're back here by the podium, but this time it's one of the categories that provided some of the most thrills and spills today. When the rain came down, it came down for them, it seemed. And the Clubman's boys delivered with an incredible race. And I should actually say, Clubman's boys and girls, judging from some of these results. Come on through, people. Come on through. It's race day over here, so don't even worry about it. Make your way through. It's all good. It's all good. We're standing literally in the middle of the pit lane here. I'm here with Clubman's chairman, Ian Long. And we've got those results for you guys in Class F in 2nd position. Say again? Okay, we're going to start with Class A as per the request here in 3rd position. And Why are you standing on the third place thing already? Mr. Ahmad gets third place. Mr. Ahmad, big round of applause, guys. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Ahmad over here. You've been waiting for your third place position. Congratulations. Congratulations over there. There you go. In second place, we've got Mr. Mansoor Parker gets second place. Yes, you ready for action, Mr. Parker? Congratulations, and well done. Well done. A action-packed race at the front of Clubman today. But in first place, he was all over the place today. He got involved in some of the other races as well. Back to Clubman's, Mr. Bassie Burger gets first place. Well done, Bassie Burger in first place. He was in the streetcar challenge as well earlier on. We got another trophy for you from earlier on. Oh, careful. It's very slippery, guys. Please be careful there. We got Mr. Levy in here with us as well. And then we're going to go to Class B. In Class B, thanks, guys. Just nice and slow off the podium, please, guys. In Class B, we've got... here's your shot. There we go. You got him? Lekker, he's got it. In Class B, with bodywork flying off the car, he crosses the line in third place. That's Mr. Paul Manek gets third place. I don't think he even knew he got third place, Mr. Manek. Well done. Paul Manek gets third place in Class B. And then in second place in Class B, the BMW sideways all the time, Bruce Meyer gets second place. Here we go in the polo. Mr. Bruce Meyer in the polo. I apologize. Bruce Meyer in that polo. Very neat looking polo. You can check it out in the garage over here. And then in first place in Class B, he's back, baby. Baby Jacobs gets first place. Baby Jacobs gets first place in the big BMW 5 Series over there, sideways all the way around the circuit. And guys, the action continues at Killarney Raceway. This is the Clubman's race, and if you did miss it, you can check it out on the live stream. One more time, guys, a round of applause for the Class B guys in Clubman's, the Thermal Fires Clubman Saloons. Well done, guys, well done. Nice and slow over the podium there, please. Thank you. In Class C, a name that many of you guys will know on the Clubman's racing scene, a name we've seen many, many times before. In Class C, third place, Francois van Tonder gets third place in Class C. Trappies van Tonder. How's it? Nice to see you, man. Of course, in the VW Polo. And we got to get going quickly, guys. The race is going to start soon. In second place, we've got JP in second place in Class C. And JP Shane gets second place in Class C. In first place, Class C, Jean Farrell gets first place, Class C. Nice one, guys. Well done to all the drivers and their teams over there. Big round of applause. One more time for Class C drivers. There we go. Your winners in Class C. Well done, team. Standing in the shot here. I'm just going to stand on this side. Now we got Class D. In third place, Class D. Anton Jacobs, make your way to the podium. The race is going to start very soon, guys, so we've got to get going. Anton Jacobs to the podium, please. In second place, Kiara van Nicke. Come on, collect your trophy, Kiara van Nicke. I told you guys it was guys and girls today. In second place, in first place in Class D, Stephen Goos gets first place in Class D. Stephen Goos gets first place in Class D. Big round of applause for the Class D drivers. One more time. There we go. And finally, Class F. In second place, Class F, Jan Tickendorf gets second place in Class F. Jan Tickendorf, come on through. Kom Jan, there we go. And lastly, but definitely not least, first place, Class F. Mr. Michael Flynn gets first place in Class F. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hand it over to the tower right now. One more time, big round of applause for the Clubman's guys. Back to the racing.
Right, thank you, Ernest. Just in time, as I love this new concept, Gary. The people at home can get to see the faces of the drivers as well. They just need to get to see us up here too every now and then. So Yuri Smart, Charles Visser, Colin Meader, then Dylan Joubert, Nathan Victor is out there as well. The 10 car is Skalk Geldenhuis, Kai van Sayer, and then there's another car that's come out here. Oh, that's Donnie Sandenberg Jr. As the Class A cars get off the line, and Gary, Class B leaving the line now.
Yeah, Class B, and Tate gets a terrible one. Ian Cup gets a brilliant drive on that one, and he moves across towards the inside. And Class C comes off the line. The two main protagonists up front, it's Neon de Toy, and the man is going to get the whole shot is Chase Harold.
Yeah, Seth van der Biel is in there as well, and so is Razik Harris and the Van Edens. are right in there as they head into turn number 1. Baratola, look at those Class A cars. That's making their way through the kink, racing down towards Interceptor Corner. And it's Summit Racing. It sits out there in P1. It is Yuri Swart. Charles Electrical Engineering in that second position with Charles Visser. Then Colin Meader sits there in that third position. Summit Racing's Nathan Victor. Then behind him, it's Dylan Jabert going through. And we'll pick up who's behind Dylan as they come out there. It's Skulk Geldenhuis that is sitting out there. And no, it's Kai. And then it is Skulk. And then it's Dani Sandenberg.
Yeah, that's your Class A runners. Class B coming out now into the back main. And we'll try and pick up who's leading on that one. I do believe that is... Well, it looks like
looks like Ian Cup.
Yeah, it looks like Ian Cup that's made it all the way through to the front. Wow, that's a brilliant run by him. He's worked his way through there pretty neatly. Has Cup, but here's the Class A's coming towards us now. It's a very, very tight one up front. Umpi Swart from Charles Visser as they come past. Charles Visser has a look on the outside line. The two of them mustn't slow one another up because waiting in the wings just behind that is Colin Meader. And then he's got Kai van Zyl, Dylan Jabert in there as well. And they're not being dropped in this one.
Class B making its way into turn number 1 now, and it's been led there definitely by Ian Cup. Cup sitting out there in P1. Look at Tate Bishop. Bishop's muscling his way up into that second position, ahead there of John Henry Vaughan. That drops down into that third place. Then behind them is Carl Wilshire. Behind Wilshire, it's Byron Mitchell, followed there by Mark Thompson. And then Zaki Hendricks comes through as well. Grant Kluter is in there, Wayne Field, and right behind him, sitting on his outside, is Kyle Visser.
Well, Neandertoy's done a brilliant job. He leads out 19th on circuit and first overall in Class C. Rassig Harris in there behind him, and he has dethroned the man that was leading out, Chase Herald, just half a lap ago. The two Van Erdens in there behind that with Ace in the 48, bringing up the tail end of the field.
So Class A racing down the back main towards turn 5. Into Fostron Corner goes your Class A leaders. And Charles Visser's all over the back end here of Yuri Swart. Race leader Yuri Swart been hassled here by Charles Visser. The young man representing Charles Electrical Engineering sitting there in that second position. Then it's Colin Meader. Behind Meader, it's Nathan Victor. Kai van Zyl is now ahead there of Dylan Jabert, followed by Skulk Geldenhuis and the Jetta 3 of Dani Sandenberg.
Well, having a brilliant start to the race. Ian Cup holds on to that lead, but it's not going to be as easy as was originally expected, because closing up very quickly is Tate Bishop. John Henry Vaughan, but they had a terrible off the line in heat number 1. Wow, he's smoking all of a sudden, is John Henry Vaughan as he comes out of turn number 1. Let's just see, does that continue? Well, Tate Bishop is on that second position, but I do believe John Henry Vaughan's got a problem.
Leading Class C is still Rassig Harris. Lucas up into second now. That is Chasey Herald. He's there in that... no, I lied. It's still DeToy. Then it's Harris. Then Herald sitting there in that third position as those... well, no wonder. Those that leading Class C car is stuck in there right behind Visser. So the leading Class C car has got a Class B car ahead of it and a Class B car behind it. That is how far down the road, and I only picked it up now. Neander Toys, he's absolutely blowing away from all the other Class C competitors.
Oh, back to Class A, and it's looking very, very good right now for Umpi Swart, except for one thing. He's got Charles Visser right in there behind him. They've broken away from Colin Meader. And then it's Nathan Victor, Kai van Zyl, Dylan Jabert, Skulk Geldenhuis, Dani Sandenberg. As fast as you can say those names, that's how fast they come through underneath us. If we flick the cameras back towards the Wingfield Motors and City of Cape Town Bridge, here comes the Class B battle. And although Ian Cup did a brilliant takeoff, it's the Angry Jeep Mark II Jetta of Tate that now works his way up on the inside and takes away that lead. Then only is it Mitchell that comes in there, and then right behind him is Wiltshire. Now Wiltshire's normally right there in the top 3. He finds himself outside of the top 3 right now with Kuti and Hendricks in there behind that.
And then behind Zaki Hendricks, that the red Golf you see there, that's Neander Toy. That's your Class C leader that sits behind the Class B drivers of Zaki Hendricks, and he's actually ahead there of Kyle Visser as well, and he's ahead of Wayne Field, and only then does a second, third and fourth in Class C, Gary, make their way into turn number 2, and that would be Harris, Herald and Dylan van Eden, but he goes wide, does Harris, and here comes Chasey Herald. So Chasey Herald moves up now into that second position in Class C, but for how long? Because Razik Harris, as they make their way through turn 3, sits right there on the outside of Chasey Herald.
He had to roll out of the juice there, and then Van Eden has a run. Van Eden's got a run. He's going to have a look up on the inside line. Are they going to go 2 abreast? No. Van Eden says, hold on a second, there's just not a wide enough dry line coming through here. Backs out of that one and then climbs in behind him. Now Chase Herald is going to be pulling them through. Chase Herald diving out behind Chase Herald, and I do believe that Rassig Harris is going to have a good run on him. Rassig Harris is doing right up alongside, and he brings once again Van Eden with Chase Herald stuck on the outside line. Change up 4 positions for second, third and fourth in Class C.
Oh, there's a lovely fight going into turn number 1 in Class B, and it is the 2 young guns. It is Byron Mitchell, and on his outside is Carl Walsher. The 2 of them are right in there next to each other in a class. They're fighting for 3rd and 4th overall in Class B as they are side by side into turn number 2, and through goes Walsher on the exit of turn 2, getting his nose ahead there of the Golf 1 of Byron Mitchell.
Wow, action everywhere. Thank you. Remember that thing called Class A? That's on its way down towards Pertamina Fast Run. There's so much happening around the circuit. We've missed out on that. So it's Oompie Swart still ahead there of the Charlie Electrical of a Charles Visser. Meters having one of his best events for a long, long time. Nathan Victor up into Class A doing a brilliant job. Then it's Van Sail, Joubert, Geldenhuis and Sandenberg. Once again, just a little bit off the back of the Class A cars. The Class B battle now heading down towards the Cape Town corner, and once again it's the young Tate Bishop that leads that one out ahead of a very good start there from Ian Cup.
Yeah, Cape Town corner sponsored there by Fastron as they exit the Fastron corner, coming back down towards us under the City of Cape Town bridge. They come racing down into turn number 1 is your first and second place in Class B, heading into turn number 1, and then behind them is this fight for 3rd position. Carl Walsher and Byron Mitchell. The Polo versus the Golf 1. Mitchell dives onto the outside. He will not have the line for turn number 1, but if you can hang around and sit on the outside of Walsher, he'll have the line for turn 2, but that does not happen as he's tucked in there behind the Polo of Walsher. I don't even think he'll have it. Well, he does have a look on the outside. The only thing that will happen now is to do the dummy on him, cover that line, you dive up on the inside, but that does not happen, and he is still right on that back bumper through the kink into turn 3 interceptor corner of the Walsher Polo.
Well, the Class C battle on its way up the Joubert Straight now, led out there by Chasey Herald, second in class. Remember, it's Neon de Toy that's up, dusted and disappeared up front. So second, third and fourth coming out of turn number 2. Chase Herald leading out there. He's got Rassig Harris in there behind him. And then Van Eden. Now, earlier on, Van Eden was right on the back bumper of Rassig Harris on the outside of the front main going down to turn number 1. And he was actually pushing Rassig Harris to try and get him around the outside of Chase Herald. Well, that move cost him because he dropped back just a little bit. Now Chase Herald's got a bit of open ground, a lot of open ground in front of him to Neanderthal that's leading the class. A little bit of ground between himself and Rassig Harris, and right on the back of that is Van Eden. And Van Eden looks like he's going to go bumper to bumper as they work their way down the back. Mate, Chase Herald covers the line. Up into the back bumper there of Rassig Harris is Van Eden. He tries to push Van Eden past on the outside. Chase Herald on the defense.
Well, let's have a look at first and second. They're making their way now into turn number 4. And that is Yuri Swart and Charles Visser working through Malmesbury sweep. Turn number 4. We'll pick them up now. Where are they? There they go. Down the back main. They're going to put a lap there on Seth van der Abile. That just keeps out the way. And this is probably the best outing that I've seen Charles Visser have. Here comes Visser. Visser's right on the back bumper there of Yuri Swart as they head down into turn number 5 into Fastron corner. And that is the overall fight for class and for your leaders. And that is Ace. That's a Ruan, I think his surname is Ace. Yes, that's slowing right down. Gary, but with 1 lap to go. Here comes the overall leaders across the line now. Heading into turn number 1, and it is Charles Visser that is crowding the back end there of the lead car in the hands of Yuri Swart Jr.
Frank, if you look at the way Charles Visser is driving, I think he fancies a first ever class victory and overall race victory
Yes,
in this one.
correct.
He's not following. He's changing lines. He's braking harder. He's braking later. And you can see he closes up there as they go into turn number 2. They've got a decent gap between them. So he actually rubs the back end there of Umpi. Colin Meaders saying, well, you guys are going to fight it out up front. Let's see what happens. Nathan Victor, Kai van Sail, the next two behind there in Class A. Frankie, Class B.
Well, Class B, haven't watched the Class B guys at this point in time. It's still Tate Bishop. They're coming out of turn number 1. Tate Bishop from Ian Cup in that second position, and then it is Byron Mitchell on the outside of Carl Walsher, but we have to stay with his leading cars. Down the back man they go. This is the final lap. The checkered flag has been readied on the line here, and this is for class and overall victory. Down the back man they go, and Charles Visser dives up on the inside. He's going to have a look up on the inside, going into Fostron corner of Umpi, but Umpi Gary holds out of 5, and victory surely must go to Umpi Swart unless Charles can get the slip heading towards the flag.
It was called on the radio, contact down into turn 5, but it's going to be Umpi Swart from Charles Visser. We'll take it one away. Again, a third place in the books here for Colin Meader. Victor coming through behind that. Then Kai van Sail. Where is Dylan Joubert? It's a long, long way back. We don't see Dylan Joubert coming through.
Well, here they come down towards us now. Here they come. Here comes Dylan Joubert. Is a bit further, dropped all the way down. He might have a bit of a problem out here because Carl Geldenhuis gets to the checkered flag, and Donnie Sandenberg actually gets to the flag ahead there of Dylan Joubert.
Yeah, that didn't work out whatsoever. Here comes Class B leader Tate Bishop from lights to flag. Brilliant drive in the Jetta 2 Angry Jeep car. Ian Coupler had the initial brilliant off the line, comes through in second. Carl Walsher hold out. Carl Walsher and the highly acclaimed Byron Mitchell. Walsher covers the line. Yes, he'll take it. He gets third ahead there of Byron Mitchell.
Yeah, and then we have got Grant Kluter coming towards the line, followed by Zaki Hendricks, and right behind him is your Class C winner, namely Neandertoy.
Yeah, the toy comes through, so he's cleaned that one out. Let's go to that second place battle. Visser, Junior and Field that's going to come through, and that battle, that three-way battle that we had earlier on, that one is split up. I don't see it.
Yeah,
oh,
Dylan van Heerden crosses the line, Ryan van Heerden crosses the line, and only then does the 19 of Razik Harris crossing the line. But that car doesn't look stable at all. No, it's walking all over the place. So major problems out there for Razik Harris.
And Chase Herald slowed right down as well. So there must have been contact somewhere. I almost think that Chase Herald's got a flat left-hand front tire. If you look at the way that that car came down the straight now and the way that the car looks at the moment. So there must have been a bit of contact there. Wow, brilliant stuff. Class A, Umpi Swart, Charles Visser from Nicholas Meader. Class B, Tate Bishop from Ian Cap and Carl Wiltshire. Neandertoy leading out Class C from the two Van Eerdens.
Yeah, and brilliant stuff out there. Class C was won, as Gary said, by De Toy, then Van Eerden, Harris and Effendi, and only then Tracy Herald crossing the line, lap ahead of Seth van der Abile. Wow, brilliant stuff out there by the GTI Challenge drivers, sponsored there by Alert Engine Parts.
There we go. It's a hurried situation, folks. We apologize for the delay. But before we go out, the bikes are making their way out. But we have the Formula V and the Formula Libre guys here today. We're going to be doing that prize giving quickly. I've got the names on my phone over here. So we've got to get this thing going quite quickly, so there won't be that much pomp and circumstance. But in first place, in Class A, is James Beaumont. James Beaumont gets the prize for first place in Class A. Of course, these are the real races here at the circuit, the open wheel races at the circuit. And Class A in that Libre Class A. Of course, Formula Libre is a combination of all the single-seater cars ranging from Formula V, Formula VW, Reynards, and everything in between. So James Beaumont gets first place in Class A. In Class C, in first place, is Hayden Elwood. Hayden Elwood gets first place in Class C. Congratulations. He's not here, so a bit... So Hayden isn't here with us now. But congratulations to Hayden. Congratulations to Hayden Elwood. In Class S, we've got Byron Mitchell in second position. Byron Mitchell in second position. Byron, come on through. And then in first place, we got DJ Boyson. DJ Boyson in first place. Byron Mitchell in second. DJ Boyson in first place. As the bikes make their way around to get started, we've got to quickly go through third, second, and first place for Class V. There you go. There's your photo opportunity. Congratulations on the win. There we go. So, Class V, the most competitive class yet today. Lots and lots of entries. But in third place, there is... Kelly Fletcher gets third place. There you go, Kelly. Now you can come up to the podium. Congratulations. In second place, we got Zane Amundsen. Zane gets second place over there. Sorry if I cocked up the surname. I'll practice it for next time, Zane. In first place, Reino Pence is your winner in first place. Congratulations to Reino Pence. These are your winners in Class V, folks, in the Formula V. This is Killarney Raceway. We're going back to the racing. It's bikes up next. These are your winners. We'll see you guys soon.
All right, big thanks there to Ernest Page to do the prize giving for the Formula Libres. Up next, the Bridgestone Super Twin Cup 650 and the Supersport 300s. On the front row there, Tristan Pina, Jason Lineker, Lance Jonas, Slade van Niekerk. Then Billy De Beer, Nicholas Hutchings. First the 300s, Ryan Coetzee, Mickey Lover, Braden Hutchins, Jared Butler, Abigail Bosson, Mitch Robinson, Connor Hagen, Raymond Alexander, Max Bunton, Stafford Michelle, Peter Hill, Wesley Blake, and Gavin Smith make up your field.
Yeah, it's about 19 of them out there in all, and they're getting ready now with the starting procedure. So we watch out always as well now that the 1 minute board will be getting ready shortly after just a short delay. And Tristan Pienaar on pole position again, Francois, or Quacker top two with that Lance Jonas in third position.
Lance on that Suzuki SV650. And yeah, he's the cat amongst the pigeons. There's a KTM there of Nicholas Hutchings. He's on the 300. He sits pretty high up in the field there on the second row or third row. Where they go. Great start there from all the riders. They get off the line, make their way down towards turn number one.
Looks like Pienaar gets it into turn one there, France. So the whole shot goes to him. And Jason Lineker, I think I have to just check over there to see if it's not Slade van Niekerk. But Lance Jonas, well, he's not very good with his starts actually at the moment. He lost places at the start of race one. And I'm trying to look for that yellow Suzuki.
Yeah, so trying to pick him up there. I think Lance Jonas is sitting in about 7th place. If I can pick him up there, I see his leathers. So they work their way down out of Quarry Corner, making their way down towards the Interceptor Corner. And everyone giving it hammer and tongs now as they work their way through up the Tygerberg Straight up towards the Malmesbury Sweep.
Yeah, through Malmesbury they run onto the back straight. It's a 9-lap race we'll have. And of course, like in race one, it is, of course, Tristan Pienaar that runs it down the back straight now on lap one. I think it was the 93 of Jason Lineker that holds up on the second position. They go into Pertamina Fastron, turn 5, and then they'll complete lap one of the 9 racing laps. Tristan Pienaar on the KTM Paul Kawasaki 650 as he runs to the line now. That's from the standing start down. Now we have the first of the flyers.
Right, so they cross the line. That's your leaders. The rest of the field follows suit there. picking up there. They're doing times of 1:27, so not great times coming out of them as they work their way around the circuit. And still Tristan Pienaar leading out there over Lineker, then Kutsia, Finikak, De Beer, Lovo, Hagen, Hutchings, Boston, Butler, Alexander, Munton, Robertson, Jonas, Michelle, Hill, and Blake and Smith.
Want to catch your breath for a moment over there? There's quite a number of them.
It's easy reading. It's easy reading.
No, so we have the 300s as well, the Super Sports, the two Hutchings, of course, at the sharp end of the field. I've always got to check which one is which. Is Nicholas ahead of Braden Hutchings, Bosson in third place in the 300 class, ahead of Jared Butler. Half a second between the two of them as they cross the line, but in turn 7/10 that Butler's ahead of Alexander. And of course, that's Raymond Alexander on the Kawasaki 300.
Right, so the leaders make their way down the back straight, and it looks like Tristan Pienaar's pulling away there from Jason Lineker, and the rest of the field follows suit there. A couple of the 300s coming down. It's Nicholas Hutchings, it's Braden Hutchins, then it's looks like Abby Bosson, Jared Butler, Raymond Alexander, Mitch Robinson, Willie Finikak's out there as well. So they all make their way down the back straight.
Well, Mitch Robinson
it's not Willie, sorry, that is actually Max Munton.
Yeah, Max Munton, and there only was 300ths of a second between him and Robinson. When they cross the line, they'll run to the line right now as we see them come through. Here comes now Slade van Niekerk just ahead of Billy De Beer. That's the 650. ER650 and the two of them as well going through fourth and fifth. Mickey Ndlovu in sixth position, and the 888 bike ahead of Connor Hagen, 2.7 seconds in fact ahead. And then we have the 300s, like I say, Nicholas and Braden Hutchings coming right through then as well. Lap 2 has been completed. Lap 3, it is now a 1:22.002 for Tristan Pienaar as he's 2.9 seconds ahead of Jason Lineker.
Right, so all the bikers making their way in the field. Good scraps going down into Quarry Corner in the 300 class, going down through the King down into Deceptor Corner. And there we see them coming around down into Deceptor. That's the leaders in the 300 class. Having a right roll scrap, Nicholas Hutchings up behind Connor Hagen on a 650. So not barely a second between them, and Nicholas Hutchings on the 300 really pinning his ears back, riding as hard as he can.
Oh, that's some lovely stuff over there as well, Francois. Coming out almost, knocking knees, you could basically say, as they came through there. And onto the back straight, they will then run. They'll be coming up a little bit later on to a few more of the runners. I think that a little bit further on is Minky Ndlovu. Tristan Pienaar comes across the line, though, and it is a 1:21.346. He's now 4.7 seconds ahead of Jason Lineker. And then we wait. Ryan Kutsia comes across the line now on his Project 60 Kawasaki, just ahead there of Slade van Niekerk. And when I say just ahead, there's still a 2.1 second gap between the two of them. And Billy De Beer coming through, only 0.4 of a second between himself and Slade van Niekerk.
Well, Abby Boston leading out a group of gents here now that she's giving them a good right royal scrap. Mitch Robertson, Jared Butler, and Raymond Alexander all working their way down into turn number 1. And giving it a horns there. They're really having a lovely scrap in the 300 class, really emanating something special. Out front there, Tristan Pienaar really giving it a good panel beating there ahead of Jason Lineker, almost half a second ahead of him. Then 3 seconds back, Ryan Kutsia finds himself up in third. Slade van Niekerk in fourth, but Slade's on wets. Why he went on wets, I don't know, because those wets are going to start getting very soft under him.
Yeah, there's a lot of dry patches around the circuit. There's no, not a lot of wetness going on anymore. So, yeah, it is a bit of a brave decision, but yeah, we'll only see later in the race as that softer rubber starts wearing. And, well, now we have 6 laps left to go. And, onto the back straight, the leaders will then run. Actually, that's the leaders in the 300 class. And I see was a move being made over there between Hutchings and Hagen. Hagen is still very much in the mix over there, the number 8 bike. And they'll go down towards Pertamina Fastron and go into that long banked corner as Pienaar, well, he crossed the line earlier on, 6.1 seconds ahead of Lineker. Ryan Kutsia in third still, 10.2 seconds further back. And then if you go here as well, it looks like Stavro Michael, Lance Jonas and Wesley Blake not taking any part in this race, unfortunately.
Yeah, they obviously not feeling comfortable to go out there and race. So that's a bit unfortunate. As we look at some of the 300s go down into turn number 1. Butler looking up on the inside of Alexander. He had Mitch Robinson. He goes up on the inside of Alexander. He looks like a bit of a shutout. Alexander staying around the outside. Butler going through. Oh, they're side by side. Alexander hanging in there. real big canonis to hold on the outside from Alexander. So they're having a good scrap, the 300s. Nice to see everybody in there having a good race out there. There you see on picture them going into Quarry Corner as they exit. Coming out of Quarry Corner, those three going at it hammer and tongs as you watch some of the leaders go through Deceptor Corner.
When he gets on the gas there, Francois, you can just see he just closes up that gap. He goes onto the inside now, but I think what happens is a little bit further on, that HRC bike, of course, will just get ahead over there as well of Alexander. They got to watch out there for Mitch Robinson as well. He was only a 1/10 of a second as they crossed the line, so that's going to be something to watch for the remaining laps of this race. 4 laps left to go, and while just coming across the line now, it is the 1:21.323 of Tristan Pienaar that is the fastest lap, but Gary is just pointing out Abigail Bosson is no longer in this race.
Yeah, no, I mean, look at that scrap going down into turn number 5. Jared Butler up on the inside of Mitch Robinson and Raymond Alexander. Alexander hangs around the outside. The three of them are embroiled in a lovely battle there. That is the fight for third place in class.
Well, I'll just have to see. I've heard now is that she's Abigail Bosson did put the bike down at turn 5, but she is all right. So that is very good news indeed. As I say, 4 laps left to go. They'll be coming close now. It's only 3 and a bit actually left to go over here as well. And let's see if we can get faster. 1:21.323, Tristan Pienaar on their KTM pole machine. And then the RST machine of Jason Lineker still holding second place at the moment. Just taking a look at that third place battle, closing up the gap there a little bit. Slade for Nikak, 1.1 seconds between himself and Ryan Coetzee at the moment.
Yeah, lovely battles going on. Tristan Pienaar absolutely blistering the field here. And Jason Lineker down there, Coetzee 12 seconds off Lineker. And a minute back is Slade for Nikak. Slade for Nikak had wets on, but I think those wets are now playing up against him, if you ask me.
Yeah, like I say as well, Francois, it was an interesting decision, but I'm sure he put a bit of thought to that and see what he would do and take a chance, but not going to work, unfortunately, over there as we watch now the, the leading trio, you could say, basically. They're not all together anymore, sorry. So the leader is still Tristan Pienaar by 9.1 seconds over Jason Lineker. Jason Lineker holding on in that number 93 bike. Coming across the line was Minky Ngluvu. He's 16.6 seconds off of Billy De Beer at the moment, who's lost a bit of touch there to Slade van Nikak ahead of him. At one stage it was about 0.4 of a second. Now it's gone to 1.1, still holding up that 5th position.
I tell you what, I take my hat off to Minky Ngluvu. A guy that's only started racing this season, he finds himself in 6th place. That is brilliant stuff coming out of Minky. And like I said, keep an eye on him. He's going to get quicker. He's ahead there of Nicholas Hutchings by almost 10 seconds. Then it's Connor Hagen, who's down in 8th. Braddock Hutchins there in 9th. Butler 10, Robertson 11, Alexander 12.
Yeah, it's spread out just a little bit now as well. Alexander is only 54 thousandths of a second off of a Butler at the moment. Yeah, they come now into the turn 2 section.
Leading out of turn 2 there, Butler leading Robertson and Alexander. Just ahead of them there is Hagen and Hutchings having their right roll scrap there. They're going out of Interceptor corner up towards the Malmesbury sweep there. The rest of the bikes come through. Butler leading Robinson and Alexander. And, well, this is their penultimate lap that they're on at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. So, all things going equal, we'll have a good race on our hands now. They'll make their way down the back straight, working their way down to Pertamina Fostron. I've got a bit of a speech impediment this afternoon.
I thought it was a bit of brain fade over there. Yeah, like even commentators have that, I'm afraid.
Yeah, no, we do. We get tired occasionally. We're not supposed to be tired, but we do. You know, these things happen. But picking up on the leaders, Tristan Pienaar just way down the road, untouchable. No one's catching him. He's really pulling out all the stops there from the KTM pole machine, the Kawasaki 650 Ninja that he's riding.
Yep, but he's still got to keep it on the black stuff. That's what it's all about over here as well. The race is not over until that checkered flag, and he comes, he will be coming across the line of a 1:21.221, his fastest lap of the race. He does so now, and he starts what will be his last lap. I don't think any of those other riders ahead of him will be lapped. I wouldn't think he would actually want to come too near them as well. Just keep it where he is, and then keep it to the end. Lineker will come through next, 12.5 seconds a bit further back, and then Coetzee. Let's see if the gap has changed between himself and Slade van Nikak. It was 0.4 of a second the last time out. Just taking a look at the times, Francois, between the two of them at 25.5 for van Nikak, and a 25.1 for Ryan Coetzee on the last lap. I think he could still hold that third place at the moment.
Lovely views there on the screen there. Jared Butler, Mitch Robinson and Raymond Alexander embroiled in a fantastic scrap for third place. Out into turn number 4, they're going to work their way down the back straight. And I think we possibly have got a flag coming up or not. The flag's out. And that means that Tristan Pinar, well, I think they've got one more lap to go.
Yep, this flag lap. This is the flag lap.
This is the flag lap, yeah. So they're working their way through. And waiting for our leader, Tristan Pinar, to come around. But the battles are aplenty on the circuit at the moment.
Yep, so it looks like we wait for Tristan Pinar to come to the line and take victory as he does right now. Lineker, who was 12.5 seconds down the road, will probably be a little bit more than that now on the number 93 machine. So Kawasaki 1 and 2 and 3 it's going to be as well. 4, 5, just Kawasaki's everywhere. The first non-Kawasaki, you have to go all the way down to Braden Hutchings, of course, in the 300 class.
Yeah, so that's basically the Bridgestone Super Twin Cup 650 and the Super Sport 300s. All happening out there. So a couple of the 650s still have to finish off. Coming to the line, Slade for Nick Kirk up behind him. Billy De Beer was right there with him. And we wait for the likes of Nicholas and Braden Hutchings to come home.
Well, they've dominated the 300 class today. Nicholas Hutchings on the number 72 390 bike. Well, the 390 KTM, of course. HSC Racing, him and brother Braden, both on the KTMs, and they will finish 7th and 8th overall, with 9th going to Connor Hagen, also a 650. Then Robinson will be the 3rd place man in class. Of course, Mitch Robinson on the Kawasaki Ninja. And then on the Honda, Jared Butler coming through there. Very well-deserved 4th place for him as well, ahead of Alexander, the number 11 machine, the Yamaha. The Malik, that's of course a Kawasaki Ninja, ahead of the R3 Yamaha of Max Munton.
Right, so the final race today, the Stratotech Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles. Matthew Duser in the Breakfast Club in the first race just abduct, disappeared.
Yeah, you know, but I was usurped by...
you were by Brad Bodsworth.
By Brad Bodsworth,
yeah.
yes.
But Brad's decided he'll now squat down on the track side and watch his boys race, so be it. Nico Venter up there with Peter Hill, Wayne Gress, Derek Hendricks, Mario Ferreira, William Morris, and then Willem Lowe. They make up the Clubman's class. And in the breakfast class, we got Matthew Duser, Quinton Weening, Ray Fiveash, Shannon Thompson, Michael Rayforth, Ruan Smith, Andre Symes, and Ferdy Schmidt. So if the first race is ending to go by, it should be exciting once again for a final race of the day.
And Andre Symes on the MV Augusta as well, which you don't see often around these parts.
Well, look, they used to compete here, I think, 2014.
Yes.
When we had the Superbike series, we had the whole team on either F4s or F3 Augustas, which was beautiful to watch and to listen to. Sorry, a triple is just a different kettle of fish.
It is a very big brand, of course, in the 70s with, of course, Agostini, who won so many titles on the MVs. And I know Phil Reed also raced them as those years as well. And we had Phil Reed here a number of years ago, actually, the Prince of Speed, as he was known, of course, you know, along with the likes of Barry Sheen, one of Britain's big... He actually was seen as Britain's second best rider after Mike Hailwood.
Mike Hailwood, yeah. No, definitely. And I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think Mike Hailwood was also in Cape Town at one stage or other.
Well, that would be many years ago. Many years ago. Unfortunately, Mike Hailwood was killed in a car accident in the early 80s at the young age of 40. But what happens is a multiple Isle of Man winner as well, and his last one in 1978 on the Ducati.
Yes. So, the riders now taking their positions. Wayne Gresser there in P3. Nico Venter sits there on P1. He's on the R1 Yamaha. Waiting for Peter Hill. I don't think we're going to see Peter Hill out there. I don't think Peter Hill will go out there in the wet.
He was in the previous race.
He was in the previous race, but I think Peter, his age, his responsibilities that he has, I don't think he will beat out there. So coming up there to make up the second row, the front of the second row in P4 is Derek Hendricks, also on an R6. And up alongside him, Mario Ferreira and Willem Morris on the two BMW F800s.
The mustard gang.
The mustard gang.
The boxer cup, the mustard gang.
Yeah, yes. Right, so we're under starters' orders, and it's waiting for that 5-second pedal to emanate. It's about to go up. It's 5 seconds. We wait for the lights. You'll see on screen the lights go on and off. Oh, it's a quick one, and off they go off the line, and they cracker pace down to turn number 1. Nico Venter hot off the line, right up behind him, Wayne Gress. So into turn number 1 they go. We've got a field of about 12, 13 bikes out there, and working their way around out of turn 1 up towards Quarry Corner. Turn number 2. Oh, and Nico Venter gets a massive wheelie, and Wayne Gress says, well, while you're hanging around the back wheel, I'll just slip past you. And Wayne Gresser takes the lead, exiting Quarry. And a couple of Breakfast Run Club guys already starting to work their way through the field. And I also see there Derek Hendricks starting to light up the field as well as he works his way through Interceptor Corner down into the turn number 3. And make their way up the Tigerberg straight away up towards the double right-hander, which is Malmesbury Sweep.
Well, again, onto the back straight then as the sun comes a little bit down over here and into the eyes. And, onto the back straight, they will then run, as it is going to be Wayne Gresser that will run it down the back straight. Of course, that number 99, Nico Venter Yamaha R1, went off the line first from pole position, but having lost out there into turn 2, now running around here, it will be a 9-lap race here, this one. Yes, it will be. And now they'll power it down to the line there, past the old bus stop chicane for bikes. I remember when that was used a number of years ago. And underneath the City of Cape Town Bridge, Wingfield Motors, and crossing the line, it is going to be Wayne Gress, Derek Hendricks, Nico Venter in 3rd position, Ruan Smith, and then Matthew Duce.
Right, so Ruan Smith gets up there ahead of Matthew Dews, leading out Wayne Grace with Derek Hendricks up in second place. Nico Venter has been relegated to third. And up behind Nico, there is a right royal titanic struggle there between Ruan Smith and Matthew Dews. So they all come up into turn number 2, which is Quarry Corner. And am I missing something? Matthew Dews? I didn't see a green bike go through there.
Well, he has registered on the...
No, I know, but I mean, coming out of turn number 1, no one's down, so maybe he ran a little bit hot and wide, a little bit overzealous there. But we'll watch him come down the back straight. We'll try and pick up. I know Wayne Gresser was leading out. Derek Hendricks is second. So let's watch him now as they come out behind the clubhouse. There we go. It's Derek Hendricks down the lead ahead of Wayne Gress. And no, there he comes. Matthew Dews up to third place. He's now cracking on the pace. So... yeah, he blindsided us in the sun here. You know, we do have an excuse. We've got the sun in our eyes.
But I'm a little bit confused. Deuce is a tennis term, isn't it?
It is. But, you know, you can bring a ball to a gunfight. It is allowed.
Well, they come out now of Pertam and Fast trying to look at Deuce now and really rocketing it down the main straight as he does over here. Wayne Gress's second place is the days are numbered, I think of that.
No, that was very... brief, to say the least, as Matthew Dews goes through into second place. He's now chasing Derek Hendricks.
1:24.852 is his fastest lap.
Nothing to be sneezed at. This young lad has got a bit of a potential, a future ahead of him.
But look here as well,
Ruan Smith.
No, it's Ruan Smith.
Smith is lighting up the circuit at the moment. So Ruan's there in fourth, and he thinks, well, you know what, Matt, if you can do it, so can I. And I've only got, you to catch, and then possibly Wayne Gress. Well, Wayne Gress will be ahead of him now, so they work their way now through the interceptor corner. There you see on screen now, that's that long sweeping right-hander up into the Tigerberg Straight. A little bit blindsided. You've got that rallycross wall in front of you, leaning over. You can't really see, and suddenly you come and the track just opens up in front of you, and you just crack on the pace up Tigerberg Straight into Malmesbury Sweep. Sort of just feather it slightly, coming in close as you can up to the inside of the curb, and of course will force you wide, and you just crack on the pace down towards... Foster on corner, and that's what Matthew does, and he just rolls up behind Derek Hendricks and says to him, good afternoon, Derek, welcome to the party.
Well, they'll come around, like I said, 24.8 for Matthew Dews. Remember, this is the leader in the breakfast run class as well. Ruan Smith, second in breakfast run class. Quinton Weening is third in class in sixth position. But Nico Venter, the man who started on pole position, is now finding himself down in fifth position and is going to have to be defending from Quinton Weening fairly shortly. Of course, Quinton Weening on the BMW 1000cc.
Quinton Weening on that Motorrad BMW 1000 RR has decided he's going to start lighting it up ever so slightly, and he finds himself up behind Nico Venter. Ray Fiveash has done pretty well. He's gone up now. He's on that Jigsaw, that 750. So Ray is starting to pedal a little bit. There he goes up Quarry towards, up the Ubay Straight into Quarry Corner on the GSXR 750s. He's having a bit of fun. A little bit behind him is that BMW starting to come into its own. Let's pick up on the leaders. They'll be coming out of turn number 4, making their way down the back straight. I think still it could possibly be Derek Hendricks in the lead, or has... Derek is in the front. Derek's having a good ride of it. Nice to see Derek Hendricks rolling back the years. Not a young man by any measure of means. And he's trying to keep Matthew at bay. Matthew's still the quickest man on circuit. Matthew looks like he just went down very late there and sits right up there behind Derek Hendricks. We'll watch them now as they come up towards turn number 1.
Well, it will be now 5 laps left to go when they cross the line. A 9-lap race in all. And look how close it is now. Crossing the line as we do. A 1:24.229. It is going to be for the man who's now going to be leading the race. Of course, that is Matthew Dews, who's poked the nose ahead, but now on that second wind on the outside, well, through the last bit of the turn, we saw maybe did Derek Hendricks try and get him back. No, he did not, and that now man leads the race on that Kawasaki ZX-10.
Well, it's a ZX-10 versus a R6, and he's the quickest man on the circuit with a 1:24.229. Derek Hendricks' best is a 1:24.4, which is pretty quick for Derek. And he's having a lot of fun. Derek Hendricks will try and hold on to second place, might even try to reel in, but I think once Matthew gets onto that back straight and opens up that Lita Kawasaki, it's going to have the legs on the R6. R6 absolutely no, although this is a 600 track, as we know, but the power of that, there we see him. He just opens up a gap there on Derek. Derek's got his head down and is really tapping the bike hard, but not really able to reel that big ZX10 in.
Well, just looking at also the grand scheme of things as well, Francois, as far as the clubman's class is concerned, Derek Hendricks, he leads the clubman's class still, even though he's in second place overall. Wayne Gress is in second place in class, third overall, but then Nico Fentu finds himself in seventh position at the moment. He's the third place man in class, 2.5 seconds ahead of Willem No.
Doesn't it look quite strange when you see that all these Breakfast Club riders just moved into clubmen and sort of, you know,
taken over.
They've taken over. They've pitched the tent. They come to camp and they come to stay. And I think this bodes well for the motorcycle category in the sense that a lot of these guys are going to migrate into the clubman's class, which means the clubman's class is going to grow essentially, which means there'll be more space for more breakfast riders to come in.
Well, that's the thing, Francois. I thought breakfast run clubs were all relaxing clubs, and now they're going and becoming the standard.
Well, you know, it pays testament to the track school, you know, that David Enticott and the likes of Wayne Aronson that have. And they're obviously coaching the guys well. They're getting the best out of them. And it pays homage to what the guys are doing out in circuit at the moment.
Brilliant stuff there from them as well. And, well, coming
just having a look here. Sorry, Byron. The likes here, Ray Fiveash, Quentin Winning, Nico Fenter, Willem Lowe, Mario Ferreira and Michael Rayforth, all on personal bests. They're all getting quicker.
Oh, Mario Ferreira, that's one of the two classic class bikes out there as well. So Mario Ferreira on his BMW 1100 ahead of Rayforth, and Rayforth on the Kawasaki ZX10. William Morris, he's now finding himself a little bit further down in what looks like 13th position, so on bike number 13. But Peter Hill did not start. Andre Symes on the MV did not start the MV Augusta, and then Ferdy Schmidt as well, a non-starter.
Well, I think the likes of Peter Hill, Andre Symes, maybe did not have wet weather. It was a little bit scary to go out there on the track, but nonetheless, you know, doing us a little bit of justice that they did show themselves in the first heat, and I can understandably know why they don't come out. So it doesn't really make any problem. Although the track dried up very nicely. You know, not too green, not moist anywhere. We can see all around the track has dried up. And funny enough, it looks like the rain's abated in this late stage of the day.
Yeah, it's quite a nice little toasty sun that's come out here again. And, well, when they look at the race now, 2 and a bit laps left to go as Mario Ferreira just crosses the line now, the classic bike leader as well. Michael Rayforth should be coming next on his Kawasaki, and then the BMW of William Morris as well. So a number of the BMWs there, Willie's Service Centre and Alps Motorrad machine.
Well, the Michael Rayforth crosses the line there with Willem Morris, but not too far behind them. Here comes your leader, Matthew Duser, on the Kawasaki ZX10, and he's really giving it a good spanking as he goes down towards turn number 1. And well, not too far behind him, Derek Hendricks acquitting himself very well in second place. Biker's Delight. Derek used to sponsor Short Circuit a couple of years ago. Biker's Delight there in Paro, as far as I remember. He's got a bike shop there. And Derek doing exceptionally well on that R6 to hang in there with the likes of Matthew on the ZX10R. A difference of about 3.5 seconds, which is not too shabby. Roy Fiveash has moved up, so he's gone to third. Let's pick up on Roy. There's Roy, and Ray, I should say. He's on the GSXR, the Cape Office Furniture GSXR 750, and he's doing a sterling job as he makes his way up the Uber Straight up towards Quarry, and just up behind him, Ruan Smith.
Yeah, so a lap and a bit left to go over here as well, and Ruan Smith, well, he's in 4th position now on the Kawasaki, the Motorflex Kawasaki. Let's see where he's in relation to Quinton Weening. Quinton Weening is 4.7 seconds back. And then he, in turn, is 1.6 seconds ahead of Wayne Gress, who briefly led the race earlier on as well. But Matthew Deuce still leads the way now, having recorded a 1:23.199 the last time around. His fastest lap of the race, and the last time was a 1:26.607. A little bit more modest, 0.5, half a second down on that one. But now he just needs to keep it on the black stuff. One more lap left to go as they cross the line right now of this Strata Tech Clubman's Classics and Breakfast Run motorcycles.
Brilliant stuff there, and Matthew Deuce and Derek Hendricks have gone through. Derek Hendricks is chasing the back there of Matthew, and Matthew leading out. Derek Hendricks not too far behind. He's got two slow riders ahead of him. He's going to have to contend with them as they work their way out of Quarry Corner. Matthew Deuce is making his way down towards Interceptor Corner. He cracks on the pace. There he comes in picture now. That's your leader, Matthew Deuce, from the Breakfast Run Club on a Kawasaki ZX-10R, making his way around. It's basically his flag lap, if I'm not too mistaken. Yep, the flag marshal is standing waiting for him. He makes his way up now into the Malmesbury sweep. Nice line he takes, an easy line, and now works his way down the back straight. He knows he's got a relatively good lead down into Pertamina, Fostron Corner for the final time today. Matthew Deuce from the Breakfast Club, ousting the clubmans, the more seasoned riders, but then again there's no replacement for youth.
Youth.
The fountain of youth.
Grit and
the grit.
youth.
Yep.
No, it's brilliant.
He's got the bit between his mouth. Checkered flag should be coming out. It does indeed. Matthew Deuce takes 2 out of 2 for the day, which is a great start to his season. So he does well. Derek Hendricks crosses the line, and he's in second place. And then behind them, Michael Ryfarth, Willem Morris also over the line. We wait for the rest of the field. Ray Fiveash, he's over the line. Then it's Ruan Smith, Quentin Weening. Quentin Weening does his best time of the day, a 1 minute 23.660. Nothing shabby. Then it's Nico Venter, Willem Lowe. Wayne Gress, well, he digressed a bit and found himself down in 8th. So he crosses the line in 8th. And then we just wait for Shannon Thompson and Mario Ferreira. They're going into turn number 5 at the moment. They're rolling around. And they'll make their way up towards the line to the checkered flag. And then that will be the conclusion of the day's racing. From myself and all my fellow commentators, it's been a great afternoon. Thank you to all the officials, the medics, and we'll have and to our viewers for affording us to be in your home today. I know we spoke the biggest load of nonsense this afternoon. We sincerely hope you enjoyed the racing. And we'll see you next time when we have another meeting from myself, Francois Butler, my fellow commentators. Goodbye.
Yeah, from myself, Frankie Yennis as well. We trust that you had a fantastic day. For all of you around the circuit, for those people at home, we're just going to go down for the television purposes to join the IMUSAT team, and then we will do our farewells for the day with them downstairs. But yeah, it's been a fantastic race event. A big thanks to IMUSAT, a big thanks to all our sponsors, a big thanks to our photographers, to our officials, to our marshals, to all our competitors, to Tiny, and the entire team up here in the commentary box. Myself, Frank Yennis, Byron Height, Gary Fleming, Francois Butler, and obviously from the IMUSAT side, Stephen Rhodes, Ernest Page, and Dexter Bruce. So, yep, that's me saying goodbye. Remember, we're back here again next weekend, Byron, you, me, and Emil, for the All-Tar Rally. That's happening here at Killarney next Saturday. Then I'll be back here the following Saturday for the Rallycross. That's if it does happen. Hopefully it will this time. And then I'm back here on the 20th for another round of Cape L Drivers. And then on the 3rd of September for the following round of the Wingfield Motors Power Series. And then Byron as well. You'll be with us for that one as well on the 3rd of September. And then the big one in September is the second round of the Cape Town, the second Cape Town round, I should say, of the Extreme Festival. And yeah, that's basically it. So from my side, have a great weekend further. And look after yourselves. God bless. Bye-bye, everyone.
Yes, the year is far from over, I'll tell you that much. And there's still plenty of racing to come. Yes, we don't have a main circuit event in August. We do have the All-Tar Rally next week, as Frankie had mentioned, next weekend. But yeah, so much more racing to come. And I always say to everybody, the great thing about this is we get to do it all over again. And, well, everybody, keep safe. Thanks for joining us here at Killarney. If you did come through, thanks for joining us online. Thanks to everybody, including our marshals as well, for doing great work. And well, from myself, Byron Hyde, signing off until next time.
Here we go. Well, folks, it's been an intense, long day's racing, and none more intense than the GTI Challenge class. The pick of the bunch, the Brat Pack, they call them, and some of the most competitive racing you'll see, not just locally, South Africa, internationally. It's happening right here in the GTI Challenge class. So I'm going to hand it over to Frankie and the team here, and they're going to be handing out the prizes for the GTI Challenge class, starting, of course, with Class C. Frankie, over to you.
Yeah, Ernest, thanks very, very much. And we just need all the drivers to stand a bit closer. I don't think that they realize that we're actually on air, so we need to get the guys a lot closer. I'm just waiting for the chairman of a GTI Challenge, Mr. Gert du Plessis, to bring me the overall results for the first, second and third in class. Right, so all the drivers, we're not going out over the PA systems. You're going to have to listen to me over here. In third position in Class C, well done to Chase Herald. Right, Chasey taking that third position, and then a great drive in second place. Well done to Dylan van Heerden. And the man that wins Class C in that second race, he was right in between the Class B drivers. A great performance by racemate himself, Neandertoy. Right, Nean is not here, unfortunately. So we'll have Dylan and Chase. That will be on the podium. Right, we now move on to Class B. And Class B has grown immensely between the last race event and now. And in third position, well done to Carl Walsher. In second place, probably one of his best performances out there. Great drive by Ian Cup. And your overall winner in Class B, an awesome drive for the day. Well done, Tate Bishop. Tate not here. Right, so that is your podium. Tate not here, unfortunately. Ian in second and Kyle in that third position. We now move on to Class A. In third place, always in there, always amongst the silverware. Well done to Colin Meader. Second place goes to a young man that, as far as I'm concerned, had his best GTI Challenge race to date. And a young man that represents Universal Healthcare as well. Team Red, well done, Charles Visser. And another young man that comes up trumps, not only GTI Challenge, he does Polar Cup as well. He's one of this country's greatest iRacing drivers out there, Yuri Umpiswart in P1. Well, folks, that concludes the prize giving for the GTI Challenge. I'm going to hand over to fellow commentators Francois Butler and to Byron Height to do the prize giving for the motorcycle sections.
Right, if all the Super Twin Cup and the Super Sport riders can make their way to the middle of the pits for the prize giving, please. Super Twin Cup and Super Sport riders to the middle of the pits for their prize giving. Right, guys, the Super Twin Cup and the SSP 300, the guys, prize giving. Can all the riders please attend here at the MSA office, please?
So I am here in the pit lane at the moment, and of course it's been a long day's racing, and it's been an interesting day's racing. We've had rain, we've had dry, we've had everything in between, and I think that the people that Francois have to deal with that the most. Of course, those of us that are on two wheels, it's their own choice, of course, that they decided to come here with two wheels and not four. But we've got some silverware for those guys, and Francois, you'll be handing over that silverware for us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the face of the commentator. If you haven't seen him before, we're going to hand over to Francois and do the 350 and the 650 bikes. Francois, over to you.
Right, folks, welcome to the prize giving for the Super Twin Cup 650s and the Super Sport 300s, the Bridgestone class. We're going to start with the 650s first. Fantastic racing out there today. I think possibly a little bit of bad tyre choice with the inclement weather that we had. It didn't pay off. So in third place, I'd like to call on Slade Finnekak. 650. Well done to Slade. Great rider, probably leading the championship. In second place, always a good rider, always out there giving it his all and doing exceptionally well. Well done, Jason Lineker. Well done, buddy. And a young lad that's really come into his own on the 650s and showed his real muscle here today in the second heat, really cracking on the pace. Great ride out there today. Well done, Mr. Tristan Pienaar. Right, so doing the 300 prize giving will be my good friend and co-commentator, Mr. Byron Knight.
All right, folks, thank you. Great day today as well. And okay, let's just see if this goes right. See, I haven't been trusted with the expensive equipment here, so they gave me a handheld. No, there we go. Okay, thank you, Francois.
There we go. All right, so we're going to be doing the one of the hotly contested classes today. If you ask me, a lovely, lovely, lovely class. Okay, there we go. Don't mind our friend there. But anyway, the 300 class today was one of the most competitive classes, the most competitive races I've seen this year so far. And of course, I'm going to start with the third place for Mitch Robinson. Going to go now to second position, and I usually get these two confused a lot of the times as well, but second position goes to Braden Hutchings. And then taking top spot, of course, dominating things today as far as the KTMs and everybody in the 300s was concerned, it is Nicholas Hutchings.
Right, folks, just a final word. Some great motorcycle racing out of the Bridgestone Super Twin Cup 650 and the Super Sport 300s. We'll see you at the next meeting. And like we always say, keep it upright on the black stuff. So to you guys, have a wonderful weekend. Right, so we're going to get to the classic and clubman's breakfast run bikes. I think we had a fantastic race out there today. So we're just opening up the final result here for you. And we're going to start off with the breakfast run class. Great riding out there today. Lovely tussle in the breakfast ride class. Good to see the riders giving each other a little bit of uphill. In third place, good ride out there today. Well done, Mr. Ruan Smith. Well done, buddy. In second place, having a great ride out there today, the Suzuki. Well done, Ray 5-ash. And in first place, you've heard of a thing called a sandbagger. He comes out of the Breakfast Club and he just cleans up on clubmans as well. Well done, Mr. Matthew Deuser. Well done, bud. And they look very excited, I'll tell you. Right, and there were two classic bikes out there today, the two BMWs in second place. Well done, William Morris. And in first place, well done, Mario Ferreira. Right, and last but not least, we're going to move on to the clubman class. In third place, he didn't have quite a good second heat, but rode pretty well in the first heat. Well done, Mr. Wayne Gresser. In second place, a good first heat. In the second heat, he also fell by the wayside, had a massive wheelie going up into a quarry corner. Well done, Mr. Nico Fenter. And today, riding an R6 Yamaha, really giving it horns out there and rolling back the years. Put your hands together for Mr. Derek Hendricks. Folks, that concludes the prize giving. Thank you for attending. And it looks like this is going to be the new format. So to the viewers and to the riders and supporters alike, thank you for attending. Have a lovely weekend and we'll see you next time.